Week 7 and we are back once again. UKEL wrapping it up. One more week, 2 more games for each team, and what a way to finish this one off. But on my desk today I have Rail and Synergy. Welcome back, boys. Another week, another set of League of Legends games, another hype stream. But how is it all going to end? Who is going to make it into the top 6? These are the questions that need to get answered, and they will start to get answered today. But before we get into all of that, how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, hyped for playoffs. Round
you
the corner right now.
Rail's clearly
Hey,
just waking
listen.
up here, you know, like, oh, it's a bit early for him. We'll let him wake up.
Listen, I've had a long day at work. All I'm waiting for is playoffs. It's not yet, but we're almost there, right?
We are almost there.
Right.
It is very, very close upon us. We are almost there. But there are a few teams that haven't secured themselves into the top 6. Some of them haven't even secured themselves into... they haven't secured themselves in the top 4. Some haven't even secured themselves into the top 6. The standings are looking a bit close unless you're Tempest, because they're just kind of chilling over there somewhere. No one knows where they are. They're just gone. They're in the distance. But Ruddy, Venomcrest still fighting out for that second spot. But let's have a look at the people that are competing for 4th and 6th places. Let's bring up our... Well, I don't know what I'd even call it. I guess like our road to victory, basically, because this is what the teams will have to do, right? Belfast Storm and DMG are both sitting 6 and 6. They're both sitting in 4th place, but they cannot relax on their laurels because Verzik are 5 and 7 and Arcadia are 4 and 8. So Arcadia does have the potential to take a lead above any of these 3 teams if they were to all lose. But Verzik is obviously the one that we have to really watch out for because they could lose out from playoffs altogether.
Yeah, I think this last week is definitely tighter than we expected it to be at the start of the split, right? Then we've got the fact that we've got so many teams competing still for playoffs. Every team that isn't Ruddy, Venomcrest, and Tempest can fall out of playoffs completely. So, you know, we've actually got variation between teams like Belfast and DMG, who could go all the way from 2nd place all the way down to 7th. You know, that's crazy for the last week of the split, right? Yeah, of course, Arcadia maybe, you know, highest they can end is 5th, for example. That's a little bit different, but they can still make playoffs, right? That's crazy at this point. We have so many teams, and this is going to keep this week so exciting. Every match counts, so I'm expecting some hype stuff. Well,
there is a world where head-to-head could even put them 4th, to be honest, but I'd obviously have to do the tallying on that one. I think unlikely for them, but looking at the schedule, Verzik are in a tough spot. They're the least secured out of the 3 ahead of Arcadia, and they have to take on Tempest, which is never a fun time, and then they have to take on DMG, who are also looking to set themselves up in a good position, because for Belfast Storm and DMG, yes, they may be pretty much secured in there, but they have to also play for position, right? You want to get higher up the leaderboard. You don't want to go straight into losers bracket. So for Belfast Storm, a tough couple games to try and secure 1 win.
Yeah, with Venomcrest actually looking pretty damn good against Tempest the other week. I mean, if they keep on that level of improvement, this is going to be such a hard run for Belfast in the end. Ruddy have always looked good at times, but then showed small cracks and weaknesses. But if there's any time to shine, it's pretty much now, because we've got 4 teams who are all competing for 2nd place.
Yeah, and if I'm putting the spotlight, because I will say the 2nd place, it is a competition. There is worlds where it could occur, but I feel like some teams definitely have a bigger advantage than others, right? Because Venomcrest, they're taking on Lions Creed today. That should be a win in most people's books, right? We're not counting Lions Creed out, but if we were bookies, it would be a heavy favourite over to Venomcrest. And then Ruddy, okay, they have a little bit of a mixed bag, right? A couple middle teams, but the situation that does appear is that for me, when we're looking at this one, DMG are the only team that have fate over multiple teams, not just their own, because they take on both Arcadia and Verzik and could essentially just knock both those teams out.
Yeah, for sure. And DMG is another one of those interesting teams because we've seen such up and downs to them so far this split as well. You know, they've taken games off some of the biggest teams, you know, in the likes of Venomcrest and Ruddy, but they've also then struggled at the same time against some of the lower down teams, and they just haven't quite found the consistency across the whole split. It's just been like these few weak patches where like, oh, they're looking really good right now, and then, oh, we've had to use a sub, not looked quite as good. But yeah, looking at the schedule for them, between them and Arcadia, right, for maybe the quote marks easiest schedule of this last week. So again, yeah, Arcadia as well, right? They've definitely got it in their hands against DMG and Lions Creed. Everything's in their hands there.
Yeah, indeed. I think that we also, if we do want to go a second, very, very quickly, I think it's going to be Venom Crest, right? They've got to take on Lions Creed today, then they got Belfast Storm on the Thursday, whereas Ruddy, Belfast Storm, who they have to play against today, and then they have Tempest, which no one wants that back, man. No one wants to play against Tempest. But with that being said, let's bring it back to us, because it's not just about these few teams, right? There's all the teams that are playing today. They're all trying to solidify themselves, because at the end of the day, it's playoffs next week. So you want to go into it with a strong stance. You want to be looking powerful. But let's talk about game one. Actually, production, are we cool just to go straight ahead, or do we need a break? Just double check with them to make sure it's all okay. But okay, all right. We aren't going to go into the game just yet. We're going to leave you, though, on a bit of a cliffhanger. Shout out EastEnders. We're going to tell you that the first game up is Venom Crest at Lions Creed. We're going to be talking about it when we come back from a break. Well, we are back. It is time for game one. Venom Crest versus Lions Creed. Can the Lions put a bit of a spanner in the works for the Serpents? We'll find out quickly, but let's get in to meet the teams. If you haven't seen them before, well, you're going to meet them now. Let's bring up Venom Crest. Let's meet the team that is expected to be the favourites for this matchup. But, Real, talk to us why they are such favourites in this matchup.
Well, I mean, already with putting up a fight against Tempest, that's already a massive statement. And just from Galul coming into this roster, so many things have changed, but changed for the better. Like, you can see their shot calling is a bit more decisive. Even though Galul wasn't one of the determining factors in that last game in terms of playability and what happened to him, they still stood till like 45, 46 minutes, somewhere around there. Crazy time to take Tempest to. This team has only improved bit by bit. The bot lane's always been very consistent, I think. Bartoli sort of flies under the radar for a lot of people. And, if you give him Cassante, we've already seen what happens. The champion's disgusting right now. And if Ino gets that, you put yourself in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, big ban on the Cassante, but let's meet the other team. Let's have a little look at Lions Creed. And Synergy, talk about this team, because I feel like they've had ups and downs. They've managed to pick up a couple wins. They've shown some good matches, but they've also shown some not so good ones. Do you feel like this roster is getting better, scaling? What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I think here we've seen a kind of drastic improvement from them since kind of they replaced their jungler and mid. It's a shame that their first half of the split was lackluster, but obviously since those changes have been made, they've taken so teams above them in the split in the standings to much closer games. They've obviously got an additional win there, and actually a lot of those like games they've ended up losing have been super close and actually almost deserved to win. They just didn't quite have kind of what I don't know quite to call it, like just seeing it through to the end. You know what I mean? So I would expect. Well, I do expect that Venom Crest are likely to take this one. I think there is a definite chance for Lions Creed here because they have shown us some kind of good. They've shown us better team play. They've kind of got better individual laners, and they have a strategies that they like to play around. So, I think there's definitely not out of this game. And it's again the crucial need to win to secure that 7th place spot to avoid being, the second seed going into relegation. Sorry.
Indeed, but will they be able to do it? It's also not fully in their hand, but let's bring it back to us because draft is almost ready. And Lions Creed, they put up a little bit of some new flavor tech, right? They've been playing that Neferi, Bent been playing that quite a lot in the mid lane. It's not really reached that kind of high pinnacle that we maybe could expect from it. Are we needing to see some more kind of support around that champion, or is there just a different way that needs to play it, or is it just not that great in 5v5s?
I feel like the last time it just wasn't enabled to roam, and I said this while I was casting it. Like, Neferi needs to roam, needs to impact side lanes. If you don't impact side lanes as an assassin-based champion in the mid, you sort of lose any momentum because Serrated Dirk itself is just a big power spike. It's such a cheap item, and for what you get from it, it's crazy. So I feel like they needed to push it more towards the side lane, but we're not going to see it anymore today.
Yeah, no more Neferi. Hopefully no more Cassante, though. They still haven't banned it in first rotation, and Lions Creed, don't play with fire, man.
Yeah, no, especially after the buffs we've had to Cassante in this recent patch as well, right? Oh, okay. Well, maybe this is a format Cassante angle, possibly. Maybe it's a first pick for them. If they let it go past first rotation, I'd be very surprised.
You better hope, honestly, because if they don't lock Cassante first, it's a bit of a worry, especially when it's Inno's Cassante.
This is levels of crazy for me. Like, Lions Creed taking it first, respect. Okay, at least they addressed the elephant in the room. They didn't let that one go through. They've locked it in. But now Venom Crest, they have a lot of openings. They have a lot of potential to play around this. And also, there is a little bit of a theory for me of like picking a one trick into them. Are you not also setting yourself up to get countered?
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic, right? As if you are kind of a one trick, that champion's matchups really well, but then you obviously have the flip side of that. The counter matchups really well. You know what works well into it. So I'm going to assume this is maybe Poppy top here into it, and I'm going to assume that Inno's practiced that or played that matchup quite a lot. I'm not going to profess to be a top lane main, so I don't quite know how it goes, but I can imagine Poppy having a reasonable time just based on
that's what
small number of dashes.
That's what I'm here for.
Rail, take it away. Give us the insight here.
I mean, Poppy is really good into the matchup. So is Fiora. They're like the main two, which you just don't want to play into. Aatrox actually fares fairly well because you get to have the same team fight impact as a K'Sante. You're just that beast. What you have to focus. If you don't focus on Aatrox, he gets resets. If he gets resets, he gets kills. And it sort of has that same factor with K'Sante. When K'Sante gets rolling, it's hard to slow him down. So they're one of the common ones what you'd see. But I don't have anything against Poppy. I think Poppy fits really well. And especially with Lions Creed taking Jarvan, it's a double threat.
Yeah, it is indeed. I like that Kumakum also got the Ziggs right. We talked about how this was a good pick for them. It's something that they were able to utilize to get those early advantages. In their last game that they won, they had it on board, so they were able to make that fully work. Now, in these sides of bans, we're seeing the Akali, the Sylas, so they are saying, look, we think that it's going bot lane with the Ziggs, so we're not seeing that going to go mid. On the flip side, though, Renekton and Alistar taken away, so not convinced that it's going to be Poppy top, and we are now seeing those top lane hovers.
Ooh,
I would have been...
Yeah, there's a Gwen. I am going to guess that Poppy is potentially jungling here. We actually might see this Taliyah in mid, perhaps. Is that what's likely to happen? And, Gwen into K'Sante. Maybe Rail will be able to shed some more insight on that matchup. But I can imagine Gwen having a reasonable time there.
Yeah, Gwen's okay. You get bullied a fair bit early because Gwen is very dependent on items. So the early game isn't going to go the way you want it to, but you can still play the matchup fairly well. It's a case of jumping in with your 4 stacks, jumping back out, etc. I would have been more happy with a Camille, to be honest. I feel like a Camille, when the enemy team's taking Ziggs, you just can completely stop his gameplay. He can't get away. Your TP ganks are way more insane than seeing a Gwen TP. You see a Gwen TP, you're like, hi, I'm running away, see you. Like, a Camille's coming at you, is jumping from 2 dashes away, like flash range, and you're like, oh, right, I guess I've got to try jump away. Nope, Hextech ultimatum, but I like the roll round out here. Roll fits this comp really nicely, adds that extra bit of an engage. The only problems I see for Venom Crest is their team isn't the most tanky. You've got Poppy and Arel. Yeah. In terms of people who want to be in front, you don't have too many. Gwen's going to be a distraction of trying to dive the back line, whereas I feel like Lions Creed have the easier comp to execute, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it does feel that way, I think. Especially just, they're kind of gone for the classic kind of big team fight combo, right? It's something we've seen a lot, and a lot of teams just execute well. You've got nice easy engage with Leona, with Jarvan, or what you're going to do, you're going to drop Ziggs on top of that, the Nico Pop Blossom as well. You've got so much AoE damage. If you catch this Taliyah, this Jinx, and even Gwen at any point, they're just gone. It'd be very interesting to see, can Lions Creed just execute that as that basic style really, really well, and, play into their team fighting strengths, or are they going to end up kind of losing a little more in the laning phase, as we'd probably expect Venom Crest to be the slightly stronger individual players here. I think that's kind of reasonable to say based on their standings as well. As long as Lions Creed don't fall too far behind early and can get to Dragon fights, get to Baron fights, and good team fighting stages, then they're comp set really well for success.
I would even push it one stage further, right? I think that Lions Creed have drafted a pretty decent early game, right? They've managed to set themselves up with a possibility of early ganks with the Jarvan. They've set themselves up with the potential for early tower with the Ziggs, and they could potentially try and roam that one around. They've got the engage coming out from the Leona as well. So I think that realistically, they should try and play for that early aggression. They should try and get those early scaling moments, because if you go late game, Gwen, Jinx, they're going to be problematic. Poppy's going to be able to stop a lot of people jumping straight onto their carries, and it could just be a one team fight for the side of Venom Crest. And given the prowess of this team as well, I wouldn't be too surprised if that occurs. However, if Lions Creed can kind of take the wind out of their sails immediately and kind of run with them and take that lead and push back Venom Crest to play on the back foot, maybe we see Lions Creed with a massive upset today.
Yeah, there's one problem I see, and it's the more I think about it, the more scary it is you've seen how much Bartoli has impacted the map as of late, especially when Galore came in. Galore is now on a champion who wants to say, I'm going to sit with my jungler, I'm going to follow my jungler, and I'm going to kill your jungler. It's just a common case of Poppy, Taliyah being able to run really well together. Taliyah long range, pull back, and then if that lands, there's almost a guaranteed stun there. So the combination they have on paper is terrifying.
Especially as Jarvan, right? If you're playing into Poppy and she's just gonna like pop that W and like stop your dash, then it's a free setup for Taliyah, right? So I would be very scared here if I'm Choi. You know, you have to be very careful at like the 2v2 skirmishes or potential 2v2 skirmishes that you pick, because it could be so easy to stop that. Like, I think the key is to avoid that kind of early game, the early game risks, and make sure that when you hit 6, let's use our comp to its fullest, because we do have all these AoE ultimates. A big fight at Dragon, a big fight Rift Herald, wherever it might be, that's their go time, and they're going to need to push that. So yeah, it's early game, but it's not in those first 5-6 levels. It's as soon as we hit 6, it's go time, and we need to make something happen.
But we'll find out. I'm looking forward to it. I like the Lions Creed have gone for something a bit different, though. I do like that. Obviously, they brought back the Ziggs. They've taken away the K'Sante. A little bit not what I was expecting, but they've also locked in the Leona, so a lot of aggression. And now we see bent on something that isn't the Neferi as well. So they are kind of opening up to obviously some good things and some bad things. But I think all in all, when you're a team that's lost a lot in the game, why not kind of just go for it? Just take your shot, you know, play something that's a little bit different and see if you can get an upset here. Obviously, they aren't going to be the favorites in this matchup. Venom Crest, though, as you said, Rail, a little bit earlier, I do have a little bit of concern, right? If they can't get the ball rolling, their comp isn't the tankiest, but it's also not the most simple to play. Like, yes, you're going to have Taliyah Jinx in the backline, but where's the Gwen going to go? Are you going to play the split push? Or are you going to play a team fight? You know what I mean? So I think there are some questions that they're going to have to work out. But all in all, I'm going to have to give it to Venom Crest. Now, I want to know the predictions. Where are you going with this one?
I'm going Venom Crest just from what I said alone. I feel like the 2v2 potential from mid jungle is just too high, and I feel like if Galul can get out lane to do it, that's going to control the entire map, and I'm calling that now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to say Venom Crest, especially after the game against Tempest. They showed that like, they had a clear plan in that game. Obviously, it didn't quite pan out the way they eventually wanted, you know, with that backdoor, but they had a plan, shut down Kusai, and they executed that pretty well. It did then fall apart. I will argue that's more on Tempest just being very, very good, and, you know, not Venom Crest's fault. But if they could do something similar, which are that kind of strategy together, it's got to be Venom Crest.
Well, either way, we're going to send it over to our casting duo who have promised a few dad jokes on the cast today. So we'll see if that one stays in check. But either way, Milky Cyril, Zathos, take it away.
Thank you very much for that, J-Real. I am Milky Cyril. I am joined on the casting desk for the first time by Zathos, and it's always very important when you have a new casting duo like we are. I would just like to say straight out the gate that Zapdos was always my least favourite legendary Pokemon.
I haven't got a single word in yet, and I've already got insulted. Well, guess what? You're my least favourite cereal. You remind me of Weetabix, alright?
Well, look, if you want to get yourself flamed by Twitch chat for not appreciating Weetabix...
is Weetabix that good? Come on, guys. Yes. Like... Okay,
we'll leave that to Twitch chat to decide.
Look, if you want to stay healthy, then sure, Weetabix can be the thing for you, but overall, just a bit basic. And you know, with a game like Lions Creed against Venom Crest, I thought people, at least in UKL, had a bit of spice to them.
Well, we'll see when the spice does come through. We've got 4 games coming through today. We're starting off with Venom Crest against Lions Creed. Venom Crest currently sitting second in the standings, and a win today would guarantee that they will be in the top 4 heading into playoffs. For Lions Creed, they're already out of playoffs contention, and they will win that relegation series come the end of this. So this is just a case of, you know, Lions Creed playing for pride, if you pardon the pun.
Yeah, 100%. They're here to try and make sure that they can show that they actually deserve to be here. Because we can say they've had a lot of difficulty trying to find these wins, but the benefit for them is they found their wins later on in the season. They have been looking a little bit better. It's mostly come down to their top laner, who has just been on this Darius beforehand, got themselves a pentakill, now got themselves on that K'Sante. Could be very powerful if he does find this early game lead.
And that's where we see trading happening across the map, and we're actually seeing rather very neatly from Bartol, the invade on the bottom side, but fight in the bottom lane, fast-legged is incredibly low. Final Water will come through, and the Ignite ticks down for a first blood for Heathen.
I don't think the side of Venom Crest were expecting the damage coming out from the Ziggs, but being able to do good poke damage. Leona as well with plenty of CC. First blood does go over to the side of Lions Creed, and this is meant to be the worst team in the division, but they are going toe-to-toe in the first couple games of the series.
Well, you say that the kill caught out Venomcrest. It caught me out. I thought, you know, maybe we'll get a chance to talk about what the junglers want to do. A nice invade coming in. But sadly, none of that, as Heathen is really stepping forward. KZ, he's hit. Forced to cleanse, and out comes the satchel charge. The autos are flying forward. The flash forward from Kumakube is not going to be enough, and then out they turn towards Fast-Legged, but sadly, Choi's a little bit late to the party and can't land the Flag and Drag knocker.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. They don't find the kill. They get full priority in this bot side, meaning they're going to lose wave, going to lose XP and gold on top of that. And this is exactly what Lions Creed need, because I was expecting them to be playing around Cormac, the player that did get them those couple wins in the whole entire series so far. But no, it doesn't matter. Once you get those early game leads on bot side, I'm expecting them to try and push these early game dragons as well. You can just see here Lions Creed waiting for the Skull Crab, most likely going to be playing for bot side this whole game.
And what an incredible start this is for Lions Creed, particularly KZ without Flash, without Cleanse, is sitting on a silver platter, especially for a champion like Choi. As a Tangle Bombs land, what was that damage out of Bent? It's another kill for Lions Creed. Bartoldi is showing up, but Lions Creed are coming in at 4, so Choi making his way over, and Bartoldi cannot find any potential play.
The solo bolos are just coming out all the way through the maps, even though they find it stun into the wall. Where has this Lions Creed been for this whole entire season?
I think it's just one of those sports things. Whenever a team is kind of relegated, or you tell a player that they've been sacked from the team and they don't have a spot next year, all of a sudden, they start playing really well.
I feel like it's that pressure, because when you are trying to get yourself into top stage, trying to get yourselves into playoffs, you start getting scared. You don't want to make those extra plays where you can maybe go for those 1v1s, but now they are 100% out. They can really go toe-to-toe and say, you know what, we are just as good as you, and we're going to show you before we go down.
Bartoldi making his way up topside, just trying to help Ino get this wave shoved in under Cormac's tower, who I think was trying to set up a nice little freeze outside of his tower. So that is now broken as we look towards the bottom lane, and we'll see whether Heathen wants to make another engage on this Leona.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious if they actually want to go for this first Dragon from the side of Lions Creed, because of course they're winning bot side, they're winning mid lane. However, priority is in the top side, so Gwen could have actually roamed down now to try and make it a overload on the map, but instead is going to decide to go up top side. And one thing we have to remember about Lions Creed is, even though they are losing in this early game, the longer the game goes, the longer this Jinx gets to farm, the stronger this team will get. So even though they are a little bit behind, if they can stop a lot of the damage now, they could be in a very good position the later this game goes.
Very aggressive from Fastleg, loses about half his health because Bartoldi is making his way down, looking for the potential play. Will eventually show himself, so there's nothing really that Lions Creed need to be too scared about now, because they can see exactly where that Poppy is.
Yeah, they don't have the damage at all to try and get them under the tower, so instead they are just trying to push this through, but you just see Leona with that W is just so tanky, they just can't get it under the tower, meaning they won't be able to roam for this dragon very quickly. So great plays coming out again from Lions Creed to make it where it's just so difficult for Venomcrest to play the game they want to.
And this is giving so much time as well for Choi, just to be able to catch some camps before setting up for that Drake, as Cormac just setting up these minions right outside Ino's tower on this Gwen without items, really struggling in the Cassante matchup.
Yeah, and that's the one thing you'll always notice about Gwen, no matter how good they are, they're never really going to win the early game phase. They need to get at least one item, hopefully two, before they can start winning out. Against Cassante, once you get two items, Cassante can't really play the game against you. That Needle Watch just deals way too much damage, but because Cassante is winning out on the top side, I would actually really like for him to go towards mid lane, or at least try and contest with these early Drakes, because that's a major objective I feel from the side of Lions Creed. It's when you have the 6, when you have the mid laner as well, who does have early game damage, why don't you get your objectives now? So when it gets this late game, this Jinx is a massive issue. You have the choice of getting the towers because they need to try and fight for the Drakes.
Well, that first Drake is up. It is a Chemtech Drake, and we'll see which side is able to start it up first. We're also going to be having the Rift Herald spawning in 1 minute's time, as here comes the play around mid lane. Bent flashing forward with a Pop Blossom, and it's another kill for Lions Creed.
It's just going every single way they wanted to, because he thought they was all alone, not realizing the Bent was straight there to chain CC. So Bartholdi, even with the flash available, doesn't actually use to cast it, and there's already a 2,000 gold lead. We talked about first Drake is going to be easily taken by the side of Lions Creed. I wouldn't expect any contestants to come out, especially when bot lane is already getting pushed out. And I'm still so surprised about this Lions Creed roster and what they're really doing to Venomcrest.
part of me is kind of wanting to praise Bartholdi for saving the flash, because you're a Poppy, you still have that flash available, you still have gank pressure. If you burn the flash in an attempt to survive, maybe you still die, but even if you don't, all of a sudden, for 5 minutes, that is 3 lanes for Lionscreed that can play with so much more aggression.
Yeah, but we have to think about what is the win con coming out from the side of Venomcrest. It isn't going to be this Poppy, it's going to be the Jinx in the bot side. Already got themselves 10 CS down, means that the mid laner as well, Ben, has got 2 kills to his name. So this Jinx is going to have a very difficult time the longer this game goes, trying to find those extra auto attacks and try and be the main carry for this team. We need to see the jungler for Thordy start playing around this bot side. You can even see here, J4 is coming around, making it where he's just losing out the CS and maybe even looking for a dive.
Well, Super Mega Death Rocket, oh pardon me, not the Death Rocket, the Mega Inferno Bomb is available. When do they go in onto KZ? They go in now, but they're not tanking up the tower damage properly, and the dive is going to go askew. Bent is caught out by the seismic shove. Ino teleporting in, gets the kill on to Joy, and Venomcrest are winning the fight. There comes the Mega Death Rocket, the flash over the Tangle Bombs, and it's just a shutdown for Galul.
Everything that Lionscreed did well had just been obliterated as they lose the fight trying to go for that tower dive, and it all came down to just bad execution. They had the formal CC they needed to get a kill, but because of the cleanse available from the Jinx, able to neuter that out, getting themselves up to safety. Even Riftail going on the way to Venomcrest was singing praise to Lionscreed, but right now it's not looking so good anymore.
And it was such a bad decision for Lionscreed, as a bit too aggressive from Cormac, as Bartholdi is just happy to take this trade, and Cormac is getting run down. There's the all-out, the potential turnaround, but is there enough damage? I don't think there is, because Ino is showing up and ends up getting the kill just before Bartholdi dies. Talk about a clutch turn up for the top laner.
Cormac missed the second Q, that's the reason he wasn't able to pick up that kill, and Venomcrest winning bot side, winning mid lane, and winning top side as well, as they really have turned this game around. And the biggest winner of this is going to be the Gwen up in the top side. Got that double kill, and we said they needed to get to 2 items to find that big lead, but with that double kill, I think she's pretty close again there already, as she is also getting a few tower plays to herself.
With the bone plating, more damage comes through. Here's Choi and Heathen. They're going to land the Zenith Blade too far away for the Shield of Daybreak, and Lionscreed just trying to zone KZ away from this wave, deny some XP out of the Jinx. You mentioned it yourself, Zapdos. They want to get gold. They need to get resources into this Jinx. This is their win condition for the side of Venomcrest, and you can see Galul is starting to make his way down bot side. So is Bartholdi. Is this going to be another bad play for Lionscreed?
I think so. We can see that Choi is all alone. His team can't actually join him. Does have the flag and drag available to get out.
Oh! They deny the flag and drag. Choi mistimes. They're forced to go in with a Cataclysm, and KZ says thank you for the kill. Exactly what Lionscreed didn't need to happen has happened.
And the biggest mistake coming out from the side of Lionscreed is they want to go for this dive. They want to try and make sure this Jinx can't play the game, because they're so indecisive about bringing Bent up. They don't have the numbers to do it, while their jungler is like, hey guys, I'm going to farm, I'm going to be okay doing this. But a great collapse coming out from the side of Venomcrest does actually mean that this doesn't happen.
More plays in the bottom lane. Cormac teleporting in. Zenith Blade will not land onto anyone, and Venomcrest just laugh, because now they've got the teleport out of Bent and they've lost nothing.
Exactly, this is perfect to being able to push out this mid lane. Nobody's going to be able to pick it up, maybe even a tower plate as well over to the mid lane of Taliyah, and Venomcrest are just kind of running around, making sure that Lionscreed just do what they want. Even Riftail getting placed as well, as it's feeling like Venomcrest is starting to show their true colours of what they can do against these lower teams.
Well, it is a really good turnaround for Venomcrest, all starting from Lionscreed going too early for a dive in bot lane before Kumakum had actually reset and picked up items. And Venomcrest have just taken that turn and accelerated it, now finding themselves with the gold lead, having been almost 2,000 gold behind previously. Cormac being run down by the needlework, and out comes the Weaver's Wall. Cormac, though, going to pull Inno over the wall. Doesn't matter, there's just too much damage. And Inno able to survive that final tower shot as well.
And the lead gets even bigger in this top side, as the next kill getting themselves to 3-0 is going to be on this Gwen. Luckily, Riftail isn't going to be up and available. Bet will get a little bit in this mid lane, but if we take a look at the gold, 600 difference in the top lane, 500 in the mid lane, but most importantly, we can just see that it's just all over the board the way of Venomcrest, as nobody has got themselves a deficit in the gold department.
And I don't want to be cruel to Lions Creed here, but you said it yourself, or you said earlier on, Zathos, where was this Lions Creed earlier on? They're playing so much better. This is the reason why they are down in the standings. This decision-making leading into the mid-game, there's no question about their individual talents. But some of these macro decisions just been a little bit dubious in this game, and has thrown away what could have been an excellent gold advantage.
Yeah, it just feels like everybody is a little bit disjointed on the side of Lions Creed. However, we do have the next dragon available. We said that we wanted Lions Creed to find this early game lead by stacking them up. They are in a very good position to do so, as they do have priority in the bot side, even have the mid laner of Bent being able to roam down first. But it's all about, can they actually make this happen, as even the bot lane tower seem very durable, especially with the Ziggs.
Well, it's 3v3 on the bottom lane. Don't forget about that satchel charge, but in comes the engage, a 3-man Magnet Storm, and KZ is firing out the rockets untouched. It's a double kill, make it a triple kill, and Venom Crest are running away with this game.
That was incredible! I'm just here absolutely disgusted with that play. Triple knock-up into triple CC again, and then the ultimate as well from Fastlane. There's nothing any team could do, let alone Lions Creed. This does allow Venom Crest to be able to pick themselves up a dragon and pick up more gold, especially tower plates into Jinx. And we said that Jinx was getting behind. Well, now she's 4-0, 2 tower plates to her name, and she is an absolute monster in this game.
The Kraken Slayer already completed, the Cull will be complete soon as well. Venom Crest will be getting their first Drake of the game. The second Drake overall will have a Rift Herald spawning soon. And maybe Venom Crest look to put this Jinx towards the mid lane, just get as many resources onto your ADC as possible.
The hard thing is from the side of Venom Crest, from the side of Lions Creed, is you want to try to find these leads, but where do we even look? Maybe top side? It's going to be a 3 versus 1.
Stepping maybe too far forward, looking for the kill, gets it! He saw Heathen coming over the wall, disrespected it, but it doesn't matter, the Cataclysm comes in. Looking for the play, Shield of Daybreak, locks down the Gwen, the healing though from the Q is disgusting, but not quite disgusting enough as Troy gets the shutdown.
When Gwen gets this lead, if you don't have the damage to kill her, she'll just heal up more than you. And I said before, where can Lions Creed make these plays? They're losing bot side, they're losing top, and even mid lane as well. And this is exactly what happens when they do start making these plays. It's only a 2,000 gold lead, but you just have to see the members here on 4 kills on the Jinx, 4 kills on the Gwen in the top side, perfectly where you want it to be. As both of these members are getting very close to those 2 items, and once they start getting there, I really find it difficult for Lions Creed to start contesting any of the next major objectives, like you said, the Rift Herald.
Well, nearly 2k gold down, and KZ is big on this Jinx. We'll see what second item comes through, whether that Infinity Edge is completed, because KZ is going to be doing so much damage, and we mentioned how important this is as a game for Venom Crest. If they are able to win this, they will be locking themselves into, actually not top 2, top 3, I believe, in the standings.
Yeah, top 3 is going to actually be so important for them, because remember, playoffs does have seed. In the bear seed you have, that is who your opponent will be, as Heathen is going to be in danger here.
Maybe Bartholdi stepping too far forward, but the side of Venom Crest say, we are not trapped in with you, you are trapped in with us. A 5th kill for KZ on the Jinx.
Even get themselves a Rift Herald to boot as well. Most likely going to get placed in towards this mid lane, trying to open up the map just a little bit more. As Cassante on the sidelines, remember, he could be a shining light for this team. 0 and 3. They're trying to get as much gold into their pockets. And Lions Creed, they need to scale. They need to try and get themselves to hopefully 2 items, because they do have good burst damage on this team. Think about it. You have the Ziggs ultimate that's able to, come down on top of them. And then you have, of course, the Cataclysm from choice. If they find this wombo combo, there is an opportunity from the side of Lions Creed to try and find a few kills. It's all about, can they find these pickoffs? Because the way it's going, Venom Crest are just not letting them.
Now, I want to bring up this following point, because I initially planned it as KZ taking a lot of damage from the Ziggs. Shutdown going over to Kumakum as KZ just disrespects the range that Ziggs brings to the bottom lane.
I felt like this Ziggs was understanding what I was saying. It was like, you want a pick? Let me find a pick on this Jinx, as he is able to get the kill, able to get the tower to his name. And if we keep seeing more plays like this is where Lions Creed actually becomes the strongest as mid lane, is in a bit of danger, is going to get themselves out. But with Lions Creed, they are so good at trying to find these solo kills, especially the AD carry of Kumakum, who's able to get himself, those solo bolos, as even in the mid lane.
Well, the game is flip-flopping back and forth. There's an Ignite ticking down. It will be 2 for 1 in the mid lane, but then picks up 2 critical kills on this Neeko and has been one of the shining lights for Lions Creed in this game, and one of the players that I feel has made the least mistakes.
Now, I completely agree with you. Through the whole entire season so far, Bent has been probably the shining light, like you said before, about being able to at least go stable in this mid lane and then be pretty strong the later the game goes, and even find picks in such important games like this. Because, of course, you don't want to try and finish last place if you are Lions Creed. You want to try and get to that 7th, have a little bit more dignity as you will be going out of the league. But it all comes down to mainly Venom Crest making major mistakes. You shouldn't be getting picked off in solo lanes like that, especially when you are trying to play around the Jinx, which you do need to just keep safe, because if she keeps dying, doesn't find these kills, there is a possibility from the side of Lions Creed to get themselves back into this game.
Now, there is something that I do want to bring up, a kind of caveat for Lions Creed, something that I really disliked about their composition in the draft, and I'm not sure if the analyst has brought this one up, but you look towards their 2 main carries, Ziggs, Neeko, both of them AP damage. Jarvan is not exactly the biggest AD threat out there, and I just wonder if maybe there's going to be lots of magic resistance picked up as Fastleg is going a bit too far forward. So much damage from the Ziggs, and Fastleg does end up falling as Lions Creed get another.
So, do you remember that whole comment you said about, you know, you're not sure if they deal enough damage, not sure if they pair well because they're double AP? I just saw a Jinx couldn't play the game because they got CC'd, and I saw them also get a kill onto the support, so I kind of feel like Lions Creed have something going on here. But I do agree that going for a double AP threat is going to be rather difficult the longer this game goes, especially with the magic resist, as they're looking for a flank.
The pincer attack for the side of Venom Crest. The tower has fallen, but the fight will commence. Choi looking to the backline, and Kaysen just gets obliterated. Ben finds a 2-man Pop Blossom as Bartoldi will fall. It's 2 kills for Lions Creed in turn for 1 as the Tangle Barbs land. The damage comes through, and Kumaku makes it 3.
And it's a 1 for 3 on the back of that, and Lions Creed, we're saying they're doing well, we're saying they're doing bad, we don't even know at this point, as they're going from fight to fight, winning and losing. Everybody is playing on the edge of their seats. This is the first time Lions Creed have got themselves a gold lead. It will only be about 1,000 gold, as we might see another kill.
Fast-legged stepping too far forward, and he will get taken down by Cormac, who uses a beautiful all-out to pull the support over the wall. I figured it out, Zathos. I figured out the analysis for this game. Whichever team has the goal lead loses the fight.
I actually think I have to agree with you there. Lions Creed, on our predictions, is going to be losing the next fight. Maybe Jinx Pentakill, something along those lines. But we definitely know for sure that the Dragon will be going over to the side of Lions Creed if we don't have a random Super Mega Death Rocket trying to steal this away. Alright, I didn't jinx it. No Cast the Curse here today, so I'm happy with myself there.
Fight number 25 million start, and Venom Crest get the first kill of the fight. KZ's excited, but KZ be dead. 1 for 1, but Venom Crest keep on charging forward. Picks up the second of the fight, and Lions Creed are forced to run into a 2-man seismic shove, and Venom Crest keep on charging forward. It's a 2-man Magnet Storm. Venom Crest had the goal deficit, but they will of course win the fight handedly with the ace for 1.
And it's not even just going to be that. The Baron is calling their names. His only choice going to be up and available to try and contest this, but he still has 10 seconds for any of the other members. It will be dangerous from the side of Venom Crest to do so because of how low they are. So instead they will be going for a reset. But you have to remember, Milky, we talked about who's going to be winning those fights. We haven't got it wrong just yet. So by our calculations, I think Venom Crest is losing the next fight again.
Absolutely, this is a case of, the game is over when the fat lady sings, he who laughs last will laugh the loudest, and who will win that final fight to win the game. We make the joke, or we hear the joke at Worlds, that when you look at the goal lead sometimes, or the win probability, it is like in EKG, where they're going up and down, up and down. This game has most certainly been that.
Yeah, completely. But we have to actually look at where the gold lead has actually come from. Take a look at Gwen in the top side, 7-1. We talk about these major big team fights, but I would actually like for Venom Crest to try and play for these side lanes, because I don't think even 2 members on the side of Lions Creed can take out this Gwen because of those 2.5 items. If Cormac ever gets slightly too close, he's going to get absolutely run down from these needlework. So he does need to be very careful in this 1v1. You can see exactly here, just trying to make sure that he doesn't take this fight, does pick up this objective. Compared to the side of Lions Creed, well, I do actually want to go for those big team fights, especially with the Ziggs and the Neeko, where if they're able to pick off this Jinx, I think they just win them.
And speaking of that, if you can pick off the Jinx, KZ, I want to see that QSS coming through, because if you can avoid those Tangle Barbs, that could be huge. Galul looking for the play on top side. There is no tower to protect Ben, who's going to look to turn it around with the Pop Blossom. Flashes out of the Rel engage, but it's not enough as Bartholdi cleans up the kill.
Remember, there's ultimate already used by the Ziggs as well, so a lot of the damage has already got taken out, especially one of those main carries, which does give an opportunity from the side of Venomcrest to start up this Baron if they do want to. They just have to be careful of the poke damage. This may be the reason they don't want to go for this just yet, as this game is just pick after pick after pick, but no matter how many picks they get, it doesn't really feel like any of these teams have really got themselves a major lead just yet, because if you only find one pick, that never really means that you can start this Baron up, and that's exactly what we saw there, of Venomcrest not having enough to get themselves a further lead from it.
I do like as well how we talk about Bent is the player for Lions Creed that's been making the least mistakes in this game
and makes a
season,
mistake.
and he's the one who gets caught out disrespecting how quickly Venomcrest can rotate across the map with this Weaver's Wall that Galul has at his disposal. And now the side of Venomcrest just pushing in the side lanes in the mid and the bottom lane, trying to get some pressure, trying to get some vision control. But Ino might be walking into a trap, although Choi decides, I don't want to take that.
You do not want to take that. No way Choi is ever going to be taking that fight, because 100% Gwen will absolutely turn that away, as Heathen does need to be careful.
Seismic Shove lands onto Heathen. Out comes the Solar Flare, but knocked out of it is KZ by the Satchel Charge. And Heathen is just going to fall as Galul flashes out of the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Lions Creed are not going to be able to follow up on this play. It's a 5v4 in favor of Venomcrest, who are turning towards the Baron and actually setting up a trap for Lions Creed.
Take a look at Poppy right behind them, trying to find the engage.
It's a Flash Magnet Storm into the backline. It's disgusting. KZ throwing out the autos will keep Galul alive. Is excited. Picks up the double. Ino cleans up the fight and gets the ace for Venomcrest.
And not just the ace, the Baron is going to be as well to the side of Venomcrest. We said this game was close, but it's starting to go to the way of them, as we have Dragon Spawn in the next 30 seconds. Should be in a good position to take that as well. And with this Baron buff available for them, with a Jinx that has such good pushing power, there is an easy way for Venomcrest to try and find these outer towers, get themselves an even big gold lead to get themselves to win against Lions Creed.
I know we said whoever has the goal lead will lose the fight. I think we've got to a goal lead that's big enough that that rule no longer applies.
I hope 7k is big enough, because my League of Legends solo queue games definitely need me to tell so. As a support main when I play Bard, I always want to make sure that my team has a big enough lead where they can't int it away. So let's hope the side of Venomcrest are going to be showing me that I am correct on this. If they have that 7,000 gold lead, we'll be trying to contest for this soul, or not for this soul, for their third dragon. I don't think they're really going to have any contests coming out. I don't think they have enough damage on the side of Lions Creed to be taking these wins, especially with the Gwen and the Jinx being so powerful.
The way I like to look at it, if G2, a team that lost to NA, can turn a 10
Can we not talk about it
against the LPL, then Lions Creed can do it against Venomcrest.
Anything that happens with EU, I've actually blacked out for the last 2 weeks.
I
because,
agree on that, yeah.
Fnatic G2, I love both teams. I'm not happy about what's happened to them, but one thing I am happy about is Venomcrest being able to use this Baron very effectively, pushing out towards the spot side, pushing mid lane as well, trying to go for a 1-4, having the Jinx in the mid lane, pushing it out. But with this big priority on this cannon minion, they should be able to get this tower pretty quickly.
So much damage on to Choi coming through from the snip of Ino. And just the Baron-powered minions charging forward. There isn't enough wave clear here for the side of Lions Creed, because Kumikum and Bent are not around, and it means that the side of Venomcrest are able to pick up the tower and continue their siege.
Now remember, there's a big wombo coming from the side of Lions Creed. They can get onto the main carries of Jinx or either Gwen, but it's all about, can they find it? Their inhibitor isn't still down, so they don't have to look for it just yet, but I would really like for them to go for it, because it felt like this Leona, it's a great pick of finding them, but it just doesn't feel like Lions Creed in the last 10-15 minutes have been able to find much.
Heathen searching for a potential engage, has the Solar Flare available. There's the Pop Blossom, flashes forward, able to find one member, but it's only onto Bartholdi. The flag and drag onto the Flame Chompers, and now the turnaround for Fast-Legged. And the side of Venomcrest, they wipe the floor with Lions Creed. The Seismic Shove lands onto Kumikum, who will be able to get out to safety, but Venomcrest get themselves 3 kills for nothing.
Yeah, team members are still strong. Teleports coming in to get themselves a little bit more HP. Venom Crest should be able to pick up 2 inhibitors without any cause, but I don't think they can go for the end here. We do have Kumakun and Ben. They don't have their ultimates available. Does have plenty of wave clear if they want to do it, but it's looking like Venom Crest are looking.
There's not enough wave clear for the side of Lion's Creed, and Venom Crest are going to march on in. The Nexus towers will fall, and Venom Crest will lock themselves into the top 4.
What a close game coming out from both of these teams. I was really expecting Venom Crest to be taking this away really quickly. However, I have to give big props to the side of Lion's Creed, finding those early game fights, especially those solo bolos in both mid lane and bot side. But then they kind of threw it away because we said they were a little bit disjointed on finding these most plays in the bot side. And that's the reason I feel like the side of Lion's Creed were able to take the loss here.
And it also does mean for Lion's Creed that they are locked into finishing dead last in the Four Nations Winter Split. So sadly for them, it will be 8th place. Venom Crest, though, could still drop out of that 2nd place spot depending on what happens over the remaining 7 games of regular season. But with that, we are going to be throwing into a quick break. And when we return, our analyst desk will be breaking down the opening game of the day.
It's a tough day to be a Lions Creed fan, right? Because it started so well, but then it just could not continue. Let's dive into it straight away. Let's get into the draft. Let's have a look at the picks, just to remind people at home, if they've just tuned in, what we just saw. I liked it from Lions Creed. I liked the draft. I think it gave them early game. It gave them access to be able to build a lead. It gave them the opportunity to take away this game from Venom Crest and not let them play the game. And they did that from the start. But let's talk about Venom Crest, right? We had a lot of theories. We had a lot of worries about their comp. Rail, you expressed a few yourself. Did it play out how you expected? Were they able to kind of get round all of the problems that you maybe foresaw?
Mostly. There was some early game hiccups with obviously Galul being solo killed by Nico. People wanting to underestimate Nico's early game damage. Common thing. And the other thing both me and Alex were pondering on was like, your Jinx started Cull and you're engaging level 2. It's not really the best trade power or looking to 2v2, especially early, so it sort of backfired for them. And then on the return to lane, then they got solo killed again. So the early game definitely was a little bit rough, but they recovered pretty quickly. And I mean, if anyone knows how to counter their own champion, it's going to be Inno, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it is indeed. And we talked about that synergy. Did it play out in top lane how you kind of expected, picking someone's main against them?
I mean, kind of, yes. I mean, I was maybe expecting a little bit more from Cormac, perhaps. You know, it was... And partially, I think this is going to be down to like a lot of the team fight analysis and stuff. I just don't think LC played like kind of win conditions of the 5v5 comp super well. Like they got the early lead, so then just never kind of actually took proper big team fights, or when they did, they were so overforced. It was like, well, actually, Venom Crest will just scale back. But you know, Inno showing why he's a great K'Sante player, because you know, he finished that game. I can't even remember the score actually. It was like 7-1 or something like that on the Gwen. You know, just playing smartly. Kind of was down a little bit in CS early. You give that up. You clearly know that that's going to be the case, and then after that, just kind of started racking up kills, racking up the CS, and it was an absolute force by the end of that game.
No, indeed they were. And we kind of alluded to how the early game didn't go super well for the side of Venom Crest. Let's bring it through our first clip, which shows kind of how the tone was set. Because realistically, going into this game, we said, look, Venom Crest are very much the favourites. Lions Creed, they need to win the early game. And that, they did.
Yeah, they get an early pick onto Galul, which caught us by surprise. I was watching the replay at the time. I was just like, oh no, he's actually just straight up dead here. Like, doesn't even need to flash. Guaranteed kill. Pop Blossom, obviously, a lot of early game damage.
Yeah, and we thought this was just going to be Lions kind of then scaling into that level 6 really nicely with a couple of early kills. It kind of, you know, the early 300 to 400 gold advantage across multiple lanes, and then we just never quite saw that materialize. And actually, the team fights themselves almost didn't materialize, and Venom Crest were allowed to play the skirmishy kind of pick comp they wanted. And I'm sure we'll highlight it a bit more later, but Poppy was doing so much work in ensuring that happened.
Yeah, the Poppy, we talked about him drop. We said it's a really dangerous pick. It definitely can do a lot of work in this comp. It was able to do as such, and obviously the early gank prowess that it has, the fact that it can just mobilize quickly, get into those lanes, and also stop the Jarvan and others from dashing through. It just posed a massive problem, but the problems weren't all created from the Poppy alone. There were some others that were set up, as we can look at the replay that we have for this one. I feel like Lions Creed, maybe they got a bit cocky, maybe they just got a little bit too confident over here, because in the bot lane, they were looking to make a play, but they just did not respect how Venom Crest can turn this one around. Synergy, talk us through this one.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously, the early kind of look for the gank from the side of Lions Creed, and it looked potentially good for them, but the engage from Fast like there is just perfect. Catches all three of them, and then at that point, you know, it doesn't really matter that, you know, Lions Creed had these kind of AoE engages. Well, if you're all getting bounced around in the air, Jinx is just going to open up with rockets. Jinx was, I think she was on like Kraken Slayer at that point as well, so she was starting to melt through health bars, and then follow that up with like a perfect super mega death rocket that's hitting all three people at the same time for the execute. Yeah, it's just a perfect turnaround, and then once at that point 3 kills the Jinx, she's scaling very well, and kind of the late game that we kind of said that Venom Crest had is just brought forward by like 5-10 minutes, you know, and suddenly they're able to win all the fights they want.
Indeed they were, and I think all in all, it's the result we expected, not necessarily the way that it happened. So there is still kind of that thought of like, actually, you know what, Lions Creed, a little bit more improvements here, a little bit more improvements there, maybe they can start to bring those games into their favor and potentially even start picking up those wins. Obviously, a tall task to ask when you do have to play against the side of Venomcrest. They're going to take another win, put themselves one step ahead of Ruddy. Now, Ruddy have to come back and pick up their win, and you don't have to wait too long for that because they are the next game of the day. It is going to be Ruddy versus Belfast Storm, and I'm not sure about how you guys feel about this, but this is probably one of the most important games for me today.
Yeah, 100%. Both of these teams, well, Ruddy would love to secure that second place spot for themselves. They want to try and avoid playing Tempest in that first round. And just for clarity, Tempest do have a choice of opponent in the first round out of seeds number 3 and 4. So they want to secure that second place spot to ensure that they aren't there in that first round against Tempest. But equally on the side of Belfast, they actually can still end up in relegation at the moment. And they could also actually still end up second place themselves. So there's a huge disparity with where they could end up. Obviously, they want to lock in that that first seed, upper round of the playoff spot, right? So yeah, there's so much riding on the line for both these teams, and actually, it's going to impact the Ruddy Venomcrest potential tiebreaker scenarios as well if they can equal that score up.
We will have to see how this one plays out. It's a tall task. I do agree with you, but Rail, where are you kind of leaning towards these two sides, right? Because they played before. This isn't their first meeting. They've also had a pretty nice build-up going into this one. Where are you kind of giving the edge?
For me, it depends which players are actually in. Because if Ruddy don't have their main lineup, it could be a bit difficult. Renge has looked very, very strong as a top laner and has managed to sort of exploit a couple more people and be a lot more aggressive than them, and because of that he's been able to create openings for his team of not needed to always just be around bot lane. So there is that option. I feel like they're a team that will always ban away Ziggs. They like to play traditional bot lanes. They will happily play Jinx, Kai'Sa, Vayne of course. So they'll remove the Ziggs entirely, whereas Ruddy are the type of team to bring out the Yone. The Udyr didn't work out for them last time. I doubt they'll go back to that. They might just go back to basics and bring out something a bit more simple. Once I've seen the draft, then I can probably tell you who's going to win. But until I see that, I'm sitting on the fence.
Well, I think it's important to highlight as well that Ruddy do have their full roster back, because we did see a couple of substitutes last week. So they are back to their full main lineup, which we have historically seen them obviously be a much stronger one, right? Sin is now back, Jamsu is now back, so that bot lane has been doing work for them, and it's going to be a nice matchup to see them, against Belfast, who also do love to play through bot lane with Vayne God and Zerg as well.
Yeah, well, let's have a quick look at. You talk about rosters changing, rosters here, rosters there. Let's have a quick look at actually how Ruddy did change throughout the season, right? They swapped in a few players. They moved Crisis from mid to jungle. They added in Ketsuo. And this is kind of how it went. Now, obviously, looking at the stats, it does feel like it was still quite a similar power level. Obviously, a little bit more damage coming out from this newer bot lane mid-jungle duo. But KDA-wise, it feels kind of similar.
Yeah, I think something to highlight here is probably actually the damage profiles as well. Like, with Crisis playing in jungle is their, significant percentage more, averaging kind of nearly 6,000 damage more, 5,000 more damage per game, which is, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot, to be honest, if you're trying to look for a more even profile. And again, Ketsuo running a little bit more on the damage. The KDAs aren't too far apart, but I think Crisis and Tyrant, extra kill per game when Crisis is playing. Yeah, it's dying a little more often. Maybe the assists are slightly down too, but I think that's probably actually proven quite beneficial to them, especially with Ketsuo in mid, who's been, I would say, pretty stable so far against most of the other teams in the league.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, Rail, any comments there from you on this this switch that they had?
No, the big thing is exactly what Alex said. Like, the damage difference is kind of big. Having a native 4k increase in the mid lane and also 5k increase in the jungle, the damage profiles are adding up to showing what they were missing, and just shows that Crisis was getting that much more involved in the jungle than he was allowed to in mid. He still did good work in mid, don't get me wrong, but he's been able to do a lot more with what he has working from the jungle for sure.
Yeah, well, with that being said, let's meet the rest of this team. Let's bring in Ruddy Painkillers roster. Let's have a little look at this team that I believe most of the people will know pretty well there. Rail, if you could talk us through this team.
So I'm actually going to start from the bot lane, not go top to bot here, because Sin and Jamsu have been the main highlight of this roster for me, especially Jamsu. when we've seen Jamsu in the past, like way back, he wasn't this aggressive as a player, and you can see how much he's grown, how much he's progressed, and just improved overall. He is this hyper-aggressive support what's always in your face, but can also play stuff like Renata. Like, he's just so flexible. Sin, at the start, he looked like contesting for top 8 carry. He's got a bit of competition with Scream, but in terms of his KD and his damage, he's still very much up there. And Akaz has sort of just been Mr. Consistent. Say he'll happily play a tank for you every game if he has to. And Katsuo brings that extra flexibility into your comp. And that's sort of what I liked when they brought him in. Because he draws them bans. He draws the Yone and the Yasuo bans. Or he keeps that in the back of your mind of saying, you can ban it or you're not. If you don't ban it, we might play Yasuo Gragas. We might pull out Yone. Like, we have these extra options in this comp. And that's Ruddy.
That is Ruddy indeed. I really like the breakdown. That was a strong one. Maybe even record that. But either way, let's go on to the next team, who they are taking, Belfast Storm, who have been temperamental, to say the least, Synergy.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they lost Wilhelm, who hasn't played kind of the latter half of this split. On this latter half of this split, they kind of struggled a little bit more finding their identity. I think, like, they still know it. You know, they still often play through their bot lane, and I think they've been really kind of solid. The issue I'm finding with them is that their ability to close out games. Like, they're able to get leads on a lot of teams in the early game, and a lot of that comes through their bot lane, especially Zerg, because Zerg's been really fond of the Bard and kind of these roaming supports. So I would like to see more of that today. You know, Rengus has also been solid. He's someone you can actually enable pretty well, even with just 1 or 2 ganks to take the pressure off. And I think Limsey's always been consistent in his kind of playing a lot of mages. We've seen a lot of Azir out of him recently, and just being that late game carry threat as well, if they need a backup to Vanguard. It's in this jungle that we've seen a little bit of. We've actually seen 3 different junglers across the split. I think it's Wilhelm, we've seen Wild Stars, and it's actually playing today, I believe. Not sure that Sujin is quite right there. We'll double check that in a sec. And we've also obviously had Wilhelm. Now, it's just when your jungler is changing that much, that can really change kind of your own playstyle just around a different jungler, right? So we shall see today if they're able to find that consistency, because they do need it. The last 2 games are very, very hard.
No, indeed. It's probably the toughest of the schedules out of the rest of the top 4. But with that being said, let's bring it back to us, because we're almost going to get into draft. And when we talk about draft, when we look at Ruddy, I feel like they have been the most hard to predict. They're the most difficult to predict. They could be doing anything right now, because we've seen some crazy ones. We've seen Cassiopeia Twitch bot lane. We even saw some more, I would say, generic, but not really played so much in the UKL with the Caitlyn Lux. Rail, what are you kind of expecting out of them? Are you expecting them to maybe go back to some old ways that they were kind of winning with, or are you still expecting a little bit of randomness?
Well, it depends on what's banned against them. If Ziggs is taken off the board, that instantly says, okay, we could play Xayah Nautilus, we could play somewhat very basic and just play aggressive in your face. If they return the ban with taking away the Jinx, so you get rid of the practically top 2 right now for bot lane, it really throws things more towards their perspective, and I kind of like that for Ruddy. Just means they can be a lot more aggressive and not let them be safe, because if they do that, Vanguard's forced onto these short range AD carries, and that's exactly where Ruddy wants them, to be honest.
Indeed. And Synergy, for you, like, any kind of expectations coming out from this draft? Because I will say, I do feel like Belfast Storm, they're a team that have kind of played a much smaller champion pool, right, in general, right? We look at the bot lane, okay, Kai'Sa, Sivir, Vayne, Jinx, the majority of the games kind of between those 4. Top lane, okay, they played like 6 different champions here or about. It's kind of a team where they've kind of stuck to their guns a little bit more, where Ruddy, they've been all over the map.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it's that predictability that in this matchup is potentially going to be, you know, something that might hinder Belfast. You know, if you know the champs they are likely to play. Now, not to say they haven't practiced anything new in recent weeks. Maybe, you know, they found some new picks they might want to play on the new patch, for example. I would say if you know Vanguard's going to likely end up on a short range AD carry, like, oh, maybe we'll just deny the Jinx from him. He's going to have to play Kai'Sa, going to have to play Vayne. We know we can out get an advantage in bot lane, at least in terms of map pressure, and stop Zerg from roaming, because we know that's how he likes to play. You're suddenly reducing a lot of the angles potentially that Belfast Storm have. Having said that, they do know, obviously, they know what they like to play, they know how to play it well. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up getting advantages early through that their own playstyle. I actually think Jinx is going to be really high priority between both teams in this match. if you can get it for Vanguard and still allow Zerg to roam, and Jinx is a little bit safer in farming than, let's say, a Vayne or a Kai'Sa, for example, they might still be able to find the angles that they're used to, and that could catch Ruddy a bit off guard. So we are about 10 to draft. Let's see what happens.
And Bard first ban. Not where I'm expecting us to go, but either way, there we go. That's how it's going to kick off. Yone there from Ruddy, and we talked about the jigs. Oh my god, I'm saying Ziggs and Jinx together, and that just made the weirdest combinations. But either way, we've talked about both Ziggs and Jinx. We'll see if either make it through ban phase. So far, looking so good.
Yeah, I don't think you could give Zerg his Thresh either. That's something I'd be looking at to ban. That has been scary for him, more than his Bard, more than anything else he's played. His Thresh has just been able to set up any jungler that's been close, and even if no jungler's close, he's been able to make the play to outplay 1v2 or 2v2. He's always just been very, very deadly on this champion.
Indeed, they are. Now the Jarvan going to be banned out as well. So far, haven't seen any likelihood of that Thresh, no Jinx, so maybe you're going to expect it to be picked up pretty early on. Ruddy obviously now do have the pick. Blue side going to get that first one in, going to take the Orianna. Not a pick we talked about too much.
Yeah, I really expected the Jinx here because I don't think you'll catch Vanguard playing AP Mages bot. He's not really a fan of them, so I'm quite surprised by the Orianna, but she is still one of the high priority mid lane picks on current patch. She's still currently one of the strongest, but like Lindsay's more than happy playing into Orianna. He's played into it about 3-4 times now, and Azir is arguably his best champion, and Belfast has just picked up 2 of their favourite champions.
Yeah, Azir and the Thresh. Woo.
I'm surprised the Thresh is the pro here, especially when, Ruddy are still looking for an AD carry. It's like the Jinx is still there. Maybe there's quite probably a plan here, right? But I would have said get the Jinx early because it is still contested. I'd be surprised if Ruddy were to take Thresh. I don't think we've seen a lot of Thresh from them, but now they have grabbed the Jinx. We are going to probably see Vanguard forced onto a short range AD carry, and I find it strange to ban the Caitlyn, for example, and not take the Jinx, because if you want to deny that range, there's that. But if we saw a Draven, that would make my day. That would be very exciting to see. I think only Scream's played it so far, so...
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can pull up, because, like you said, there might be stuff practiced behind scenes what we haven't seen. Never mind, we're just going to go back to Vayne.
Yeah, things that we haven't seen. Vanguard on Vayne. Well, we definitely see that one before. I guess it's alright though. They have the Azir, so they do have a little bit more long range. They're not going to be caught up just with that short range ADC, but it is going to be maybe a little bit difficult to navigate around that Jinx if they can get ahead. And obviously the Rell has set them up really nicely. Wukong going to be banned away straight out from Belfast Storm. What are you guys kind of looking at? And Rell, you can kick us off here to round out Ruddy's comp.
So Ruddy need another source of good engage, either it be from the jungle or the top. I don't think Akkers would complain about playing Ornn if you're playing Protect the Jinx comp, because Ornn would fit really nicely here. Obviously you just have to think about similar counters. Akali is one of the annoying ones, so that's already off the table. Nala's already banned by the enemy team as well, so it sets you even more off the
double dub.
The other one you only have to worry about is Camille.
Now is there a world where actually Belfast Storm just pick up the Ornn here themselves?
Definitely not now it's been banned. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Renekton here, because Rengus has been great on Renekton as well. And I think having a beefy frontliner who's capable of dueling. Now, while obviously Jinx is kind of long range, Orianna's not a tank killer. They would have to kind of opt into a more aggressive match up top to take that. But they are going to grab the Xin, and I like the Xin here actually just for a bit more early game pressure, a bit more brawling. They're going to give that count pick over to Rengus. And that's Jax locked straight in for Akkers. I like the confidence.
You talked about it in the green room. You don't like the Jax. You're not a fan of the update. It's strong. It's tough to play against. They've got it now, and now they're hovering Renata, which I don't think it's going to be on the list here. Obviously, looking for a jungler. Could there even be jungle Jax?
It could be Rell jungle.
Could be Rell jungle. Yeah. Throw it back to the Jamsu Nautilus, which that is an absolute terror on the Rift. Jamsu has looked absolutely disgusting on this champion. So, interesting enough, both bot laners are playing some of their signature champions. Like Sin's more is Twitch, but Nautilus, Thresh, Vayne, 3 signature champions for these bot lanes. So very, very important. I also want to touch upon the Xin Zhao because I do actually really like it here. It sort of negates a lot of the Jinx, so I do like that they've gone for that. And they've also played the Kennen recently and played it pretty well. So to fall back to Kennen, Kennen is pretty damn good into Jax, who can bully him quite heavily and keep him at range for most of the game. And if he ever jumps in, all you have to do is EWQ, he's stunned, and then you just whittle him down with auto attacks again, and he doesn't get to play the game.
I'm a big fan of the Kennen here. Just for the same reason the lane matchup is pretty solid, just being range versus melee. But in the addition of the reason I was saying, Renekton would be nice, provides that frontline beefiness. But you don't need the beefiness if your top laner is just an AoE ult bot who's going to create a zone of death around them, which if you're in it, you're going to get stunned. It's like creating a zone of control without having to be tanky, right? And Rengus has, I think it was a week or so ago, played a really good Kennen game. Found some really good flanks, getting big ultimates. Now, if you replicate that, that's going to do wonders if they're able to lock this Jinx down, because there isn't a huge amount of damage from the side of, it depends how the Jax is doing, of course. He's always going to be a split push threat, but in the team fight, if Jinx isn't super ahead, they don't have a lot of sustained damage. Orianna offers a nice little bit of burst on the ult and the W, but realistically, that's about it.
And I also think that there's that nice level for the side of Belfast Storm where they have that engage versus disengage kind of situation when they have the Kennen ult that can be used for either, but they also have the Xin Zhao who can use the Crescent Guard to kind of push them away, hold them back a little bit longer, and then play for that. The Emperor's Shuffle, Emperor's Divide even, can also come through too. So I do think that Belfast are going to have a lot of ways to kind of dictate how the fight wants to go on their own terms, but that's not to say they really don't either. They have a lot of engage. Nautilus, Rell, Orianna need I say more. Even if you want the Jax with the counter strike, they are ready to go in, they are ready to team fight. And Rell, do you feel like Belfast Storm can hold them back?
I feel like they definitely could, because I mean they've got Mr. Amazon Prime in the mid lane. We've got Limsey over here delivering people on a platter with Azir every time he plays his champion. So that's one key thing I'm watching out for, because he's always been very, very good at catching these mobile carries out, and Jinx is one of them mobile carries. If he catches Jinx, that completely changes the game and makes it so much more difficult for Ruddy to even play. So my eyes are on him more than the Kennen, to be honest. So I'm mainly watching Limsey, seeing if he can get any of them deliveries done this game. And I feel like if that comes the case, then Ruddy are going to have a very difficult game. But that being said, Jamsu, Nautilus, don't really need to say more.
Synergy, anything else to add?
I just, if Ruddy make it through the first kind of 10 to 15 minutes and somewhere even or only a little bit down, I think the later this game goes, the easier they have it, just because if Jax gets to a point where he's capable of just sitting in a side lane and drawing 2 or 3 people there to deal with him. Belfast Storm's kind of team fight comp, you lose a couple of those members, it starts falling apart, and then you become much more open to a Nautilus engage, to a Rell engage, a Shockwave just catching even one person off and suddenly that person is dead, right? So I think the onus here is on Belfast Storm to kind of make the most again, their level 6 kind of spike. Communication between Limsey and Rengus has to be good. If they're able to line those kind of shuffles into Kennen ults up really well, they're set up for success between that kind of level 6 and level 12 range. And then you've just got Vanguard on the outside of the fight, just picking off whoever's low. And I do kind of hope he doesn't go as aggressive as he likes to, and just play a little more reserved and wait for that CC to come down and then pick the opportunities a little better. Having said that, we love me some Vayne spotting, and he has made some incredible plays so far, so I just want to see what's fun as well.
Yeah, I think there's also that little bit of a question mark for me about, okay, what if the Jaxers get ahead? Who do you send to kind of stop that split push? Yes, Kennen can deal with them decently, but then you lose a massive unit in your team fight. So I do feel like for Belfast Storm, they need to get that lead early. They need to take it away from Ruddy. They need to be able to be strong in that mid-game team fight situation. Maybe play for those dragons as well to try and get those stacking to get an extra advantage. Yes, they are good late game because of the Azir and the Vayne, but I just think in terms of team fight, well, they're going to have a difficult time compared to Ruddy, right? Ruddy just have the clean, straightforward, this is League of Legends team fight tactics, and I think they'll be able to execute pretty well. But with that being said, one word answer time. Who do you think is winning this game? Synergy, you can kick us off.
I'm going to go with a bit of a rogue one. I'm going to say Belfast. I think I've seen what I've seen from this comp before. I think they made a few little mistakes last time that I think are very plausible for them to clean up. But I think based on the fact that it's a composition they've clearly practiced and played a lot before, they are going to be well practiced on it. So okay. I'm going to back them in this one. I think if Rengus and Limsey are going to pop off, I'm going to get some big ults, and then God's going to pop off on the side of that. So I'm going to back Belfast here.
What about you, Rell?
So funny enough, I was already going to say Belfast as well. I wanted to go Rogue on this one as well, but I just like the multi-threat what they have, and they have 2 options to answer Jack. So if Kennen does get behind, Limsey can do it too, Azir can do it too at range. They both have good champions to keep him away. If Jack jumps in on Azir, he's getting pushed further into tower, and then you're pretty much going to die at that point. So.
It's time. You'll find out what happens in this game if you watch and study, but I'm going to vote for Ruddy. Let's send it over to the casters as we get into game 2.
I want to head into this game quoting our analyst desk, which is, Jamsu on Nautilus, there is nothing else to say. But Zathos, that's why you and I, the 2 most handsome casters in 4 Nations, are here. Because we are going to talk more.
Oh, that feels good, coming back, to the UKL, having my first, ever debut on here, and I get called handsome? Oh, Milky, you know how to make me feel good, but do you know what feels even better? Having Ruddy versus Belfast, a game that, to be honest, even though the analyst there said maybe Belfast had the better comp, it probably still isn't won by them, nowhere near, especially because both of these teams have been so close in the standings.
I'm very excited for this game, just because I want to see what Vanguard can do on Vayne, right? You got a player called Vanguard, and Vayne is locked in. How can you not be excited? And oh dear, Brexit has been caught out. He's forced to jump over the wall, but Vanguard is in pursuit. But Counter-Strike to lock him down, and well, Crisis is going to be able to escape.
To be honest, even though that play seemed really bad from the side of Ruddy, I actually think they came out on top, because Vayne isn't going to have the flash available. Fortunately, when they get to level 3, they will have the Lantern to get themselves a little bit safer, but now the ganks coming out for Brexit are going to be so much more potent, as the Vayne is going to be easier to catch out. It's a small win coming out from Ruddy here.
I mean, it was just an incredible bait by Crisis, wasn't it? He knew exactly what was going to happen, limit tested perfectly.
Yeah, I feel like Jax was just sitting there and he's like, no, I know you won't take this extra auto attack. I'm here. I got myself the Counter-Strike. You are safe in my arms. We do actually see the jungler of Wildstar starting up in the top side. Expect both of these teams to be most likely focusing down towards the bot side, because whenever you have a Vayne and the Jinx, usually like to play flat lane, so do expect a lot of that. One thing that is going to be interesting is we do actually have the Rel starting solo down towards bot. Maybe a 3-camp clearance of bot could be a decent thing, as we did say Vayne doesn't have the flash, so the first 5 minutes going to be crucial for the side of Ruddy to try and abuse.
Yeah, and I would just like to very quickly mention as well for some of our viewers who are maybe a little bit newer to 4 Nations League, that essentially some of the players from Ruddy Esports are incredibly cringe. Their top laner is actually called Akaz, their jungler is called Crisis, and their mid laner is called Tetsuo. It gets very confusing, so we might alternate with the names. So just when we bring up those names, you're not like, who on earth are the casters talking about?
Yeah, you got to keep them all the same as much as possible. I actually know a little bit of Ketsuo, absolutely lovely guy, as that's how I used to know him back in the day. But Ruddy versus Belfast in this game is going really well for the side of Ruddy, especially in this bot side, as Jinx will always have bot priority in this game, and I'm expecting Dragons to be a very big majorly contested objective for both of these teams, mostly because when you want to play for bot side, the more Drakes you get, the easier it is, especially when you have priority there. And with Rel and Zingzal being very ganking junglers, you should expect plenty to be coming out from them. I am curious though about how it has been 3 minutes into the game, and if I was in solo queue, I'd have ganked bot lane about 4 times by now.
I'm sure you would have, but for now, Wildstars and well, Ketsu or Crisis are just farming up, especially for Crisis because he was a little bit late to start up his camps. And for now, everything is relatively peaceful on the Rift, although in the top lane, Akaz is very low and could just get poked out here by Zengi as the dredge line comes through, nicely sidestepped by Vanguard with the tumble.
Oh, that was super close from getting it. Vanguard playing on the exact edge. When you have the name of that, you better be 9 your champion to an absolute T, and it does seem to be the case of that. So we do actually have Skullcrab spawning in around about 20 seconds or so. It seems like both teams actually want to contest this. Priority is going to be on the side of Ruddy, so it most likely will be going over towards them, unless Zhao can try and make this bait happen. We see the Lantern and Flash available.
Yeah, but however, Crisis is here. They're going to look to turn this play around. The focus is on to Zerg. The flip comes through. First blood is almost identical timing, but it is Belfast Storm and Vanguard who will secure first blood. And they have so much damage, although the turnaround comes through from Crisis. They get the CC. They get the knock-up. They're looking for the kill, and Xin will take it.
And it's looking like the side of Ruddy come on top in this bot lane skirmish, 3 versus 3. But it's a 1 for 2 on the side of Ruddy. But can they push this out? Remember, the jungle of Brexit did want to pick themselves up the Skullcrab, but leaves Jinx just alone on this bot side. So it does allow Xing Zhao to get himself to stop that wave crash, putting BFS in a decent position to maybe look for a regank again and maybe get themselves back into this game against this Jinx.
It was first blood for Vayne, got a good amount of gold going the way of Belfast Storm, but a double kill for Sin is definitely better, and you can see the gold advantage for the side of Ruddy, 300 gold ahead of Belfast Storm, give or take. And Jamzu, he's looking towards the top lane, looking for a potential play, but Senge is going to be recalling as Akers does try to set up a little freeze in the top lane.
And this is really fine for him to do, even though he wasn't able to find anything. Because remember, bot side, we said about that freeze, it has already been broken by the Vayne, so it means it's going to be slow pushing into the Jinx. Completely fine to just wait there, as we see the Thresh is continuously trying to hunt for this. But if Sin is a smart player, he would not be leaving his tower too early on, as this Dragon is still up and available for both the teams. It's looking like everybody is going to be playing a bit safe, because remember, the longer this game goes, the better both teams are kind of going to feel. Because when you have a Jinx and an Orianna versus Zero and Vayne, it's more about who can play it best, as the hook just barely doesn't land in this bot side.
Just about misses, and you like to make your comparisons to solo queue Zapdos. Well, if that was solo queue, that Jinx would definitely have stepped forward and died about 2 times in the period of time that Jamzu was roaming.
Yeah, and just as a support mate for myself, to make me feel better, definitely would have blamed me and said I'm the worst support in life for ever trying to go for a roam.
I mean, roaming in a terrible lane state, clearly supportful.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's always the support fault. That's what you do as an AD carry, and as the support, you always say it's the AD carry's fault. I feel like that's the way of League of Legends. As top lane, choose.
Slicing Maelstrom from Senge, but doesn't want to play this one too aggressively. Wants to let Akers this, I'll just time out before looking for any potential re-engage.
Yeah, and that's one thing we haven't talked about. Level 6 marks him for both of the solo laners. Limsey using this to try and find engage down bot side. It's going to get spoiled out from this ward and has help from the jungler, so it isn't going to be going for that. But you can see the plays you can find from this mid lane. You try and push this out and you try and get your bot lane a big lead. As Brexit hasn't been spotted out in this bush. Flash is up and available, so this gank is possible.
Crisis looking for the play. Vanguard does have a flash of their own, and there comes the engage. They're looking to Zerg, the champion with no flash available, and the kill is donated over to Sin.
Yeah, a great play coming out from Ruddy, using that initiation, knowing that there was no flash available on Zerg, picking up that kill and now starting up the Drake priority as well on the mid side. Should be no contestants coming out from Belfast. And we said this game was going to be close, but it's looking like Ruddy is starting to make this snowball come alive, as it is going to be 3 kills over to this Jinx. Already has the Nuke with her in pocket. By the time she resets, she'd be pretty close to that first item, and that's only 7 minutes in, just showing that all the damage and all of the kills have just gone onto one place, which is just Jinx.
And while Vanguard is playing Vayne, which is a very late game ADC, Jinx is still a late game ADC, 3-0, incredibly accelerated. We saw this in the previous game between Venom Crest and Lion's Creed, and we saw exactly how much damage that Jinx was able to do for Venom Crest. We'll see whether Ruddy can utilize the champion to the same effect.
Completely agree with you there. There's also one thing you have to think about is Vayne in these late game team fights, is are they really going to be able to do that? Just wait.
Senge maybe stepping a bit too far forward. Akers looking for the solo kill, but in comes Jamzu to the rescue. The minion wave is huge. It does not matter. Akers gets the kill. Wild Stars gets a wild death, and it's a double kill for Akers in the top lane.
What's even the point of trying to analyze bot side when there's a double kill up top lane? There's even mid.
Oh, well, flash away then from Ketsuo, and Limsey a little bit unlucky that Ketsuo hadn't autoed him, as we got more fighting, as then Vanguard desperately wants the kill. He can't get it. The ignite doesn't come through. The heal from Sin after getting the kill is just too darn big, and Ketsuo will clean up the second.
Sin's runes must be loving him, as after he got that kill, a little bit of healing, about 50 HP into his pocket, allowed him to survive it. Ruddy winning everywhere across the board, and we thought Jinx was going to be the only issue. Take a look at topside, already got 2 kills to their name as well. Narland is looking super strong in this fight as well. And Ruddy, if they keep up this pace of the game with the Rift Herald, I'd love for them to maybe go down to bot lane again. Try and push this even bigger lead, because the only scary thing was Belfast, they could have found the kill to the bot side, could have got their Vayne back into the game. Fortunately, didn't go right, but you can't be leaving your Jinx alone again if you do want to play around her.
It was a very risky play to make for Ruddy, but they pull it off, winning all 3 fights across the map. Although, to be honest, Ketsuo didn't exactly win in the mid lane, as now Akaz is starting to feel a little bit more confident in taking some trades, mainly because he's got Crisis hovering around nearby on a ward that has been actually cancelled out, because that is a control ward right next to him.
Yeah, control ward indeed for him. But Brexit just doesn't care. He's just going to be sitting there, going to be waiting, knowing that he hasn't been spotted out just yet. Plenty of CC coming out from Narland if he can find it.
Flashes forward with the counter-strike. The ultimate is available for Crisis. Is there enough damage from the slicing Maelstrom? Absolutely not. And well, Akaz is getting more kills than Haaland is scoring goals for Manchester City.
As a Man United fan, we're going to not even talk about that as well, because, you know, EU's letting me down, Man United's letting me down. It's just not a good day for me, I have to say. However, a good day is going to be on the side of Ruddy, as they are going to be winning literally everywhere across the board except for mid lane, where we did actually see Woyo having trouble.
Wildstar's looking towards the bottom lane. Flash is available for Sin. He saved the flash. Now flashes away. The follow-up is beautiful. It's the shutdown picked up by Wildstars. Jamsu on the run, but now comes the teleport in for Akaz. What can he find? Jamsu is so low, but can Akaz clean up this fight? He can't even get the first one. Jumps forward, able to get one, but will fall, and it's a shutdown picked up by Limsey as Belfast Storm take 2.
And it's a 3-for-1 on the side of Belfast Storm, getting themselves back into this game, only having a 300 gold deficit. Remember, Teleport didn't even have to get juice from topsiders. They were just so much stronger on top of this. They're not even going to get a mid lane tower or plate to their name. So great plays coming out from Belfast. And this does actually allow Vayne to get back into this game as... Thresh, you okay there?
Wait,
he just died to minions.
Like a death rocket? Oh, okay.
No, literally, just minions,
Palette,
no outplay.
Is that you?
I don't know what to say. Just great outplays from the
Great
minions,
outplays.
and now
Vanguard
is dead.
might be royally screwed, for want of a better word. There is a teleport coming through. Ruddy are going to have to back away. Why am I getting Venom Crest Lions Creed vibes?
I feel like this is just you and me together. Every single game looks good at the start. You see these great outplays. You see them, you know, playing for the perfect point, and then it turns into, yeah, let's fight and let's just be better than them. As it has turned it into that. It's even mid lane.
Oh, here comes the engage from Limsey, the turnaround with the Magnet Storm. Jamsu making his way over. Wildstars is low, but it is a kill for Ketsuo and a shutdown as well. The Rift Herald will be dropped down, and just as I thought, Belfast Storm were bringing the game back their way. It now swings back into favor of Ruddy. Jamsu looking for a potential play. No ultimate available for Ketsuo, but the Rift Herald has charged forward. And here comes Jamsu. He hooks the Azir out to the slide and glide, and it's a kill for Crisis.
Yeah, while in the bot side, 2v1.
Is there enough damage? No, there is not. Vanguard gets the kill. Tease, when will you learn? If you make a play on one side of the map, you need to play safe on the other.
Yeah, it just wasn't able to work out. He thought he was safe, not knowing that there was actually a teleport wall behind him, allowing the top laner Seng here being able to pick him off. And this does mean great plays in the mid lane, but they still don't get themselves that dragon, as Belfast will be able to pick up their first one. The only benefit they are going to be having if having Erling Narland in the top side, picking up a few tower plays to his name and becoming even stronger, because we said on the analyst desk about how difficult Ajax is to deal with when he does start to find those leads. And when you have 4 tower plays to his name, has a 8 CS lead in the top side, it may be small, but it is going to keep growing the longer this game gets.
So I figured out what's happening. You know how in the last game it was a case of whoever had the biggest goal lead will then lose the fight? This game is different. This game is both teams are acknowledging that they have late game champions, so they're saying, let's just give a shit ton of kills to everyone. Everyone gets gold, and we get to the late game by 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, when we look at the items, we're kind of already there, having the first, items onto the AD carries, even having the boots as well, and them getting close to their second ones as well. As everybody's just going absolutely mayhem. Everybody wants to get to this late game. I think it's the funnest part of League. I've been playing a ton of Nectar Split, so I can get there in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's like Bro Lane's weird system.
Bro Lanes.
Sis Lane. Yeah, so Bro Lane is where you like let everyone farm for free. Sis Lane is where you just let each other get a stupid number of kills.
Okay, so we're in a sis lane game. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. We have defined a new term in League of Legends, Sis Lane.
You know what? I thought that we were meant to be the people of dad jokes, but we might be the ones of mum jokes with everything that we've been saying so far. As this game has gone into absolute chaos, hopefully both these teams can calm it down a little bit, because if somebody starts finding the lead, they can start pulling away with this game. Next objective is going to be up in around about a couple minutes or so. It should be the Rift Herald to, I expect both teams to maybe contest this. It isn't be as useful. However, none of these major towers have been taken out just yet. So being able to pick up the first one could be a major part of trying to find your lead.
I'm going to say, speak for yourself, Zapdos. I want to see the teams not come down. I want to see more of this crazy, well, I don't even know if we can call it a fiesta. I think this has gone past fiesta to something else entirely. And Crisis is now looking towards the bottom lane. Getsuo looking to follow. The tower has fallen the focus.
Shockwave!
Onto Zerg. Big Shockwave onto 2. But can they get on top of Vanguard? No, they can't. Vanguard gets 1. And will it be able to run for the hills? It's just a single kill going the way of Belfast Storm. And somehow, Zerg survived that entire play.
Remember, Shockwave was incredible into the backline, but there was just nothing to try and get on top of him afterwards, meaning that the side of Belfast could just run away afterwards, just lose their tower, and even turn onto the mid lane of Rodeo, getting him killed as well. So BFS going about even in that trade, even though they did lose their mid lane tower. So great plays coming out from them. As you said about it being chaotic, I don't think either of these teams are wanting it to stop, and they just keep going from play after play.
Oh, there we go. You're back. Hello.
Am I good? Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Alive?
I can hear you now.
Oh, perfect. I was about to say, man, I missed you. It was a
Yeah.
solid 2 seconds for me.
2 seconds. Well, for this game, we might have seen about 20 kills in that space of time. The Rift Herald has been started, and we will be seeing a little skirmish around it. Ultimates available for both top laners. Sin looking to make his way in, and Ruddy Esports forcing Belfast Storm out of the river. But I'm looking at Sengir. This slicing Maelstrom could be absolutely massive.
Yeah, and he has plenty of time to try and get this through. Hook lands.
Dredgeline comes in. It's a 3-man Magnus Storm, but it might be an even bigger slicing Maelstrom. Never mind. Sin is excited. It's a double kill. Can Vanguard clean it up? He's got 1, but he's locked down, and Sin is able to take him down. Ruddy Esports get the ace for 2.
I saw the go-to in my eyes. I was ready for the Vayne to get a pentakill, but a counter-strike coming out from Erling Narland is able to thwart their plans, as Ruddy are going to be able to win that team fight, able to get the mid lane tower as well, and maybe even a top lane tower on top of that. And that's a 5,000 gold lead accumulated from this team, and it's all on the back of that great engage coming out from Brexis. Again, a 3-man ultimate.
Vanguard, Flash and Exhaust up 1 auto away from killing Sin, and maybe the fight could have turned entirely. And it's a case of what if. I'd love to be able to see a replay of that fight just to see if maybe Vanguard could have somehow snuck themselves that final auto in. But as things stand, it is a healthy lead for Ruddy Esports, nearly 5,000 gold clear of Belfast Storm.
And the toughest thing was for the Vayne, when you look at these items so close to the second, almost level 11 as well, so with that Flash and Exhaust available, imagine he was at his item spike of 2 items, he would have been able to clear everyone on the side of Ruddy, which does mean the next team fight, if he's able to farm up to it, maybe that's his opportunity. Maybe he was saving the Flash for the next major objective, which is going to be in around about 30 seconds time off the Dragon, but instead the Rift Herald is going to be started up just yet again, as we might even see another major team fight coming through, as everybody does have their ultimates available. No Flash on a few members on the side of BFS, so they do have to be careful.
Belfast Storm have been taking tips from T1. They want to fight over every rift. Herald, Belfast Storm, 288 health as the Mega Death Rocket comes in. Ruddy will say, okay, you get Rift Herald, we will pick ourselves our second Drake of the game.
I hate that Mega Death Rocket can deal more damage than a Smite if it's hit correctly. It just feels painful to me, as we do actually see what?
Dive into the top lane. Vanguard wants this one. 1 more auto will be enough. The tumble forward. No, never mind. It's not. There's the final tumble. There's a kill. A 1-for-1. But I think Belfast Storm will be happy with that because they are getting kills on to this Vayne. As elsewhere, how was that?
No, that was a double kill topside. I didn't want to say anything, but
I didn't even realize.
I was about to say, neither did I. It was so unexpected, but the Thresh trying to tank up just a little bit too much, gets taken out on the back of that, means it is going to be a 2-for-0, and they used everything up top, meaning they can just have so much pressure down bot lane. Ruddy just barreling down this tower. I don't think Zen here can do anything against it until this Thresh gets it.
And Jamzu looking for the potential Hex Flasher play over the wall. And I take it back. It wasn't a good play for Belfast Storm because they lost 2 members for that.
Yeah, it was really not good for them. But Vayne, remember, still did get a kill. Not going to be as worth it as you want it to be. But whenever Vayne gets kills, you are going to be pretty happy. And we talked about item spikes. Look at that, 2.5 items in their pockets. If they're able to stay alive during the whole fight, there is a possibility to try and do well in the next objective fight. Remember, Flash is still available for them, but still on the opposite side, this Jinx, this Sin, something that we haven't talked as much about compared to the Vayne, still at 2 items themselves, is going to be super powerful if left open. It's all about, can these AD carries stay alive in these fights? Because they are going to be very easily taken out. Of course, we talk about Sen here again into that backline, going to have amazing disruptability, but even on the rest of them, have, you know, a Nautilus that can easily just depth charge in the backside, can even have a counter strike as well. There's just so many obstacles for both of these AD carries to get through.
I was just wondering very quickly if our observers could just highlight the gold differences, because I want to see actually how much gold Vanguard has relative to Sin, and there you go, it's actually very close. The gold difference is not in this bottom lane, it is pretty much largely in the top lane. Aka's 2,500 gold ahead of Sengir on the Kennen.
And not even that, there's 1,000 gold difference in both mid laners of Woyo doing super well here. And you can just see against Limsey, going for the 1v1, almost having enough damage, maybe with the burn.
The burn?
But not enough on top of that. But Ruddy, their solo laners really coming up big for them, as they are going to be placing the Rift Herald in the mid lane from the side of Belfast, trying to get this mid lane tower.
I thought I saw a burn, but there is no Liandry's for Ketsuo, as now the potential play, the excitement comes through for Sin, firing out the damage, landing the zap onto Zerg as well. But now Belfast Storm looking to turn this around, teleport from Limsey as he's looking to make the play. There is no shockwave available for the Ariana, but how big is the Empress Divine, who delivers the members of Ruddy Esports on a gleaming platter for Belfast Storm? 4 kills for nothing.
4 for 4 on the side of Belfast, and that isn't going to be it. Baron is set in their eyes as they tried to go for the engage on the Vayne. They did actually land it, but the damage wasn't there. Mostly because they didn't have themselves Woyo's ultimate hitting on them. Jinx isn't able to free fire. I mean, they're just able to stay alive. Then the re-engage comes out, and Vayne is of course going to have more damage than the Jinx in the big team fight. So they are going to be able to win it, are going to be able to pick up Baron. They've completely turned the tide to this game again. We keep saying Ruddy's going to win. Then we're going to say Belfast, and we just don't know at this point if both of these teams are playing on a knife's edge.
Oh, Jamsu with a Hex Flash hook almost landing onto Vanguard, who had already utilized the tumble, but cannot land it. The gold is now on the side of Belfast Storm. Vanguard is going to be feeling hot. There's going to be a Rage Blade coming through soon as well.
Yeah, both of these members are just getting so powerful, and 3 items is going to be the next aim for both of these teams. No objective is going to be up for around about 2 minutes, allowing them to try and farm up to this. Remember, they have Baron on the side of Belfast. I'm expecting them to go for maybe a 1-4 comp, have Ken on the side lane, try and allow him to poke out, while the rest of the team is here to protect this Vayne. And the problem I'm having is, who's really going to be dealing damage against these towers? Because, of course, you have an Azir that maybe can, but Vayne's going to have so much difficulty as well. So I think they're going to have a decent time trying to defend this, especially on the side of Ruddy.
Yeah, and Sin on this Vayne has a lot of wave clear as well. The other issue, I'm looking towards Vanguard and towards these potential fights. There's a fair bit of point-and-click CC available for the side of Ruddy. You press that depth charge on the Vayne, the second you get that knock-up, it's such an easy follow-up for Crisis to land the crash down into a Magnet Storm. You can get the counter-strike on top. Jamsu can follow up with a Dredge Line. Heck, you can even throw the Shockwave on top. Vanguard is going to have to play the following fights so well in a full-on 5v5.
Yeah, that's what we have to take a look at, because we saw it last time. They hit plenty of CC onto Vanguard, but just didn't die on the back of that, as we do actually have Orianna not being spotted out on this bot side. This could be a really big flank. Remember, Ruddy, they need to take out this Vayne to try and have any chance of trying to take this, but it's all about, do they even want to try and contest
Ruddy
this?
don't care.
It's still up and available. Yeah,
They're just going
trying
to
to steal it.
They're just going to send Akkas in the top lane to get some damage down on it to this inner tower, but Sengi's going to arrive here pretty much in time, so Ruddy don't really get anything out of this.
Yeah, Ruddy get a little bit of chip damage up top side, even having Erling Narland in a bit of danger, so they have to bring up Brexit. And yeah, it felt like they didn't want to go for the fight, but they kind of did. And that's the problem you see with a lot of the teams in UKEL, is where they're a little bit indecisive and it gets massively punished. Because imagine if Ruddy went to topside altogether, would have easily been able to get the tower, maybe even contested for that inhibitor. But because they didn't, Belfast are easily able to take this dragon without any contention anywhere.
Well, the gold is now very even. The Baron buff will be ending soon, and there is about 500 gold separating the two teams. Maybe a bit more after Belfast Storm are able to get this tower. I say a bit more, actually. I'll even up the gold once it is secured, and there it is. Pretty much dead even 24.5 minutes into this game.
Milka, we just shouldn't even talk about, gold at this point. It's been 2 games in a row where we said this team has 2,000 gold lead. They can, push this server to 5,000. Next thing you know, they just completely lose the next team fight, and then it's just even again. So for everybody at home, if you ever look at the gold lead and it's more than 1,000, it's not going to stay that way. It's just going to swing the opposite way at this point. As we do actually have a bigger news on these AD carries. I have to ring the bells. They've got to those 3 items, and now they can be the major carries for their teams. Remember, you got yourself the Ruin's Hurricane onto Sim, meaning he's going to have plenty of damage against all members on the side of Belfast, compared to this Vayne, which is going to be trying to solo hit one of the members down instantly. And it's all about, can these AD carries stay alive? Because now, if one of them gets taken out, there should basically be an instant Baron gone. There should be maybe an instant Dragon, and very close to maybe even an inhibitor as well, if they actually have themselves a good position with these waves.
Zerg was so evil there. He was like holding the way for Vanguard, and then he just took all of the minions just before Vanguard arrived.
No,
I also want to kind
it's
of
the support tax.
Exactly. I also want to break down very quickly the items, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Zathos, but I look at Vanguard's build. This is a kind of front-to-back teamfight comp, single target damage. You look at Sin, if you can get the big target fights where Sin is altering loads of people at once instead of just trying to get through a single member of the front line, it's therefore then much better for the side of Ruddy.
Yeah, and that's really awkward for both these teams, because of course you want a bit of engage on both sides to try and take out their enemy AD carry, and that's really what Kenna's going to be doing, and even this top laner of Jax is going to be trying to make sure this backline is going to be having fun, compared to the rest of the team, which is just there to support, trying to make sure their AD carry is going to be safe. As Sen here having a good time in this top side.
Oh, he might not be having a good time for too much longer, because here comes a play from Akaz. Going golden, though, is Zengir jumping back in, and, well, Akaz is going to have to go golden. He's got no way out of this shutdown for Zengir. Thank you very much, say Belfast Storm.
And now it's going to be a 4 versus 5 ready. You need to be on the back foot, need to be careful. Fortunately, there aren't any objectives up for the next minute or so they are going to be completely okay. They just try and farm out, try and stay safe, as the kill isn't really going to amount to much.
I remember our analyst desk was saying that they favoured Belfast Storm for this game. I think they maybe knew a little bit more than we did, because this is Belfast Storm coming back into the game. Vanguard is online with 3 items, has picked up the Giant's Belt, so looking for a tanky item next, a bit of extra safety alongside the Wit's End.
Yeah, remember, there's only 1 win in between both these teams, Ruddy being at 7-5 and having Belfast Storm at 6-6. So if Belfast Storm are able to pick up this win, they're going to be exactly same on the standings, giving them a good opportunity to get themselves into the top 6. Remember, that is what all of these teams are trying to fight for, trying to make sure they get themselves off those playoffs. And by getting a win here, both teams kind of, not fully, but they're almost secured their playoffs.
Let's not forget, Ruddy are locked into getting a top 6 finish, but they are not locked into getting a top 4. If they lose to Belfast Storm, both teams will be on 7-6, but critically, Ruddy have to play against Tempest Gaming, who have only lost a single game this split. And from what I've been told, it was a game where Tempest Gaming were kind of memeing.
Yeah, they swapped a few players around. It wasn't looking too fun for them. So Tempest are looking super strong, and you do not want to leave your hopes up to try to fight them. So we're going to have to see both teams trying to their absolute all trying to make this win. As Ruddy are going to try and get full control over towards this Baron pit. Remember, they start winning when they find these major engages, when they can find these wombo combos, and with the vision on their side will make it a whole lot easier to do. But it seems like Belfast, they don't care. They're just going to barrel down this mid lane, trying to get themselves this mid lane tower, and even getting ready for this next objective of the Dragon in 10 seconds.
And Ruddy are being forced to answer. They're being forced to walk away from the Baron. Big shockwave onto Limsey, but there isn't the follow-up. Magnetstorm comes in, Mega Death Rocket is not enough, and there is so much damage on it to Crisis, but into the backline comes Akers. He lands a 3-man counter-strike. Limsey's being picked up off the side of the fight, as out comes the Dredgeline. It lands onto Vagon, flashes away, not enough damage from Akers. A 3v4, but Sid is firing out the rockets, and Sid is cleaning up the fight, as it's an ace for 2.
And Sin completely obliterating the side of Belfast. Only 3 members of Ruddy Stan should be enough to get themselves Baron, but it won't be enough to end this game. As what a game we have on our hands. Less than 1,000 gold lead between both of these teams. Less than a nice edge between who's going to win that. It all came down to Sin not being hit in the backside, able to just get a few more auto attacks off than the Vayne. They are going to be able to win this fight, are going to be able to get themselves a Baron, and even a Dragon if they want so afterwards.
But you could see exactly how the fight went. At the start, it was so good for Belfast Storm because it was single target damage. Vanguard just throwing so many autos onto either Crisis or Jamsu, tearing them to shreds. But once Limsey got picked off, and it was a great catch by Ketsuo to spot Limsey over the side of the wall to get that kill, Sin gets excited, starts throwing out the autos, which are only amplified by this Runan's Hurricane, and then Vanguard cannot match the damage.
Yeah, now got themselves a little bit of armor pen as well, means he'll be getting through them a whole lot quicker. As we do see the Dragon started up. Remember, AD carry is still the major part of this. Flash is available for the Jinx, not for the Vayne. Means it's going to be so much easier to try and pick her off.
We're gonna be fighting, baby, as the death sentence will land so well. The Dredgeline, Magnetstorm onto 4 into the shockwave, and it will shock Belfast Storm down to their very core. 3 kills and a triple kill for Sin. Ruddy couldn't want more.
Yeah, Limsey trying to clear this mid lane, trying to make sure they can't find an end after this. But Sin is an absolute monster. 4 items to his pockets, 3 kills in the last team fight. He just seems absolutely unstoppable. Has the flash available, so he can really just do whatever the hell he wants. There's no one on the side of Belfast that can stop him.
You said it yourself, Zapdos. Ruddy Esports, they want to engage, and they found the engage of dreams. What an engage from Crisis, what a follow-up from Ketsuo.
This is the best part of League of Legends, when you start seeing these wombo combos come off like that. As Ruddy are going to be able to pick up 2 inhibitors for themselves, will be running away. Do have flash available from the Thresh, but won't be able to find anything from that as they get out scot-free with such a big lead. And this is the first time in the game we can finally say the gold lead without it getting memed on, as it has got itself up to that 6k gold mark. Really showing the difference in both these teams right now.
I would love to see the kind of gold graph at some point. Maybe
it's just gonna be like a little wave. You know when you have a Mexican wave, you go up and down. It feels like that for both of these teams.
Mostly in favor of Ruddy, but it's still going to be a wave nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm not sure how people feel about you calling the team a certain word there as down. Up in that. Sorry, I can't take that seriously, but up in the top side, we are going to be having Ruddy completely.
I can't take this game seriously.
To be honest, neither at this point. What 2 games get you into the UKEL where both teams are just so head-to-head? We were going to say that the Lions Gate game before was meant to be an absolute stomp. It wasn't. Even this game wasn't meant to be as close. But this just shows the power of the UKEL about how any team can face each other except for, the Storm team. They're a little bit too good. But the rest of them can go up against each other and pick up a win.
No, well, you say the Storm team. We are seeing Belfast Storm. Tempest Gaming, technically a Storm. I don't really know. I'm not a weather expert. The Lightning team, they rain down terror from above. Ruddy Esports now raining down the terror as they crash in the waves into the side of Belfast Storm. Limsey does have decent wave clear. Belfast Storm able to absorb these minion waves for now, and there's another 2.5 minutes until the Baron is up, and Belfast Storm will have to find a fight.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a fight. Remember, Vayne already at this level 16 mark has got themselves around Randuin's Omen to be a little bit more tanky. But I just don't think you have enough damage. This Jinx is just an absolute monster with those 5 items now in his pockets. Full build. How are you ever going to get on top of him? We're going to have to see a massive flank coming out from either Limsey or Sen here to save this game. Otherwise, Ruddy, I think they're taking this.
Well, Sengia has to step up. Only 2.5 items. You look at his top lane counterpart, Aka's 3.5 items. There has been a big diffy in the top lane. And it has gone the way of Aka's and Ruddy. So much poke damage available from Ketsuo, who's just moving the orb around, moving this ball around and daring Belfast Storm to step towards it. There's a shockwave, there's the follow-up. Limsey has been caught, able to flash away, but now a lot of damage onto Crisis. Can Vanguard turn this around? Kiting, looking towards Sin, flashing away. Sin forced to flash away defensively, and Vanguard is cleaning up the fight. It's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill for the Belfast Storm ADC.
There must be a god in this world as Vanguard is able to survive that fight, able to get themselves a win as well in this team fight. And we thought this game was over. I said that Jinx was going to be the reason the Ruddy are going to be able to pick up this win, but Vanguard said no. Even with 4 items, I can beat a full build Jinx. As BFS are not out this fight, I'm going to keep fighting for this, as in 40 seconds time it's going to be themselves the sole point if they get it.
To quote a man much smarter than me who said a few minutes ago, and we can finally mention the goal lead because it's big enough to no longer be a meme. Belfast Storm laugh at you, Zapdos, and they say there is no goal lead too big.
It's still 5k, so, you know, I still stand by my point, even though it doesn't matter as we are 35 minutes in. Remember, major objective in 10 seconds. Teleports will be coming through from the mid laner of Orianna, and this is the next major fight. I think the person who wins here is going to be in such a good position, especially if Belfast Storm are able to get this size. It will be Ocean, but take a look at Limsey.
We don't have a second to prep the fight because the fight has started. Akis is trying to get on Vanguard, but he just can't get there in time. Limsey will finally fall. Sid is excited, throwing out the autos, looking to Wild Stars on this Sin, but can't get the damage through. And look at Vanguard throwing out the autos. Surely Sid gets this kill. He does, and Ruddy win the fight.
And Ruddy don't just win the fight, they win the whole game after a quadra kill, after a full ace coming out from this Jinx, as Ruddy left it to a last second. But AD carry versus AD carry battle, Sin comes out on top. Inhibitor spawn, but it doesn't matter. There's only 2 towers between Ruddy and getting themselves into top 3.
Well, Ruddy locked themselves into the top 4. There is no lower bracket for them. And after a 36-minute slugfest, Ruddy Esports take the win.
I feel insulted you calling that a slugfest. That was a game for the ages. What a way to come to the UKL.
Slugfest.
Hey, I had a great time. I don't think slugs, I feel like they're an insult. This was an incredible game.
Hang on. We need to clarify something. Slugfest is a reference to boxing, where they just keep beating the heck out of each other until they both die. It is not about garden snails.
Okay, I was about to say, you need to be careful. Both these teams are nowhere near garden snails, Ruddy being able to come out on top. But I feel like any other day, any other team fight, I could have seen Belfast Storm taking this, because they did get a little bit of a deficit early on into the game, which I think was the biggest crutch for them to fall on. It's because they had that lead taken away from them. Even when they had this big fight, Faye wasn't at 5 items compared to this Jinx. And of course, 5 items is better than 4, means when they finally had that 1v1 at the end for the ages, it did seem like Ruddy were able to come on top and get themselves the win.
It was an incredibly close game. We got to see what we wanted. Vanguard on Vayne in the late game. It could have gone either way, but in the end, it went the way of Ruddy, who take the win over Belfast Storm. And we still have 2 more games to come your way today. Our next game is going to be Verzik against Tempest Gaming. But first, we're going to head into a break, and our analyst desk will be breaking that absolute banger between Ruddy and Belfast Storm.
pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 out of rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 out of rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat. I produce.
We promised a tough and exciting game. I didn't think it'd be as crazy as that. All guns were blazing from both sides. They were really hands swapping over that baton of victory. And yeah, well, at the end, it was Ruddy that picked up a win, which if you're from the NLC, it's not what you're used to seeing tonight. Because, yeah, we need to say less. But either way, with that being said, let's move on. Let's welcome in Sheikah and Black Bloxer to the desk, obviously replacing Rail and Synergy. I hope you guys are both doing well.
Super excited to be covering this one. Just got to watch an absolute banger back and forth. really interesting game that we got to witness just there, and hoping that the next two can be just as exciting.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment.
Yeah. No, I do agree, and we got some interesting ones still to come, right? Some important games as well. So I do think there is still going to be quite a bit to play for on the line of some good games. But let's talk about the one that we just had, right? Ruddy versus Belfast Storm. A lots of ups, a lots of downs. Let's just run into the first VT. Let's get that replay going, because realistically, it all came down to team fights, which pretty much happened from the start of the game to the end of the game. So here we go into this one. A beautiful shockwave to take it all off. But Bloxer, talk to me about this team fight.
Look at that team fight right there. That shockwave was absolutely beautiful, and this was pretty indicative of what Ruddy was getting up to throughout the starting stages of this game. They managed to pump a good couple of kills into Sin in the early stages. You know, an attempted dive that just went awry, and more kills. And so once we got into these team fights, the shockwaves, and then Sin just sat on the back line doing Jinx things and just destroying people. That was what was happening for the first little while, but also It's Ruddy. They make a good play, they make a bad play, and it just kept going back and forth between the two teams. And Ruddy, despite the fact they had that early lead through Sin and through the top lane as well, Akaz was also doing pretty good for himself. It never quite felt like they were completely in control.
Yeah, it never was fully secured, right? They had the bag, but it was like, oh, fumble here, fumble there, but they managed to pick it up, then they got it back, and then they were still running with it. It was just a little bit crazy, as we can see in this second team fight. Zika, I'm going to get you to talk me through this one, because it looked so good from Ruddy in that first team fight. It was so clear, it was so clean, it was finished, but that's not how all the team fights went.
No, in a particular, we can see Crisis finds a beautiful engage on the 3, forcing Limsey out already, and now you just have to play Sin going what they can. He goes on Vanguard here. Vanguard actually plays the fight back. Kills on Etsuo, kills Sin, and that's pretty much all she wrote. I mean, all we need to see is play backward, play slow, play to your damage, and when we see that, we see them go.
You're lying.
Yeah, indeed, but it wasn't always like that, right? They weren't always able to do that, and there were some massive team fights. Ruddy coming up with the last one to pick up the win. Sin able to go massive, and it does feel like the ADCs were just able to kind of do their thing, and if they were able to do their thing, they won the team fight for their team, which is how League of Legends should be played. You know, everyone knows ADCs do damage. Otherwise, what else do they add to the team? Question mark. But either way, let's move on a little bit from that one, because Ruddy have picked up the win. They have put themselves second place right next to Venom Crest. Now, head-to-head, it is still Venom Crest favor, but both these teams have locked top 4, so they are not going to be in the lower bracket. They will be in the upper bracket, but who is going to be in the potential scopes of Tempest in the first round pick is still to be determined by Thursday's games. But with that being said, we're moving on. We're on to game 3 now. Bring it over to the next one. It is now going to be Verzik versus Tempest. We've mentioned this team before. Tempest are a storm that no one wants to be in the middle of, and they are looking to crush another opponent. They have only lost one time this season, and I don't think they're going to start here, but Verzik really need them to slow down. Verzik needs to pick up these wins because they are trying to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs and trying to avoid relegation, but it is very tough. Now let's get into the teams. Let's bring up Verzik. Let's have a look and meet the players. Bloxer, please talk to me about this team.
Verzik with Lars, Goldie, Hollow, Gino, and Jolly Boy. It's been a pretty much one note throughout the entirety. Does Lars get Fiora or occasionally the Gwen and pop off? Yes or no? To be fair to the rest of this team though, even in some of those wins where Lars did manage to pop off on things like the Fiora, the rest of the team has been stepping up. Gmo's been popping off on a couple of those high impact carries, the Zayas, the Kaisers, that kind of thing. And then Goldie also been having some pretty solid performances. It's not like the rest of the team is completely useless, but it really just has been a win condition for Verzik. Do you give Lars the Fiora? If you do, it's just, and we've been talking about it like this pretty much since week 2, week 3, it's an ego diff where your top laner says, hey, I can beat Lars on his Fiora, and the answer is actually no, you can't. So teams just have to be sure to not give that one over, and then they're on fair footing with Verzik, and in fair footing, Verzik have been falling down, so they really need to pick it up in order to pick up a win right here. 5-7 at the moment. They're teetering on the edges of playoffs, but they really need it right now.
Yeah, I think they've been scaling quite well into this whole season. I think that Gino stepping up has been a massive weight alleviated off of Lars' shoulder. But as you said, Lars, if they do get their main, it is just game over. They're able to pick up so many wins just off the Fiora alone. But that is Verzik, the team that are trying to take on the Goliaths that are Tempest Esports. Let's have a look at this team. Zika, talk to me about this team that just doesn't seem to lose.
It's all been done and said. Battery done low secrets, low secret fuzzy, a well-oiled machine. Very solid mid-jungle played together for a long time. Very good isolated top laner. Win most matchups without jumping in. And a bot lane carry you a game whether you want or not. Tempest are coming kicking and screaming every single game, and it says something when their only loss this split from Battery down to AD carry. This is a team that have shown, no matter the odds, no matter the opponent, no matter the circumstances, they will thrive. And they need to be feared by every team coming into the playoffs. especially teams, have a little bit of reliance.
Indeed. And I do wonder what Tempest game we're going to see. I don't think we're ever seeing the Bear Tree bot lane again, to be honest. I'll be real with that. I don't think we're ever doing that again. I think that's not going down.
That would have been so fun.
But they are just very solid. They're very difficult to beat, and if we look at Verzik, right, and their situation, they need to pick up wins, because if Arcadia win tonight and Verzik don't, then they are head-to-head. It all goes down to that last day, and that is a sweaty time for any fans of Verzik if they're hoping to make the playoffs. So this could be the time to make the biggest upset of your season. But how can they do it, right? As we've talked about, Tempest are just a very good roster. They're very well rounded. They're able to make plays. They're able to pick loads of different champions. They've got the Oceans in their pockets. How can you beat this team? How do you stop Tempest doing Tempest things? Bloxer, you can have your first input.
You just have to play clean, which is an unfortunate statement to make because it's not something that we've seen necessarily so far out of Verzik. When they've won, it's been scrappy. It's been through the top lane, just having constant split push, but you don't get to do that versus Tempest. Even some of our absolute best teams, they just haven't been able to play clean enough. The team is constantly just moving around and having more members to every single team fight. It's winning in individual lanes, sure, but you're getting roams from the jungle, from the support at all times. It's been such nice collective play out of Tempest, and so if you don't play as a team, if you don't call out on those map rotations immediately, you're just going to get cut down. I think Verzik, like you said, have been coming up as a really good team, getting stronger and stronger as we've gone throughout this split, but I just don't know if they're going to have it in them. But if they do, if they're able to play that level of clean that you need to beat Tempest, or even have a great showing right now into Tempest, I think they can feel really good about themselves coming into that potential playoff spot.
And Jikra, I saw you scheming while Bloxer was giving his breakdown. Have you got big thoughts on how Verzik can turn the tides?
Soon Fiora's banned. You've got another 2 picks up that play a very similar style. So one of the last game, the Jack, have a bit more team fight presence, but still one of these. Once you have it, it feels impossible to play against you if the presence of fighting is so ahead or midway you are. The other, something I've seen Lars play before, and I believe they have a win on it, is the Gwen. You can fight into a lot of tanks quite easily. You can fight into a lot of bruisers to an okay standard. You get good ability to just kind of say no to the AD carry mid laner, because then you're going to be playing something like the range. And you can cut through people one by one, inevitably pushing that backline and being a massive threat, while also having a lot of side lane pressure because of how good Skip and Slash is at destroying towers. It's very hard to deal with you both in a team fight and in a side lane. So if we can see Lars on something that has a similar agency to the Fiora that isn't necessarily the Fiora, because let's be honest here, it's gonna get banned. They're not gonna, they're not gonna leave it all to the flip of the coin.
They might.
They
I
might.
think if any team I wouldn't mind leaving it to a flip would be Tempest. I totally agree with your point on the Gwen, on the Jax. Those are brilliant picks that I'd really like to see Lars on. I think the only other win that they managed to pick up for themselves as Verzik without the Fiora was on the Gwen, so a brilliant pick for them. But if any team I wouldn't completely just be against them giving the Fiora over, it would be Tempest. If only as a sort of barometer to just see, hey, how good is this really? Is Lars' Fiora good enough to beat the best team in the league? If so, it makes the other teams like, what was it, Lions Creed last week, leaving it through seem even sillier.
Now, I've got to say this, right? I've got to throw out there. We saw Eno play the Gwen earlier. If we see Lars play the Gwen and win, next pre-show, Thursday, it's about Gwen. All right? I'm telling you right now. I'll give you the keys to the secrets to my pre-show. It will be about Gwen if this is what happens. But I do think there's a world where it can happen. Let's get into draft. Let's find out what is going to go down. Well, no Fiora. They say we're not playing around.
Very fair. Tempest, they make good decisions. That's part of why they are at this dominant position right now. Other than switching around the carries, they make good decisions for themselves. So banning out the Fiora makes a lot of sense. Ziggs has been something we've been seeing quite a lot recently in that AD carry role as just sort of a different style of AD carry, just to maul through towers if you can. And then Renekton and that Rakan ban, that's very standard. Those are just good champions at the moment.
Oh, what? You feel you lost someone? Why are you sad?
Is it the Rakan?
Yeah, I might be an Ophelio sire to I come from a background of wandering Rakan. So I
Okay,
still have
fair.
a lot of love for that champion.
To be fair, I feel like ban Rakan, man. Like it's good. People have played it
He's
well in the
so
UKL.
good.
Just remove it. Also the Orianna, I like that ban a lot. I think it's very, very strong. It's really good to get away. Also the Ziggs, the Jarvan. I'm really feeling this draft has been well prepped from Tempest. They're getting away rid of a lot of those kind of early strong picks that could have been taken by Verzik, and obviously the main one that is the Fiora as well. No complaints from me at all. How are they going to lock this in? They're going to go Maokai. Okay.
Really?
Not scared for a second there. They were hovering a lot of top laners. Blind top.
I mean, the fact that they've blinded Maokai's not a good jungler anymore. He's fine, and a lot of the junglers have spent so much time playing him, but there are better options at the moment. So
Yeah, but we're ignoring the fact that it's a three-way fight.
yeah, but do you again? Then you're blinding into top lane potentially, which is also
You don't necessarily
terrifying.
have to blind it in top.
If it's for?
And in Pharrell,
I wouldn't
both
mind
in
it
jungle
support.
and in support is fine. And if you're blinding it top, there's no way the enemy can close it top lane. So until you get to that last pick, and they probably pick top on 4, let's be honest, give Hollow something to counter because it's Orianna's.
I won't lie, this is way more surprising me. The Jace is way more surprising to me. I'm not like, I know we see some Jaces here and there, but we're gonna see this Jace now, and I'm guessing, or it looks like it could be Beatrice that's gonna be playing that. Who knows? Kusan might pick up this Jace as well, but the Ezreal are gonna be locked in. So a lot of poke already taken by Tempest. They're saying, look, we're gonna take you down before you even get into the fight.
Calling this now, it's Jace Maokai with Jace mid. We've seen Kusai play it a lot this split. Very good in jungle too. Have a lot of agents. Very good way of giving Jace that chance to get the damage out. Combine that with Ezreal, this Xayah is crying for the rest of the game. You're into 2 poke champions and something that can lock you down when Featherstorm is dead. Bah! Bird's gone.
Yeah, the
Cut
bird.
the feathers one by one.
The bird is having a very bad time. Like, even with the rel potential flex between the support and the jungle, you just don't get to play this game. There's a possibility that you're standing 20, 30 seconds before a team fight as the Xayah and having to pop that ult just to avoid some bit of poke potentially from the Jace.
There was one champion with the Xayah here that might make the game a little bit bearable. That champ.
Is it Volley Bear? Was that a great pun?
No. Yeah.
Yes! Yo, shout out Melio. I miss Melio. I think Melio is a great champion. We need more Milo.
Hang on, has Jolly Boy just changed their name, or have we got a sub tag?
I do believe it is sub. That's what I was. That's what I've heard, but I'm not fully sure. We'll get production to check that one out for us. But either way, bans have come through. Brom, K'Sante taken out, Olaf and Briar removed. So Tempest saying, you know what, we're not going to be cool with this new jungler coming through. Norta's going to be picked up though. There's no Melio in sight, but very similar to Roddy's comp, they do have that double engaged threat from that jungle support.
If you can land a couple of big engages and then have that follow up on the Shadow Surge from the Vex, all of a sudden things are getting really spicy here for Verzik, but they need these team fights to go perfectly, and you have to find that engage before you're able to set up as Tempest, because once Tempest have got themselves set up, once they have vision around any of these objectives, you're just getting poked out constantly. It is going to be... Hang on. It is going to be
that... counterpoint, you go cow.
Yeah. Cow is going to be a really good way to just take any of these engages, just punt them back out of the engage, especially if you're doing that to a Vex. Vex can be pretty tanky once you manage to pop a couple shields, but if you just get her on lockdown, nothing really happens. This is the most important pick right here, though, for Verzik. What do you pick up as Lars? Because Lars is the main carry.
Things I was not expecting for 700. KO top. Yes, that is why I said KO top is out here against Gangplank. This is not what I was expecting. It does fit with the kit team though, right? They are going to have a good front to back. It is going to go well. You want to kill Xayah, where you're going to get her through the Featherstorm and then potentially through the Judgment. But we'll find out. We'll find out how this one plays out, because I personally have never seen Lars play KO.
So, I don't know exactly where this pick is from, where the logic is. I don't like it. I don't think it's good here. I don't think it fits the rest of the comp. I think you're going to struggle with tactics, guys. But you're essentially going to tail lane, Gangplank,
They're just sat there.
Yeah,
farming.
you're both kind of just scaling till the item of late game and just say, "You're dead, son." Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
It's very Lars. It is a very Lars pick in that it wants to sit in a side lane and split push and then join up with the team. So it is potential for Lars to pop off. I could see you putting a couple of kills potentially into Lars and then you can pop off as Verzik, but you kind of have that. That's your main engage point and it's a KO.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think myself,
You're just getting bursted.
Opt divine judgment like that.
Yeah, off of the poke, not off of an actual team fight.
Yeah, and it feels very short range. You don't have the same agency as something like Pro and Jack. It's very one-dimensional champions doing. But because it's somehow kind of up against Rel, your 2v2 is awful into Gangplank Maokai. Because Gangplank like Maokai, the exact same Jace like Maokai. You get put in place, their big damage skill shot lands on your face, and you're going back to your tower crying a little bit, crying a little bit more on the way back to lane, just to have it all happen again.
But late game, KO go Burr.
Yeah, but GP go Burr too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one because I do think like what could they have picked in this stage? I feel like Jax kind of just went a bit missing. Unless I forgot that they banned him or something. I feel like Jax could have been a really good pick here. Like I think. Also, we talked about it earlier, Gwen could have been a good pick. It was still open. It was still up. It's good into Gangplank, I think. Actually, I may need to fact check that one. But it seems good into Gangplank, right? Kill barrels quickly. You can kill him quickly. Easy. He can't orange anything because you don't have any CC. So it seems good. But they've gone for a bit of a different one. Now, I will say, I'm expecting them to have played this Kayle a lot, right? I'm expecting them to have done their research. They know how to play Kayle. This could be a moment where we're actually like, yo, you know what? This is kind of crazy from you. Because I will say Kayle can destroy the barrels a little bit easier than some of the melee champions in the top lane, so may have a bit of an advantage there. But all in all, yes, it does feel like a bit of a tough one for Verzik. But I am kind of seeing that if they can play to the late game, maybe that team fight just goes their way and it's GG.
I think the thing that is stopping me from just looking at this in isolation Verzik composition and just question marking it is that we've seen Ruddy and Venomcrest twice try to play good, clean League of Legends versus Tempest and fail, and they are better teams than Verzik are. So maybe pulling some random picks, the Kayle, out of the hat is what you need. Maybe you just need to try something completely different and just attempt to play, because we know that Verzik on their day and when they pick up their champions can pop off all of a sudden. We've seen Lars take over games. Sure, it's not on the Kayle, but everybody's been in solo queue and had a Kayle take over the game. If you play around it well, and if they are destabilizing this matchup enough that Tempest don't really know what to do, then there is a potential here. And, you know, if you can't play as clean, drag them down into the mud with you. I like it.
Yeah, it's Halloween, spooky season. Time for some scary picks, whether that be scary to your team or their team, who knows. But the Kayle is in. Shika, any final remarks about these team comps?
Just one. Shockwave plus barrel is death. For a Kayle or for Xayah.
Yeah.
Or even for Vex. I mean, it's enough sense.
Alright, well, with that being said, that's all from us. We're going to hand over to the casters. Welcome in Temporal, welcome in eJune. Take us away for Game 3.
Thank you very much, and we are going right into the game. Verzik versus Tempest. Tempest looking quite unstoppable, and Verzik this time with a really interesting pick with that Kayle top as the last pick, which is going to make this match super interesting. Temporal, what do you feel about this pick so far?
All right, I did hide something from you in the green room, eJune, and that is that Kayle is by far my most played champion of all time. And I'm a bit worried for Lars here. This is a difficult setup. If you get past level 6, there's plenty of ego opportunity for the Kayle to slash the barrels away and make sure you can kite the Gangplank around, cause him loads of grief. But unfortunately, you don't normally make it past level 6 in this setup. It's Dunlosi's Maokai dictate this early game and look to make Lars Kuvan Lol's life absolute misery.
So you would definitely say from like your Kayle experience that most of the times against GP it does not end well.
Absolutely. In solo queue you're normally fine.
But this is, of course, coordinated, so definitely a different story.
We're not only coordinated, we're skilled, and we're looking hungry for wins from Verzik. So that sort of risk, a real sign of the way that our sort of middle of the pack team is squaring up. Verzik can still just make the upper bracket of playoffs, 4th, their maximum position right now, but they are not safe from a 7th place finish and the relegation series. Every win for our red side team here matters so much, as Beartree is well aware of his job in this 1 versus 1. He has to absolutely stop this Kayle farming and deal as much damage as possible in the 1 versus 1. We'll grab some priority up in his lane and wait for Lars.
I mean, well said. It seems like even our observer knew how important Beartree would be in this match. Like having that nice zoom in and pan around Beartree's gangplank, just making sure that we all know he means absolute business. And in that case, one more question while the game has paused. Yeah, one more question to you, Temporal. So Verzik, in that sense, you know, with the Kayle pick, obviously they want to have some kind of contingency for like a late game win condition, but when we put these two team comps like side by side, does Verzik have like a definitive better late game like team comp that they would be able to smash Tempest with at that point?
The Xayah with the Ghost can offer that sort of late game hyper fantasy. You know, the Ghost and the Lethal Tempo do skew that way towards the end of the game. You know, no fleet footworks, no conquerors, no nothing like that. It's still quite difficult with the Maokai there. Between Maokai and Jace, you'll normally get the feathers fly out. Whether you actually go that little bit further, quite difficult to figure out. And it's not something Xayah is absolutely famed for. You know, she's more of a lane bully these days than anything else. But the option is on the table. You've also got Vex up in the front line to make that approach a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like, you can really tell that Verzik's, like, at least for me, I really hope that their draft works out and stuff like that, but it really feels like even as we get towards the mid-late game, there is definitely another aspect about Tempest that's really scary, and it's just the sheer range that this team has. Well, the barrel is, in some ways, a very long-ranged ability, you know, once you, like, stack them up. Like, it covers a lot of distance. You have the Jace with the, of course, accelerated shot glass, and Ezreal, who's just able to poke through. And when I look at Verzik's team comp, except for the Vex, it's a very short-range team comp. So, in that sense, maybe they get, like, poked around a lot.
There's a risk of that, and especially with the Gangplank, who manages waves so efficiently, so easily. You know, except going 1v1 against the Kayle, where those barrels are at risk of being popped. As soon as you have numbers, you can move up and into a lane. As soon as that wave is coming towards you and the Kayle isn't in range, it's very easy to even take out Baron minions. Not that I think we're going to struggle to be that far behind at 20 to 25 minutes from Tempest Gaming. Quite excited to see how they're going to approach this. And yeah, with the top side, it should be fast and it should be brutal.
Yeah, and I mean, especially against Tempest, like we've seen throughout this whole season, Tempest, like, they've been basically winning every single game, and their early game has always been their most impressive part. And it's not just like the fact that they play so well as a team, but just mechanically, each player just seems to win their lanes all the time. Like Kusei especially, like, I don't think he's lost like a single mid lane matchup. He's always dominating. You know, it's kind of crazy to see just how much Verzik is going against, and the fact that this is like, it's like they have a chance of getting to the upper side of the bracket, but it's against Tempest. It's like their biggest test.
All to play for, all on the table against the Goliath of our Four Nations League. Kusei here could be approached upon. That is a risky bush to hold on your own with your jungler away from you, but I think he's going to be just fine. The level 1 not too evolved. And let's just get the pre-warning in. We're going to be going to top lane as soon as that wave goes past the tier 1 tower. This Kayle immediately in the sights of Beartree.
Yeah, no, it's just doing the good old tactic of League of Legends, the hiding in the bush
Yeah,
he's
no,
waiting,
that's a
he's
classic.
being patient. Oh, he's going into Lars, trying to get these early trades. Pretty even so far, so okay. Kind of nice there. In the meantime, both junglers, it seems like, well, for Dunlosi, he's actually going to go towards top side, as expected. You know, we want to get Bear Tree ahead. But for Goldie, he's more trying to focus on bot side, make sure that Small Critter gets all the resource he needs.
We'll keep an eye on this 3-camp clear. It might just be something a bit slower, something a bit more versatile. As we see Bear Tree burning his mana bar down, something the Gangplank likes to do. Just try and make his presence known. I feel like Grasp might have gone a little bit further into bullying the Kayle down. Let's see what he does with this wave, where he's going.
Oh man, like already
just gonna hold it. Slow push forwards for Bear Tree.
It feels like we're all like waiting on and checking out like the Kayle level, just seeing it tick up to 6, because once Kayle hits 6, of course, a lot more pressure alleviated. Small Critter almost stealing the red, but in the end Dunlosi able to get it. Now he's heading top. Meanwhile, Goldie is kind of in the enemy side red jungle there, trying to see if there was anything he could eat, but no. He's just backing off now.
With those 2 camps, look to try and get in only the burn from the sapling and the jungle item secure for Dunlosi on that red buff, so much of a flip.
Yep, indeed. And how do you feel about this matchup in mid, Vex versus the
It's not the most played out in the world, Jace versus Vex. I think Jace does just fine. You know, you can 2v2 out the Vex. As Goldie, you're right, he's coming down to this bot side. Scream.
Okay. Yep, Scream is hit, Scream is caught, so same as Smoke Critter, but of course with Goldie out here, things are going to turn out very quickly. Buzzy and Scream both having to back off. Buzzy using the flash. In the end, they're able to get out with their lives.
Only 1 summoner net difference lost for Tempest there. I think that's an absolute win. They've got the Hex Flash back on the Alistar, so the playmaking is not lost. And with Scream still in great shape, they might even resist the second.
Okay, here we go with the flash. This time they are truly committed. Goldie with the nice flash to make sure he wasn't stunned by Buzzy. And first blood goes to Goldie. Wow, what a maneuver.
Bit of a drop there. Scream flashed early, but did not chain in the arcane shift. Left it a little too long, and Lars.
We were talking about this.
Health, bro. It's coming. Bear Tree has traded quite hard. Dunlosi's gonna have to work harder. Burn his flash. He takes a tower shot for free.
Oh, and with this information, Lars, I mean, he's gonna be a bit safe. I don't think they're gonna be able to dive him just yet. They're gonna have to wait a bit more.
Took the barrel as well. This is so dangerous. Dunlosi, the way the new jungle camp is set up, won't heal that much. Should hopefully get to full off of this. A bit more.
Yeah, no, they're going to kind of back off from this. Lars is actually kind of healthy. No. He's already level 5. This is kind of the pace that Verzik exactly wants, right?
Yeah, that's an absolute miss from Tempest. It's not quite able to set up, and then they force through a barrel that the empowered auto attack can take out. Lars is absolutely laughing with that.
Yep. And I actually, if the observers can real quick, I kind of want to see the gold that the Kayle has, because at least in my opinion, yeah, the magic number is 1,100 here, so that he can get that upgraded boots, which makes mobility so much better for the Kayle. And it helps out with surviving so much more. And Kayle does have it, so he will get that upgraded boots and just go back to lane. No problem at all.
Will help with the kiting, will help with the level 6. Is soon to come. Halfway there already if we consult pink bar in the bottom corner. Goldie up here as well. This will provide coverage until the Kayle is ready to fight back Bear Tree. Gonna have to do this the hard way in the top lane. Goldie won't quite be spotted. This is quite a difficult setup though. Not sure I like this over setting up around that dragon as mid is pushed in and Kusai is out on the map.
Yeah, the dragon is up, and there are 4 members from the side of Tempest Gaming that are all huddled up around the dragon, and Kusai has spotted out Smoke Critter and Seth King. They are trying to run away, but now comes the engage, now comes all the CC, and Seth King does go down stream with a nice kill, and that's probably going to secure them the dragon as well, if they do want to take it.
It'll give them full priority, and it'll invite further forced errors from Verzik. We'll see if they walk back into that river, we'll see if they want to dance. Delaying the dragons in a game with Kayle in does make a lot of sense. You don't want that Elder to be around as she comes online. And with it being a Cloud Dragon, no direct benefits lost from the side of Tempest, despite being ahead and in control of this early game on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, and you see now that Kayle has become level 6, the dynamic has completely shifted. Lars playing way more aggressively, kind of flourishing in this lane. I mean, honestly, just Lars and everywhere in Versus, I think they're playing a really good early game so far. They're not giving up a lot of control over to Tempest.
Yeah, I'm going to blame Tempest for that top dive again, though. That was an absolute shambles. I think they know it, so we don't need to beat on them too bad, but that is when you need to extract that value from this top lane matchup. Dunlosy out on the map now, not showing a huge interest in this Dragon. Hollow, with the Maokai not present around mid, has managed to escape down to this bottom side. Let's see if Tempest can hold their patience as the mid wave crashes into the tower.
Yeah, they're being very patient. 4 people, Scream and Buzzy, have no idea that Goldie is in this bush, or if they do, they are great actors for sure.
Buzzy's
so
close.
Slash. Oh, here he comes. Goldie, Buzzy, Stream, boom comes the knockups, and badam comes all the damage, and Buzzy goes down. Goldie is knocked back to the tower, but he will survive. The ultimate comes out from Bear Tree, the Gangplank ult to try to help out, but in the end, that is a nice kill for Vertex.
Yeah, they get one. I'm not sure it was quite worth their time as we see a second minion wave evaporate in mid. It's a lot of experience lost for Hollow. And even though they do pick up the Alistar, it wasn't truly free. Scream managed to get away. Seshking had to burn his Ignite, so there are Summoner spells missing in that 2v2. Buzzy's coming up much sooner. And with Tempest getting the Rift Herald across the map uncontested, that was a really long wait in the bottom side.
In mid, you see Buzzy with the angle here trying to go into Hollow. Nice flash to get away from that stun. So Hollow is able to escape the gank. Temporal... No, my bad, not Temporal. So sorry, I meant Tempest Gaming. Tempest Gaming, get the Herald. I mean, I'm sure you get Heralds too in your solo queue games, for sure, for sure.
When I'm playing jungle, when I'm playing top lane, they don't exist. It's just the truth of the world. Vetri placing his barrel slightly further back now, and that gives you that chance to get the detonation off without the Kayle being able to interfere, but it does enable this Kayle able to move forwards. A sweet spot opens where you can just absolutely unload on the gangplank. And even though Vetri got to influence the wave, he paid with 350-ish health there. That's really rough. You can only do that once or twice before you're heading home to the base.
Yeah. Second dragon is now up. It is the Cloud Dragon, and we'll see if there is going to be any.
It's still
there
the first.
is movement for sure, because Smoke Critter almost caught out by Buzzy, but using the ultimate to have to back off there. So, you know, a lot of tension, but not too much crazy action at the moment. But I feel like as we get to the mid-late game, I mean, Temporal, this game's going to get kind of crazy.
It is. I like delaying the dragons. That's sort of as great as you can go. And with Verzik burning that key cooldown in the bottom lane, their ability to force that next 4-man gank, and if it is responded to, engage onto Tempest Gaming, which gets a little bit diminished. There is a significant CS lead in mid. Dunlosy bringing his Rift Herald down here. Let's see what Tempest Gaming are cooking for the next few minutes. Lars still is a slow burner in this top lane. Is going towards that attack speed build. There'll likely be a Kraken Slayer out after this Noon Quiver. It does take a little while to get going as Dunlosy is approached.
Yep, okay, we do have Dunlosy covered by 2 people, getting quite low. He is going quite low, but now with the flash, he's able to back off from that whole situation. Really nice flash. Kusa here is now ready to support out. Hollow goes quite a bit low, so Hollow needs to be careful. Oh, those Sapper Links, they do hurt quite a bit, so Hollow needs to back off just a bit more. Dragon has started. Verzik is starting it up, but Tempest Gaming are around, and they are in position to contest this if they want to. So, yeah, Verzik will kind of back off, noticing that they don't have the numbers advantage.
This is the setup that EU wanted at Worlds, and they kept picking this Israel bot lane.
Hey, Smoke Critter is caught off. I mean, he gets so low, and he has to just back off. Same with Sesh King. They just have to completely just evacuate this area, especially with that Gangplank ult coming down as well. To support, Tempest Gaming will secure the first dragon.
Yeah, when you've got that Jace Ezreal, a shooting gallery like that really does go a long way. And the triple barrel battery. Nice stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. That's kind of why even if you've become level 6 as Kayle and you're like level 9 in a really healthy position, you still have to play so carefully until like way later in the game, because the Gangplank is just
that is some snazzy Gangplank mechanics. I'm not taking that one away from Battery. That was really nice. I feel like on the Kel, you do still have to have that sweet spot and respect that barrel. If you're not hitting it, you shouldn't be in a chainable distance to be reached. Kusai here in this mid lane finished his Yamu's Ghostblade. That gives, on his current edition, the Jace the ability to have that initial EQ when he's been out of combat for a while sting so much. With that Ezreal, I think in 4 minutes, this Ocean Dragon is going to be a real hard contest, as Verzic's ability to get within Tempest Gaming's range is becoming weaker and weaker over time.
Yeah, you definitely see like the advantage that Tempest has accumulated. Nice ultimate from Stream, just kind of making sure that they're not in a healthy
I thought Buzzy might go for the flash play there as the
Whoa,
engage in
this
mid.
is such an engage going into Kusei. Kusei is stunned, he's feared, he's going quite low, but in the end, will he be able to get out with his life? Yes, he will. And Goldie almost dies as well. A botched gank.
Yeah, really great engage and execution from Goldie, but it's a little too much when Kusai's level 10. He's not really, except that when we saw going to tower as he walked past, Mr. Minion Wave all game. And with that sort of power, with that sort of efficiency, it's hard to take down the Jace at this stage in the game.
I mean, yeah, 40 CS up. I mean, Kusei, no matter what's going on in any of the games that Tempest Gaming is playing, you can be sure that he is winning his lane. And I mean, what a just consistent player. This Herald now going to bot lane will give a nice bit of chunk of gold to Stream, so that Ezreal is healthy as well. Dunlosia around, trying to see if they can push any more advantage here in bot lane.
Oh,
the ultimate comes down. Sesh King and Smoke King has to back off, has to use the ultimate. The Gangplank ult as well will make sure that they do not even think about engaging in this situation.
Yeah, I like that sort of call out, the Small King bot lane. With the Small Critter and Sesh King. It's alright, you're still kings, guys. It's the beauty of this combination. They are evasive. They managed to get away. That's Gangplank investing in the bottom lane, not in his 1v1, which is getting tenser and tenser. Just like Hollow.
Yeah, Hollow. My god, he got so low, and he has to back off. He has to be careful. I mean, Jace, one accelerated Shock Blast. It can do a whole bit of trouble there, so he has to just completely back off there. Lars takes a bit of a chunk there, which shows Bear Tree is still an absolute beast on this Gangplank. Now comes the gank. Kusei is getting kind of low, but I mean, this is Goldie on the Rel. Unfortunately, not enough DPS to finish up Kusei. He has to just back off himself.
Yeah, it's definitely the weakness of the pick. You get such great target access, and it makes sense with stuff like the Kayle, right? All you need to do is hold people still. But in the 2v2 around mid, a control mage still without a mythic item is not enough of a punch to take out Kusai.
Definitely. I mean, this game is so interesting because, like, sure, there's not a lot of action, but there's a lot of just underlying tension because we keep
there's a
seeing
ticking
the clock
time
ticking.
bomb. Yeah.
Lars on this, yeah, Kayle. Lars on this Kayle, level 11 now, has the Kraken Slayer completed. Now he's basically fully sustainable. I mean, he is going to be completely fine no matter what lane he goes. Level 16, he becomes a god, essentially.
Yeah, and on the same time, Jace Maokai, it's been the story of this year, this summer, for sure. Such a strong 2v2. It just has such efficacy across the map. Nice. True Shot Barrage to also thin the bot wave there as Tempest engage.
That engage. Yeah, great engage coming out. Has to force the flash out of Seshkin. Can Seshkin get out of here? He's getting very low. The Maokai. Oh, good body block coming up from Smoke Critter, saving his support. Otherwise, I think Seshkin was completely dead there to Stream's Ezreal Q.
Yeah. Lizzie not quite wanting to pull the trigger on that one. Didn't go in with the ultimate.
Oh, a solo kill.
Oh, the dive in the 1v1. There's a flash and an ultimate missing from Lars as he pushes past the tower.
I mean, we saw this man carry games alone as Fiora, and now he is asked to carry the game into Tempest, the best team in UKEL so far, with the Kayle this time. And my god, what an interesting thing. What an interesting pick. Like, Temporal, for you, as you said, like, avid Kayle player, this has to feel great.
Yeah, like, if you guys thought, not that there was, any sort of anti-Kayle, anti-creativity bias, this is about to get flipped as our Angel in the top lane. It's absolutely smoked the Bear Tree and the T1 tower. Now they can go out across the map. I'd still be nervous about putting them up against Kusai. But you're right, the level 11 is through, and while this Gangplank ult will generate some gold and scouting data, that's the TP in from the freshly minted Kayle.
Yep. Here comes the TP. Smoke Critter starts this already very low, so I think Versus just wants to back off as much as they can. Goldie seems like he is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Uses the Magnet Storm, tries to pull them a bit closer. Wait a second, he wasn't the sacrificial lamb. This guy's like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. He's escaping with his life. How is this man doing that? I didn't expect that at all. I thought he was just going to go down quietly.
Leapt into the next helicopter out of there, and Goldie, while they lose position out on the map, the rest of Verzik are pushing out waves. With that objective now, they might be down in gold all of a sudden after that last Rift Herald, but that's the realization of a previous Tempest win. Tempest themselves now will struggle in the next few seconds to get out on the map, as Hollow should be able to safely repel this top wave. That Kale's going to go in base, and we're going to see what Verzik have to offer with nothing on the map and only golden experience to pick up.
I mean, yeah, I'm so impressed with how Versus is playing this so far. If you take out the name tag, I would feel very confident about, or like very like optimistic about, you know, the red team and just which position they are in. And
I would be flaming the blue team, assuming they were Belfast Storm after that top dive. You know, AD carry and mid are solid, and the clinical point of execution was missed, but. Petri, up to no good up here. Sesh King is behind Hollow. This is a trap if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he's not going to take that bait. He's just going to back off, be safe. But if you're Tempest Gaming, I don't feel like you can be safe for like too much longer in this game. At one point, like, the scale is going to tip towards Verzik's favor, it feels like, just team comp wise. This Kale, it's so, like, she's so strong. 190 CS. Level 13?
The only sort of saving grace with how Tempest have managed this early game, 4 takedowns on the board, while one of them was a solo kill for the Kale. Not a lot of gold has been injected into the game with takedowns. So no one is sort of on higher items than you'd expect at this point in time. 1.5, sort of looking at the accepted amount across the board. That means this Kale won't be getting to like 4 items really big, really fast. So there's still hope here for Tempest. It's a strong opponent, but not one that can't be overcome.
No, I mean, Tempest, of course, still playing quite solid. But, like, even when it comes to, like, win conditions and stuff like that, like, Dragon, Verzik got the second one, so the earliest Dragon Tempest is going to get is, like, in the 30-minute mark. Like, at least, you know, at, like, the earliest. So,
yeah, no Elder
it feels
Flips.
like this
Great
game...
gameplay. Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, Small Critter having to use the ultimate just to get away from that.
Even then, Bear Tree Burn teleport to the bottom lane. What's going on?
Wait a second. Small Critter, he doesn't have a lot of resources left, so he needs to just back off. Kusei, oh my god. I thought he was going to go for the Accelerator Shock Blast. Go for that play. Scream also with the ultimate from Ezreal, just barely missing out Small Critter.
Yeah, still on cooldown, used in the initial engage. The Small Critter loses everything. Bear Tree burns his teleport to go and catch an empty wave in bot. Tempest need to take a second here. This is getting panicked. This is getting rushed. Just because the Kale is strong doesn't mean you need to panic about wherever she shows up. Just need to be able to safely clear a wave, probably with Buzzy behind you. Take it slowly.
Slowly indeed, but I mean, can't be too slow either because
I mean,
because for the Kale, if we look at it, 2 items completed, the Nashor's
don't grief it, but also don't panic.
The Nashor's Tooth out now. I mean,
it's
they
always
have to think of something. Yeah.
So key on your Kales, your Dianas, your attack speed, ability power scalers. Just convert so much of their gameplay to into a winning model. See Bear Tree here. He's just going to hold this wave. He should be able to do this nice and easy. Barrels in and out of the 2 bushes there. Make approaching the T2 tower so difficult. And so able to be repelled. I want to see how Tempest come aggressive now. They've cleared out their waves. They've been defensive. As soon as this one in bot is gone, we're back in a neutral map state. And with 30 seconds on this Ocean Dragon, a bit of scouting data, Goldie comes down and Tempest coalesce. We should have a fairly even fight.
Yeah, and because Lars is around Dragon, we can be sure that for this next fight, we are going to see this Kale, like, not fully online, not level 16 online, but level 14 online. Still an absolute powerhouse in the right situations. But we do see that Tempest is trying to set up a trap, trying to set up some kind of way in which Verzik might just peek in a bit too much and they get caught out, and boom, that gives the Dragon, that gives the advantage to Tempest. But now they are backing off. Goldie and Sesh King noticing the trap there, backs off now, but the Ocean Drake is up, so this completely gives priority to Tempest.
Yeah, Lars was just around the corner there. Does manage to not walk into the trap. Verzik don't manage to walk into Tempest's trap. They will, however, walk towards this Baron. Even with all that Kayle damage at level 15, that is a bit of a risk. You might see if Tempest walk towards them here. They will check the bush for traps, but they don't believe it's going on.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Lars is level 15 now, so not too long from now he's going to be level 16, and that means that Kayle will be absolutely super uber powerful. And
gonna go get some solo XP. Yeah. All right, 15.1. Count with us, chat. Each wave will be getting a little bit close to the blue buff going down as well, even though it gives reduced experience to laners now, and is so much more difficult to kill. A solo wave in the bottom side. Oh yeah, I much prefer it. If I'm playing jungle, get off my camps. It's not acceptable.
No, I was kind of going to say that. In that sense, I really like the Rel pick, because Rel, as a champion, you don't need too much resources. You have your core items, you have your core build. Like, just give it all to Kayle now, and just because of that, Lars is so healthy and so strong.
Kayle with a Radiant Virtue on your side, it just hits that little bit harder, just goes that little bit deeper. Another wave down here. We can tell Tempest starting to sweat. They're starting to send multiple people mid. You want to try and find some sort of interaction before it is too late. Kayle with the teleport at level 16 is so vicious.
Okay, here we go. Everything into Small Critter, but Small Critter is able to dodge it all, or his teammates protect him. Lars, noticing that things are maybe a bit more awry, backs off now. You know, ooh, okay, some just nice items for him. We just continue to see the build up for Lars, and that's just gonna get really out of control at one point.
We had a bit of a chat earlier on. It's like, you know, and I think you were spot on, Adrian. It's like, if any team we're going to leave open, Lars Fiora, it was going to be Tempest, because, you know, they don't need to respect it. They're locked in. They're already first. Scream, just testing the limit, just trying to get the most out of his poke, as he will be hit.
Wait, Hollow, go in. He does go in, and that Scream just completely going down, so that's already their AD carry gone. But Kusei is the second AD carry, and he is here. But a nice Magnus Storm from Goldie comes out, and Kusei is shot. He is stunned, and is he gonna go down? Yes, he is gonna go down. Verzik is winning this fight. I can't believe it. Temporal, we actually have a game that isn't Tempest who's winning against Tempest.
Lars got level 16, teleports into the back of that fight, and after a fantastic opener from Hollow, chaining CC into the Ezreal with 0% chance of escape.
Ooh, okay, nice pokes coming out from Beartree and Dunlosi, but this is only 2 members. They need to be super careful. This is 2v5. I mean, come on, man. The odds are completely stacked against you. Oh, Scream gets a nice kill on 2 members of Verzik. I mean, I can't believe it. How did he get that just lined up so well and perfectly? But look at Lars. He is an absolute machine. He is an absolute just menace. A raid boss at this point, and everybody from Tempest Gaming has to run away. Respecting Lars this. Kayle this time. Not his Fiora, but his Kayle.
Yeah, he's doing great on these carries, and while the True Shot Barrage takes away 2 of the Barrels, there weren't enough barrels in the tank. Lars able to drag his team. It's fantastic smite from Goldie. Gets them the Baron, and at 25 minutes gold lead. It's been static for almost 15 minutes within the 1,000 mark. But that won't stop the
look
scaling
over there on
pick.
top lane. Or
yeah,
no, I thought for a second that there was like a duel there on top.
Another 1 versus 1 rundown? No, not yet.
Yeah. It seems like he was able to back off just in time. But I mean, I am so impressed with Verzik and how patient they've been playing and how respectful they've been playing against Tempest. Like, they haven't been like arrogantly checking bushes or like just staying for an additional lane. They've been noticing where they're weak and noticing where they're strong. And they've been kind of like really keeping their distance very well. Like, honestly, super kudos to this team.
Yeah, it's sort of come at the cost of their mid lane domination. 80 CS down, 70 now rather, and with this Kayle sort of mopping up resources on the map, they might not continue to scale evenly as a team. However, picking off that Kayle so difficult at this stage, so self-sufficient as the twisted advance comes forwards.
Here we go. They are trying to go in, but look at Lars. He is completely free to do whatever he wants as Goldie's Magnus Storm comes out. The pokes are very strong though, so everybody from the side of Verzik is a bit low. Or just 2 members. I mean, obviously Lars and Small Critter are absolutely healthy. They're doing absolutely fine. Interesting fight where like it started off very aggressively, but no one died.
Yeah, the wave will equalize. Dragon just around the corner. To be Tempest getting Soul Point. Hollow still holding his ultimate. The approach here should be similar to the last fight around mid as Verzik continue to take poke walking in.
Oh, but they have walked in now, and now they do have control of the dragon, but Small Critter, he gets solo, he's forced to use his ultimate just to dodge Ezreal's ultimate, and that means that the AD carry doesn't have that escape tool. They do get the dragon, but can they run away?
You need to walk. Lars can do so much to extend Small Critter's life here.
Oh my god, yep, it seems like this time it's going to be Sesh King as the sacrificial lamb. The rest of Verzik are trying to run away as fast as they can. Hollow is already safe, so he's coming back as a bit of reinforcements. Yes, it seems like in the end, the only death will be the support. Overall, pretty fair trade.
Yeah, pretty decent. 2-2 on the Dragons now. Hollow's ultimate went for a quick check there. This is Verzik without all of their cooldowns. The teleport back in from Kusai.
Yep, and with the Maokai ultimate coming out, just Buzzy with the nice knockup, but just not enough follow-up, not enough time. Oh my gosh, Scream is an absolute sniper. How does he hit more Ezreal ultimates than I've hit like in the past month? This guy's absolutely crazy. Someone check his PC.
Something not normal about his PC. No, fantastic clicks. Scream makes the best of a difficult situation for against Verzik here. While they lose that dragon, while they extend everything out, Verzik are still able to do what they want on the map. And only a little bit of mispositioning around a fight gives a kill back over. Or 2 kills back over in trade, rather. As Tempest, it's hard to see how they're going to break this open other than a sort of forcing out of Small Critter once again. And around these objectives, if you keep giving them, that can eventually prove a losing strategy, as a Baron and Elder Dragon will be enough to tip the game in trade for an AD carry's health bar.
Oh yeah, for sure. We already see like just the strength of this Tempest team comp, like you mentioned. Small Critter for the past 2 or 3 fights have always started these fights not in a healthy state at all, so Verzik for quite a bit of these fights have not been playing with their AD carry on full capacity. Luckily they of course have this Kayle as that late game assurance, but it's still your AD carry, still a humongous amount of DPS that you do not want to miss out on.
Yeah, and even if the AD carry is like attacked, it puts more stress on Lars. Am I gonna have to throw my ult over there? Do we gonna have to choose to sling some heals and maybe delay the objective start? It adds more pressure to the Kayle, which is definitely valuable. Maybe not enough to make it an instant win.
And like, when speaking of pressure, I think like another pressure that we can talk about is like the personal psychological pressure. I mean, when you know that so much depends on you and your performance, like especially people who play like Kayle would know this because like maybe their whole team comp's falling apart and they're the late game assurance. But it really makes you play differently because you might start to play not to lose, and the moment you do that, that's when you start losing because you need to play aggressively, but you play too carefully because you get too scared that one misplay from you might cost the entire game.
I accused Tempest of being panicked earlier. We see multiple cooldowns out of Verzik in response for a Twisted Advance they'd already blocked. Both of these teams taking this game super seriously. Tempest want to come into playoffs on a flying streak, showing off their dominance, their flexibility. Verzik fighting for this 4th place spot, their last chance in the upper brackets, give themselves an extra chance of further extension as Lars takes the big bullets.
Yep.
Kusai.
Okay, here we go. Kusai Beartree versus Lars. Lars starts this entire exchange with not very much HP, so he needs to be careful. Uses the flash, trying to run away, but of course Kusai and Beartree have a lot of mobility to chase through, so we'll see if anything's going to happen there. In the meantime, certain bit of members are like huddling around this Baron, trying to see if this is the time to start taking it. I think Verzik is saying, yes, this is his time to start taking it. It is a 4v3 over after all, and Lars is immediately going to TP in to help out his teammates. He has healed up. He is the Kayle. He is very fed. Ezreal ult coming out. The Nature's Grass coming out as well. A lot of members rooted. Who's going to get the Baron? It is going to be Verzik. And the fight has started. The Kayle ultimate coming out, making sure that Kayle is protected. The pokes come out, but once you start team fighting, these pokes don't deal enough damage. And Kusai, can you run away from this? Yes, he flashes away. Goldie trying to get a stun on Scream. fails that. Misses a little bit. Smoke Critter trying to chase in the screen, but of course being Ezreal, he's very slippery. And Verzik gets their second Baron.
Alright, they gotta make this one worth a little more. They're still negative gold on their last fight. Buzzy just a little unable to get away there. I feel like these tanks are going to be such victims of these huge carries in fights. Without the teleport up, Kusai unable to join quickly, unable to land all of the poke.
Oh, wait, Seshki?
Yeah, it's alright. He's gonna walk.
Dead?
He's gonna walk. Oh
my god.
No, it's scaled. Oh my, alright. One consolation
that's a bit of a
prize.
misplay.
Yeah, just one
That
extra
can cost them. That can cost them a lot if they can't run away from this situation. They need to run away. Oh,
chasing into the feathers quite hard, even from Jace's range, but the summon across.
Oh my god, just the entire annihilating clapback coming into Smoke Critter, and he's trying his best, but it's not enough. Kusei has slain Smoke Critter, and they're even getting a kill here on Goldie. At least Lars gets the dragon, so they can't take anything more, but is there anything more they can look for in terms of base objectives?
I'm so shocked they continued to go for that, even though the dragon was coming up. But Tempest make their choice. And now with the Baron still on 2 members of Verzik, they're going to pick up a T2 tower as well. Tempest are going to have to go for some non-standard things, I think, waiting for that Baron to come off. Not good enough, as they would lose another T2 in mid. And try and remove some waves up here in top side. Goldie's still not up, so Verzik are going to hesitate on this play.
Yep. At least Lars is here now, and I think that will signal Tempest to start backing off. Respect the Lars on this KO. Level 18. 4 items.
Yeah.
Rabadon, the Nashor's Tooth, the Riftmaker, and the Kraken Slayer makes Lars literally a demigod at this point.
Very, very strong. Interested to see where that Fiendish Codex is going. Maybe the Zhonya's for the biggest clutch factor. I think in solo queue, I'd be looking at penetration items. I'd be looking at making sure no one could evade me, even the Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, if you are going for that,
yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
It's alright, no, if you're trusting your team, that Zhonya's can go a bit further. Not the greatest when you're on your own.
Yeah, no, because I was going to say, if you are going to go to Zhonya's, isn't it way better to go to Stopwatch as that last item over there, just to make sure that in that nick of a time situation.
Think so? I'm expecting to be surprised. I'd be lying if I said I remembered absolutely everything that Fiendish Codex built into. I remember it's not a void staff. Could be a shadow flame. I'd like a shadow flame, to be honest. I think if your first auto attack takes someone down to half, you're getting a lot of value out of that item.
Yeah. I mean, in the meantime,
especially if you execute with the
Yeah, oh wait, they're going into Lars.
Oh.
They're trying to set up this
Raid
trap.
boss.
Oh! Goldie doesn't know. Goldie doesn't know! Okay, no, but he's able to get out of there, no problem. I think the moment that Goldie came in there, like Tempest, they hesitated, like, oh shit, how many more are gonna come in?
have 4 people got in this portal.
Yeah. Oh my god, this pause coming out at such a tense state of the game where...
Yeah.
Oh wow, it really is on a knife's edge. I don't know, because like Verzik is in such a strong position, but Tempest Gaming are playing well as well. They're making sure that it's not easy at all and trivial at all for Verzik. Okay, we've come back into the game now.
For how many team fights we've had? Only the supports sit at 4 deaths. Everyone else 2 and below. As we're gonna have this pause resolved. This is the way client likes to get that one out. Let's have a look at the lane assignments and vision on our minimap in the bottom corner. Tempest pushing in that top side. They will be able to get that up to the inhibitor if they wish. Verzik just moving around and into the mid lane with Tempest's main unit coming up there, but no Kusai. They can, I think, they've lost their Barons. They won't be able to apply that, but they can maybe, with some feathers behind, push this blue wave away.
Yeah, they are chasing into Dunlosi here. Ardara, at least, just like Goldie's just trying to get some kind of posturing, some kind of hit. Scream, with that Seraldus grudge, like, you know, completed, nothing's ever gonna be able to catch him unless he himself is absolutely tremendously out of position.
Yeah, should be able to survive another hollow wall engage as at that second dragon, I believe. With that more of Malmortius. I have to see. The last item offers him a little more ability to jump around. Wouldn't mind a Shojin at this stage. Just lets you be that little more evasive, even if it isn't 100% damage oriented.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Lars and how strong he's been, but let's not forget about Small Critter playing the Xayah, an incredible late game AD carry as well. 3 items completed and soon going to complete his 4th. So, I mean, this Xayah completely online. Like, that's kind of the funny, like, the scary thing with Verzik, right? You go for Lars and then you leave Small Critter alone. Or if you go for Small Critter, then Lars might just completely, like, annihilate everybody.
Yeah, both with the Kayle ultimate. Tough targets, and you're right, it doubles and triples down, it scales and extends into being a tough situation to resolve. I think, while we do have this little bit of a lull state, 1 minute on both objectives, both teams valuing this mid-wave.
Oh, okay, here comes the engage. Whoa. The flash, Magnet Storm coming out, but the follow-up isn't exactly there. Buzzy frontlining, taking a lot of damage, soaking it up. We do have Hollow trying to go in here as well, but so far, Scream and Kusei both are in a very healthy state. Meanwhile, Hollow has to back off himself. Remember, this Vex doesn't have too much mobility at the moment. In the end, it's just going to be Goldie going down while Tempest Gaming, everybody survives. This is kind of significant because Baron is up before Goldie responds.
Alright, teleport into that top side. Tempest are going to try and draw Verzik up, but they are going to choose the Dragon Vision at this time. And I was about to shout out the Small King bot lane. Sesh King as substitute today, doing oh so well, the architect of that engage. And it'll buy Verzik the position they wanted. Oh my gosh, Small Critter, that is very respectful.
Yeah, but I mean, that really shows the nerves, you know what I mean? You just, like, I completely understand what Small Critter's mind is going through. Like, you're so nervous, you don't want to get caught, so you see a single hostile thing comes towards you, and your animal instincts just tells you, get out of there, use whatever, don't get caught.
Oh, no time to base before this Dragon Soul as well. That Hextech Soul would make this Kayle, make Verzik hit like an absolute truck.
Yep. We do have Small Critter healthy, but without the ultimate. Scream has his heal, but doesn't have flash. I mean, this is such... Oh my god, 10 scenario! Small Critter is so low! He's just gonna go down! He uses his flash, desperately trying to survive. They get the Dragon Soul, but will they win the fight? Lars is completely untouched at the moment. Dunlosi and Buzzy are completely just annihilated, but now Lars himself is getting low. Can Lars survive? Oh, the ultimate comes out! Scream is unable to survive this onslaught coming out from the Kayle. What is that flash? The nerves coming out from these players are absolutely insane, and Kayle has to now survive this 1v2. An incredible stopwatch timing. Is Kayle gonna get the kill? Oh, and in the end, it's going to be Kusei who gets the shutdown. It's a 4-4-4, and both mid laners survive. What an absolute mayhem of a game we're having here, Temporal.
The Kayle goes so far to take down that dragon to push through the team fight, and despite Lars falling for the first time, with that Zhonya's coming through, able to clutch out this fight, secure the soul, and score a bounty onto this Ezreal. Finally, takedowns start coming through, the gold starts accelerating, Lars ready, and Verzik, despite being at a gold disadvantage, we're at this stage of the game where there's a little bit of creativity and a little bit of that doesn't matter as everyone's items fill up. Kusai, he'll be left on this mid-wave, but Tempest take a terrifying loss at 38 minutes. The Elder still 5 minutes away, but they have to do something about this Kayle.
Man, and like that pause, obviously it was a technical pause, but I feel like all the players needed that because the nerves that everybody's feeling right now is absolutely
yeah, there'll be some head shakes, some handshakes, some getting out the jitters now. This is all about execution. This is all about your presence as a player. We've done the setup, Ejun. We've done the bit of farming. We've done the business. It's outplay time. It's destroy your opponents. It's get the macro rotation down time. It's time for something a little bit special.
And it's like different kinds of pressure that these teams are facing, right? Like for first, if you're Tempest, the expectation that everybody has of you as a team, and to lose to Verzik would be such a horrible thing that they. Oh my god!
No.
Wait! What? You know, Clyde, you can't pause here. This is just so insane. What?
Oh, Hollow.
Okay, they missed.
Off with the read. Presumed Kusai walked back slightly. Remember, audience, we do watch. We can see everything, but a reasonable guess if you assume Kusai didn't hit B straight away there. Red vision across the map in a defensive line around this dragon. Verzik now must focus their attention on the top side of the map around this Baron where they can make use of this excellently strong, the attack speed inducing the chain lightning Hextech Soul.
Yeah, Hextech Soul is like one of the most powerful souls you can get in this game. So Verzik, already with a strong Laking team comp, are now supercharged. Just imagine this Kayle. I mean, she's basically a turret at certain points in the fight. Just and like everybody's getting mowed down left, right, and center. And it's just going to be so tough for Tempest to approach this monstrous team comp that Verzik now has.
Moment of pause as the mid-wave is contested. Verzik this time get it in first. This game they've been responding second with the feathers, with the Kayle. Now they push first, they gain priority, they start the objective.
It has started, the Gangplank ult comes out as well. Verzik stopping. Smoke Critter is completely isolated. He is not with his team, so he needs to be super careful. He uses his ultimate, he's able to get out, but now no ultimate, no flash, no ghost for Smoke Critter. And everybody else on Verzik is a bit wounded, so I don't know. Like, Tempest, is this their chance to take the Baron?
I feel like every time Small Critter is the focus here, Verzik are laughing slightly as their 0-3 AD carry does do a lot of damage, has a lot of presence with the feathers, but Lars at 450 CS remains untouched. He will be spotted.
Oh my god, and here we go.
Here he
I would not have this game end any other way with a Baron fight. No, Tempest! I don't know, you didn't hear me say anything. Please go back to the Baron. Okay, never mind. So now we have Verzik starting up the Baron once again. More pokes coming in, smoking. Both of them are so low! The Jace with the incredible accelerated Shock Blast is going to make sure that no one can escape this. Smoke Crit just goes down punically before the fight starts. One by one, their team
into the base.
Comp is getting absolutely just shredded, and now they're going for the end. The double TP coming out from the side of Beartree and Kusai. TP in response for Lars. Okay, you went through the weaker members, but now it's Lars, baby. It's Lars on the Kayle. Can you defeat the king? Can you defeat the demigod that is this Kayle level 18 full item? Not even a boots.
Alright, 2 summoner spells burnt to stop that Dancer and the Baron. Both teams not enjoying it. The blue side T1 inhibitor, sorry, top inhibitor falls to the minions. So a cross map there from the 6th member of Verzik as that slow push finally comes to a resolution. Tempest now, 8,000, 6,000, no time, no time!
You have to go in, Goldie, you have to go in. They get the Baron, but now they're realizing, wait a second, even when we have Baron, how is Lars one-shotting us like this? Buzzy gets super low. Yes, in the end goes down. Beartree with some barrel plays there, but missing people. I mean, this game is as close as this gets. I mean, yeah, they have the Baron, but can they still end the game?
This is closer than some of our top teams against Tempest, and they haven't reinvented themselves. They've still tried quite hard. There's been a little misexecution from our first place team. I wouldn't call it anything uncharacteristic. Verzik should be proud of this game, no matter the outcome, no matter what happens.
Oh my god, Lars gets so low. Lars is just absolutely deleted. The shutdown coming out for Beartree. We talked about how this could potentially be a thing that Verzik still has to look out for. The poke comp coming out from Tempest. Verzik aren't respecting it as much, and they are getting punished for it. And without Lars, suddenly Verzik looks so much more weaker.
You're right, they have to execute on the come forwards. 50-second death timer, 40 seconds remaining for Lars. Verzik limping wounded into their own base.
Oh my god, and with this Ezreal is not letting Goldie go home at all. The Flash Q comes out as well. Smoke Critter gets so low. Scream, I mean, no one can catch out Scream. This guy's playing Earth. I didn't know Earth was a thing in competitive League of Legends, but they are proving me wrong. A last-ditch effort coming out for Verzik, trying to stop them from finishing this game. Smoke Critter with a shutdown into Beartree might have done the job to make sure that they cannot end the game, and somehow tempo of the game isn't over. What the heck?
An absolute shift from the rest of Verzik. They dip, duck, dodge, dive, and dodge into their own base. It looked like they were still going to fall on the fountain, but they survive. They hold on. Lars at full build now. The boots gone for extra magic penetration as he attacks Tempest.
The Elder is now up, and Tempest has not backed off at all, so their members are not extremely healthy for this Elder Dragon, so things could just turn around completely. Yes, I know Tempest has 8k gold lead. It doesn't matter right now because it's 44 minutes into the game, and at this point, everybody's a demigod. The steal! They get the Elder Dragon, and they are able to get out without even having to do a fight, so now Tempest Gaming for the next couple minutes can't even try to approach Verzik and end the game.
a long time coming, but this is every KL player's dream. Lars has made it to 44 minutes. The Elder Dragon fight at full build. Verzik, they've done it in a sort of lopsided way, where we can't even flame their bot lane. The Small King performance tonight has been excellent. They've been the mediators, the moderators, the managers of the front line. They have sponged so much damage, so many cooldowns to allow Hollow and Goldie on these dives to thrive, to allow Lars to come online as they approach this T2. They must make the best of this Elder Dragon. It does not get better.
Oh my god, that I didn't know turrets were made out of paper. That turret went down so quick there.
Casual backhand.
Yeah. I mean, I swear to God, Temporal, I just have a feeling there's like a bit of a conspiracy in the UKO. It's like whenever we're casting, they're like, yeah, let's just make sure the games are like absolute
Let's give them
stupid
all the
fiestas.
good stuff.
Yeah.
All of the late game. All of the things you won't see anywhere else but the Four Nations. Goldie coming forwards, using a little bit of his health bar, guiding Verzik forwards.
He's going in to scream! Hollow going in completely alone! Bear Tree already has killed out Sesh King, and oh no, this might have been a mistake because everybody from the side of Verzik is slowly dying. Triple kill for Bear Tree. We were always talking about Lars. We were always paying attention to him, but Bear Tree says, I am a bear, pay attention to me. We're gonna end the game over here.
That pressure on the Kayle, the ability to only save one. Hollow takes the ultimate, and with it, Lars unable to save himself, unable to play through the fight. Verzik overextend, and it will be their doom. In the late game, execution is everything. Items all in, power fantasies unlocked, and with that, Verzik unable to defend their own Nexus.
My god, they got so far! Like, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't
Tempest
even matter,
Gaming
EJ.
wins! They're still, like, basically undefeated. I can't believe it. How did this team, like... My god, this was... I mean, I think this was the closest we ever saw Tempest losing, and they didn't even lose in Inhib Towers.
An absolute shift from both teams, and an excellent game. Are you not entertained, UK and Ireland, on your Monday night? A huge shift. Well done. If you're going to play Kayle, it often goes like that. A little too much responsibility in the late game. But an exciting tale, nonetheless. We're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be back soon, as that was only game 3.
We went from probably the most explosive game we've had in a while to probably the slowest game we've had in a while, but it was
still
tense.
explosive.
It was close. And Tempest, they're starting to show a little bit of weakness. They're getting closer and closer to potentially losing a game. Last week, we saw Venom Crest almost push them to the edge. Now we're seeing Verzik do it. Verzik, unlucky that they don't pick up a win here against maybe other teams they could have, but it is going to be Tempest to take it once more. And I will say, Lars on the Kayle, a lot more than expected.
That was... that was another game where Lars tries so hard to put his team on his back, and it just did not happen. I mean, there was a huge CS lead in the mid lane against Verzik. Bot lane, Gino just did not, like Zika was saying, like we were saying, had a terrible time on that Xayah. Was getting poked out, having to blow that ulti, like we said, for poke every single dang time. However, Lars, just being an absolute beast, was popping off. And then all of a sudden, they have Hextech Soul, they have Elder Dragon, they are pushing into the base, and Verzik lose that game. I mean, when I said drag him down into the mud, that is certainly what ended up happening, but it turns out that actually Tempest are fine with getting down and dirty.
I'm gonna be the one to say it. You pick Jax or Gwen there, and so much more.
Yeah.
Sure, the Kayle looked for most of the game. I mean, you weren't winning your lane, you weren't losing it either. You were massive in team fights. That's the nature of your champion. Pick Jax, one of Gangplank's notoriously worst matchups. Pick Gwen, something that kind of care that it's now by Alice in the world, which is face. A couple of snips from the scissors, and her health going in the way of that spare fabric chopped off. So I'll be the one to say it. I think Jax and Gwen still better pick Kayle, even if throwing that chaos in.
Yeah, it could have definitely been a bit of a game changer, but let's look at what happened. Let's get the first replay going here, because this is where it all ended. This is where it all crumbled down. There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of team fights that went kind of here and there, both sides, both teams taking a bit of a hit there and there. But to finally clean it out, to pick up that one win, it was only one team. Bloxer, talk me through this final team fight.
You just go all the way in as Hollow, and I agree with that decision, but it's that Nature's Grasp that just stops Goldie and Lars in their tracks. They're not able to come join the rest of the team fight. Lars ends up having to pop that ultimate on top of Hollow. Doesn't end up happening. Lars doesn't even have a flash to get over the wall, and you just lose, and you are in the absolute strongest position you could possibly hope for in that team fight. You've got Elder, but if you play so split, you're able to win team fights as Tempest. They were disciplined and just huge props on that Nature's Grasp, stopping the engage from coming through. You pick them off one by one. Tempest, it was a real clincher, but they were able to pull through.
Yeah, I said that Kale do be going Burr. You guys said Gangplank goes Burr. Well, let's have a look at the head-to-head. Let's look at actually who goes Burr more, because both of them I feel like had a really good game, right? I do think that both Lars and Beartree had a really strong performance, but the Gangplank just did a little bit more.
It did, and see, yeah, did get Flame Horizon 100 CS up was Lars on Kale. You would think he did more damage. Not by a long shot. That 4k damage for GP, and I can guarantee you that was solely on the cannon barrage throughout. GP has so much map presence in the barrage, sheer damage through the sheet rock of ST on barrels, that it was like I was saying before, you get hit by shock blast plus barrel, you're outright dead. So, while Lars more of a solo carry for the team, Beartree was a supporting carry, throwing down the ultimates off choke points, throwing out barrels left, right, and centre. Whether they landed or not didn't matter, it was a zoning. Beartree played his champion to perfection for what the team.
Indeed, and we have, I believe, one more stats sheet, which is actually over to who I think really kind of sold it for Tempest, to be honest. I think it was Kusai. Like, Kusai made plays, man. This Jace was so dangerous.
It was pop-off right here out of Kusai, and it was a complete domination of the lane matchup as well. Hollow just wasn't able to get anything done. Yeah, sure, Hollow managed to pick up that first kill in the game, but they were Flame Horizon, they were down by about 50 CS during the early stages of the game. Like, not even 30 minutes into the game, like 15 minutes in, 50 CS up. It just kept on ticking upwards, and then once you got into these team fights, it just meant that there was no point at which Geno got to play the game. Geno stood somewhere, got accelerated shock blasted, either ulted or lost half of their HP. Either way, probably had to turn tail and run, and it meant that you were never able to just sit and deal damage. It turned into a one carry game, simply because you dominate your lane matchup, so the Vex, whilst strong, had a couple of really good ultimates, wasn't able to pop off and carry. Hollow was kind of shut down, especially during the laning phase, and then your AD carry in Geno is also not able to do anything, and that is two full carries just taken off of the board by Kusai. It was brilliant.
Indeed it was, and it's just a sentiment where we talked about Tempest. They have so many threats. They can play around all of their members. Today it was Kusai that really popped off. Tomorrow it might be Beartree, and then the day after that it could be Scream. Who knows? But they are still the number one team. They're still on top. But let's move to the bottom of the leaderboard now. Let's go on to game number 4, a match that is probably the most important for the standings. It is Arcadia versus DMG. And this one really does matter. With Verzik losing, Arcadia are now open to potentially go even with them and take it all to the last day. Bloxer, let's bring up DMG's lineup. Let's talk about this team, because they are, in my opinion, just the wildest team. Like, some days they are amazing, some days they didn't turn up.
Yeah, they have no real consistency as a squad. Sometimes they can take out those top teams, the Ruddies, the Venom Crest, you know, really pop off performances, and then other times they'll all of a sudden lose versus a team that they just should be winning versus. It doesn't make any sense. They take down Belfast last week, huge win for them, really keeping themselves up the standing. Then they lose to Ruddy. Okay, Ruddy's pretty good, you know, but they lost to Verzik a little while ago. Like, there is no consistency in the way that DMG play, but when they play in their style, when they can really lean into those carries through the mid lane, through the top lane, you're chilling. You're doing absolutely fine. They've got a pretty tough matchup today, if just because Arcadia backs against the wall.
Yeah, and it's all for them to potentially try and take this one. Right now, we do have the rosters up here. Obviously, Nata, Shardy, Ruddy, Air. A few changes to DMG's roster here, right? A couple of new players are coming into the loop. We're seeing a change in the top lane, change in the mid lane. The solo lane is switching up. Do you feel like that could be a bit of a problem for them?
Changing things this late on into the season is always a risk, but then again, it's not like they were playing with any consistency beforehand, so maybe this is exactly what DMG need. throw things up into the air, really try to just kickstart yourself again, because they're chugging along. They still look like DMG are going to be able to pick themselves up a playoff spot, especially if they beat out onto Verzik today. So they have more games in their future. I don't hate them changing out a player right now. I think that just trying something different isn't going to be bad.
Indeed, and let's go on to the other side of this matchup, Arcadia. Let's bring up their roster. Zhika, talk to me about this team.
Arcadia is back. This is the same roster we saw them go through open qualifiers and start the season with Synapse, T-Time, Brixton, Blank, Galaxy back together. And maybe wondering, how does that change anything? The start of the season was pretty rough. The reason that changes things, friend, is because now you actually have a jungler in the jungle. You've not got Shida, coming from top lane saying, it's fine guys, I'll fill in. And lacking the presence of a jungle main there. You've also got Synapse back on main role. You've got Brixton and Blank, who have been these two big carries for Arcadia throughout all of open qualifiers and the split in the games they have won. You've got Galaxy, this big engaged tool, someone who's ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice back again. I'm very excited to see if this team can band together again and really take to center stage, because especially with DMG having two subs in their solo lanes, I think this is really, really abusable, because the team cohesion won't necessarily be there versus the team who have been together since the very start.
Indeed. Well, let's see how it's going to match up, right? I do think that these two teams are going to put on a bit of a show. Both of them looking to secure their place in the playoffs. Obviously, if DMG pick up a win here, they can take that potential fourth spot, which avoids them from going into that lower bracket, and it would make it very, very tough for Belfast Storm into the next game day, because they will be forced to getting a win, and they obviously have to take on Venomcrest, which is a bit of a tough roster. Whereas DMG, they will be taking on Verzik, so definitely going to be playing a pretty interesting part in the next couple of days in terms of where people are going to line up for playoffs. But what is the kind of vibe moving towards draft here, right? We're going to get that up in about 30 seconds, but I feel like Arcadia, they've kind of stuck to quite a routine composition, I would say. I feel like they like to play for their mid bot lane. They like to kind of keep it front to back a little bit. Obviously, they like the Zyra Khan as well. Zhika, is that what you're kind of expecting from them today?
Yeah, to a degree, but I do think that DMG are a team, much like Tempest, who don't necessarily thrive in chaos. They need to have some kind of controlled, calculated game plan. So if Arcadia can find a way to throw a spanner into the works, so to speak, DMG are going to struggle a lot more. And I think that's why we tend to see them struggle against the lower table teams. Because they don't thrive in chaos.
Well, let's have a little look. I believe draft is ready, so let's go into that one. And we already see the Vayne off the board coming out from Arcadia. So, trying to pick out DMG. Now, obviously, DMG having two new players could definitely change things up a lot.
Yeah, things could be switching around. Like you said, they like the kind of more standard compositions. DMG like to play their front-to-back style, a normal set of League of Legends, which isn't necessarily what Arcadia are trying to go against either. Arcadia really do like themselves that Zyra Khan in the bot lane, something very standard in the mid lane. Again, pretty front-to-back. These are pretty interesting bans, though, to be fair. Vayne, the Graves, the Talia, all of these champions are things that have sort of hovered in the edges of the meta, but aren't necessarily things that are being picked up necessarily by either of these teams.
Yeah, and the Olaf and the Akshan being banned away. I do like it a lot. I do think that they're very good top lane picks, right? You don't want to be playing against those two. Taking them off the board, pretty fair. As I do wonder, do we potentially see like a Zyra Rakan ban here?
I think if you're going to have to take Rakan.
Yeah, ban the Rakan.
Taking away the Akshan. 1% safe as I don't think anyone on Arcadia plays it, so that's a spanner to me. Maybe they do, maybe I've been following the players wrong. But getting rid of something like Khan takes away one of Galaxy's couple of picks, and it means you struggle a little bit more to pull the trigger so safely.
Oh, okay, update for you guys at home. Draft did get remade, so we are going to be bringing that one back in a second. That's why it did pause on the third ban from the side of DMG. I believe it was DMG that were pausing there, but the sentiment is still here, right? We saw some bans that were a little bit different, right? We didn't necessarily go in expecting those ones to come out. With that kind of different in draft, we potentially expect difference in picks. We've talked about how both these teams like to play quite consistent comps, quite consistent styles. It's the last week. Is this where it gets a bit funky?
Okay, the Rakan ban makes much more sense. Out of DMG, huge pickup for Galaxy. Clearly, Arcadia knew what their bans were going to be. Other than that Ivan ban, which I've not seen, I don't think T-Time plays particularly, but clearly I'm wrong on that one. The Rakan, Orianna bans, very standard, make a lot of sense. K'Sante being picked up, big, chunky bruiser in the top lane. It has a pretty good time into the Aatrox. I see a lot of people pick Aatrox into K'Sante, and unless you get super far ahead with a lot of ganks from your jungler, nothing really happens, and this is also terrifying. You've now got a K'Sante and a Jarvan. That engage is just massive.
I mean, we
It is.
kind of talked about the K'Sante Aatrox matchup last week, right? We saw it in one of the games that we covered on last Monday, I believe it was. So it's not something that we're necessarily unaccustomed to. I'm just shocked to see Synapse playing the K'Sante, because when we think of Synapse, we think of these like cheese split pushers, not these big teamfight tanks.
Yeah,
well, true. Maybe this is the change that Arcadia wanted to go for. Obviously, the last week they're trying to change their fates. They're trying to get themselves into that playoffs. Can they make it happen? Now we're going to see a few different bans here. Emilio and Renard's taken away. I do like the switch up. I like the bans there, trying to limit the pool of Galaxy. On the flip side, though, the Lilia and the Karthus removed, which DMG say, you know what, we don't really mind. Sejuani's locked in quickly.
Yeah, just going to take the Rel into the bot lane instead. See what the final set of pickups are going to be. With the Jinx, the K'Sante, and the Jarvan, that's a teamfight composition. You'd like to have yourself a control mage. Something like the Orianna would have been brilliant. Obviously, one of the reasons that DMG has already banned that one away. The Azir, another one of those top tier pickups. With that Braum too, you can stop so much of what the Xayah wants to do during the big team fights. You can also absorb that ultimate out of the Sejuani. If you do lock in the Jace here, the Braum, you see the Braum. We all see the Braum. Okay, thank you very much. Instead, gonna hover towards the Ahri. That would make a lot more sense. Still has not the best time into the Braum, actually. I really like that pickup from Galaxy.
And that's Gauntlet being thrown down there by going to Ali. Doesn't hate the Azir matchup that much. She's going to struggle a little bit, but Shroud provides that little bit more safety, and you have decent one-shot potential. Granted, Emperor does exist. Now, the Braum is a very good pickup. You are extremely right. My big concern with the Jace was they picked full AD into Braum, K'Sante, Jarvan. That's not like fun. But now my question comes to, how are you going to keep this Jinx alive in a team fight? There is an Aatrox looking to dive onto her, there is an Akali looking to dive onto her, and there is a Rel looking to dive onto her. What tools do you have outside of Unbreakable to stop them getting to this Jinx? And even if you can, you don't have shields or anything that can nullify the damage coming out of this Akali. You really are just hoping that Blank isn't in a position to go, I'm here, pop, I'm dead.
Okay, work with me here. Emperors divide them away, baby cage them, and then the Jinx just free fires. Obviously, there's some little issues in that both the Aatrox and the Akali can kind of just get out of the Jarvan ultimate, so that's not ideal, but, you know, say they've used all of their dashes already. No, you're absolutely right. The Jinx is going to be under a lot of threat, especially because the rest of that team composition right here, out of Arcadia, just wants to go flying in. You know, the Jinx is left pretty much alone, other than that Braum, and the Unbreakable is great for those long-ranged shurikens to at least stop some of the engage potentially, but the Akali can just flash on top, potentially come over the top of a wall and get on top of this Jinx. But if you don't manage to do that, if the engage out of DMG isn't perfect and the Jinx is able to free fire, that's a big tanky front line with a lot of lockdown CC that you can work around. That first kill is going to be huge to get excited and then be able to weave around these team fights more effectively.
Yeah, I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna give you my synopsis,
and
then you, as the analysts, can confirm or deny the read, right? Because I'm saying that I agree with you, right? In the sense of, I think that Arcadia have a very strong front line, right? They have the K'Sante, the Jarvan, the Braum. They can all hold them off for quite a long time. The Azir can give the Empress Divide as well to give that assistance to blank on the Jinx. And I like that. I think it's a strong comp. I think, yes, okay, of course, if the Akali and the Aatrox can get into the backline, could be GG, good night to the Jinx, not really much mobility. But on the flip side, for DMG, I'm a little bit surprised because they've gone Aatrox, Akali, Rell, Sejuani, everyone is moving forwards, and then they have this Xayah that I just feel is a little bit like, yo, where you going, guys? Yeah, hello, I'm over here. You know what I mean?
I'm glad someone pointed that out because, well, yeah, Yang's not gonna have a fun time. It's one of the worst feelings as Xayah when you can't just play back because your feathers become so hard to land. You're really only using them for an auto Q pullback to maybe land the route that way. Even then, it's really hit and miss. You're basically looking to play fully around Deadly Plumage pretty much entirely. So much of your damage is going to just come from having that extra attack speed and the extra on-hit damage to go fire attacks left, right, and center. You're relying a lot less on the pullbacks, the feathers. So I would actually like to see Yang change the build-up to reflect that. I think that you maybe can look towards Gale Force or Infinity Edge instead of these Navori Quick Blades, because you don't need to have Blade Caller up anywhere near as much. And if you can front load the damage you're doing in one Deadly Plumage, you don't need to use multiple because you'll already be cutting through people just as fast.
Now, the question that I have is that, is the side of DMG doing enough DMG to kill off Arcadia without the Xayah?
You can kill the Jinx, the Azir.
You can maybe kill both of them, but you probably only ever get to kill one before you've used full rotation from Akali. So perfect execution's out of the question already. And then Aatrox is relying on a lot of sweet spots onto an Azir who can shift his hands.
Okay, so for the last time today, who do you think wins? What's the predictions? What are we going for? Shika, you can kick us off. Okay, Arcadia. Okay.
Come on, Arcadia. It keeps the playoff picture closer. Let's see it.
I'm saying I'm feeling the DMG comment. I feel like there's just something about the moving forward that could be a little bit different. Like there's just a little bit of sauce. I'm a bit like, oh, you know
spicy.
What?
If Yang changes the build,
this could be a game.
I'm with. I think if Yang changes the build, I can agree with you. But at a baseline, I think it's Arcadia.
Okay, this is interesting. The last game of the day, probably the most important for the stand-ups. Arcadia looking to try and get themselves onto that 6th spot podium to make a stand for playoffs. Can they do it today, or will DMG axe them out and take themselves one step ahead of Belfast Storm for that 4th spot? There is only one way to find out, and that is to stay right here, scream and shout and support for these teams. But before we get into all of that, let's introduce our classes once more time. June Temporal, take us into the last game of the day.
Thank you very much. And yes, the last game of the day, we are going in here, DMG versus Arcadia. An exciting one, two pretty evenly matched teams in Arcadia ramping up. And of course, DMG as usual, very, very wild and basically sporadic. Temporal, how do you feel about this game so far?
We have Arcadia trying something fixed, even though their drafting is still completely back to front. This is a very standard team composition. Tank top, diving jungle, control mage mid, scaling AD carry with some sort of defense. And on DMG, we see the LPL special complete chaos if a team fight breaks out into little pieces where execution matters. Aatrox hits hard. A mid lane Hokage will rule the Hidden Leaf village as they dive and duck and destroy a backline. And Yang on something he can peel himself. My eyes on DMG this game, hopefully for some flashy moves.
Oh yeah, and if we're thinking flashy, I mean DMG is the team, right? They're the players who always love these mechanically intense, high risk, high execution, but high reward team comps. Arcadia trying to kind of push a bit ahead here, get that vision onto that red side of DMG's jungle, and now T-Time backs off. So it seems like for both jungles, they're going to start on the top side of the map.
You get that extra check. A level 1 with both of these mid lane champions. You can get away with quite a lot as... No hidden leaves over there. They're quite visible, I'm afraid. Brixton will get the spacing at level 1 and deal a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah,
Not a
it's
good
nice
position
way
for
to
the
start
Akali.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I've just received confirmation through back channels. Yus in the top side is the same Nata, playing AD carry for X7 and Gamer Legion recently. In previous years, he's subbing in this week. And he is an experienced competitive player.
Yeah, and we'll see how that experience goes to Synapse playing the K'Sante. And I mean, we all know from all the stories in Reddit and all the win rates that K'Sante is an absolute beast right now. Like a really good champion. And yeah, okay, nice little trades in bot lane.
Yeah, the Braum going low. It's a bit of a risk. He'll have his Guardian though. He'll be fine burning through those potions. And yeah, you sort of alluded to the K'Sante's all in, the real skill expression moment, the bit that was buffed. It just goes a little bit harder when you actually turn on those blades and look to finish off your opponent.
Yeah, and kind of Synapse this very early game, taking advantage of K'Sante's power into Nada's top. I mean, in the meantime, how do you feel about the Akali into the Azir matchup?
So later on in the game, this gets really hard, and being around the Akali in the minion wave quite hard. But right now, Azir, much like Orianna in this mid lane, should really be putting it to the Akali, should be attacking, pulling the wave towards you, and setting up positions where it is really hard. Like Brixton, if you put that soldier a little bit further down, you still caught the minion and you zone the Akali. You need to make her sweat, you need to make her work for it. No fleet footwork means that any damage you deal in lane will be potions or it will stick. Pushing her out 4-6, quite important.
But so far it seems like mid lane Hokage is holding his own, just having a nice time here, not poked out too much. If anything, Brixton is the one who's way lower than mid lane Hokage. So I mean, you know, hidden leaf and all that, I mean, this is definitely not hidden at all, the amount of advantage this Akali's already getting.
Yeah, the Azir being down here, not the most usual. We're going to put it up to just the way the game has started. See whether DMG can use that advantage. Try and get a 2v2 around mid. Akali still somehow a melee champion. Will help trigger that Sejuani passive, so destructive in the 2v2 when you can chain those stuns together. With no camps up right now, a race towards this top crab.
Oh, wait a second. This is going to be first blood going to Synapse. Oh, no!
Oh,
Ooh, such an unfortunate flash over there, giving the first blood to Synapse.
Bit of a shocker. I remember as an AD carry, not sure how much of this top lane he's played at this level, and while Aatrox normally holds his own against the K'Sante, falling down there his first blood and whiffing the flash. So difficult to stay stable against the K'Sante when you start to give him gold.
Yep, that's gotta feel real bad for if you are Nada, of course, and if you're Synapse, I mean, great news. You are absolutely going to get very online and very beefy and fed. And you know, Temporal, what I just realized is we keep talking like, oh, hidden leaf village and stuff like that. We're mentioning, you know, we're referencing Naruto and stuff, and I realized, oh my god, he's actually playing Akali. This is like so lore accurate.
Actually a ninja. True. A lot of references going straight over my head. I spent all weekend at Comic-Con, so like lots of people in hidden leaf costumes. Lots of sort of headbands with marks through them, running around with their arms behind them. A great time.
Man, I mean, if we had the budget, if we had the foresight, we would of course have had like some soundtracks available. Whenever the Akali's trying to do like anything like super cool and flashy, then you get the Naruto like
just get
exciting
your
moment, like
get your wind flute
stuff like that playing. Oh, what? We completely missed this in top lane.
That's more like
an answer back.
That's what the Aatrox is good for. Just all in and swinging through. Nada able to equalize here. Will still be slightly down after the first blood bonus, but will get the teleporter back out of his counterpart.
Yeah, wow, what an answer back. I mean, I thought for sure Synapse would kind of have a grip on this lane and be able to close it out with a really just nice lead, but now you got Nada answering back. Of course, you know, he's still in lead, Synapse, still doing good, but that's something that DMG really likes to have, and now they're starting up the dragon and no contest so far coming out from the side of Arcadia.
God, Synapse procs him. This is sort of positioned the Aatrox as soon as he sorts to just like get going on that Goldest Tea time in at the back, has the smite.
Oh, and the first dragon goes to DMG. T-Time having to flash out just to get away. Scared of the Hokage. I mean, you know, lore-wise, Hokage is the strongest ninja in that Hidden Leaf Village, so for sure you don't want to mess around with him.
Yeah, just a little flash evade there. Swung a little too soon. If he waited for his auto attack to complete that 60 damage, would have gone through. Dropped it below the smite threshold. Synapse here, without the Aatrox being able to define your positioning around both sets of minions, can just proxy away and try and draw DMG into this top side of the map.
Yup. I mean, I don't know. It's like it's a little bit of the solo queue PTSD things I'm saying. Like, if my top laner has a lead on me and starts like proxying, I'm still not entirely sure what the best course of action is. You know, like
yeah, it's not something that comes up a lot, right? It can induce some nerves, but as Yang just getting tagged there, risking coming back in the passive, doesn't trade back. So Arcadia extend a bit of a lead in this bottom lane, trying to get another wave in, and yeah, getting behind your opponent's tower when you can see the opponent's jungler dragon just makes them choose. Got the demolish proc off there for free without taking any damage. Really useful skill and confident ability to have.
Yes, and the game has slowed down a bit more. We do see like leads start to consolidate here and there, but so far it's a very even game. I mean, you know, seeing that it's Arcadia versus DMG, I was expecting another bloodbath, and I was like, fully ready.
You were ready.
Go to bed with like a really sore throat. But this time, it's calm beginnings. But usually it's the calm before the storm. So.
Oh yeah, we're building up some big team fight pieces. A lot of these champions just set up for those big mid lane cooldowns.
And asking, you shall receive. Everybody jumping onto T-Time, and T-Time just flashing the opposite direction. But mid lane Hokage is an absolute ninja, and the Naruto theme song now comes on. Can you guys hear it in the background? They're trying to make sure that that Hokage can't come in anymore. But in the end, that's just gonna be 2 kills going down for DMG. Awesome play from their whole team, honestly.
Yeah, they come together a little bit better there. Brixton, while he did use the shuffle, there wasn't much setup. The Super Mega Death Rock is still available if they want to try and contest or break back in mid, but Synapse is under attack.
Ooh, okay, here comes the stun from Obliviate, but this is Synapse. Level 8 into the level 5 of Obliviate. He gets the kill on Obliviate. Now it is a 1v1, but I mean, this is K'Sante we're talking about. This man has dashes, this man has damage, this man has about everything you want, except the HP needed to survive that whole exchange. So Nada gets the kill. Shroudy Rowdy has the flash to get away from this. T-Time actually seems like he stole the Herald and gets away with it. No problem at all.
I was about to say, at least they got Shroudy Rowdy's flash, but no, the objective secured as well. Somehow even overall, shall we call that Ejun? So mid lane Hokage, I mean, go on, dive him, Brixton.
Oh my god.
Brixton, your support, he's in trouble. It's alright, he's out of there, he's confident. There's Jarvan pathing down. Should mean that we get 2 rounds of vision on this dragon. Galaxy will start this off with the trigger plant, spawning out that pin cord. And that means we should have Arcadia with all cooldowns all ready and all together. I think if we see a bit of a bigger Shurima shuffle this time, they'll stand up a bit of a better chance in the direct fight, not just stealing the objective after.
Yeah. I mean, if we look a bit more in bot lane over here, we do have Blank in a really healthy position, not being pressured too hard at all, just good amount of farm. I mean, same goes for Yang, but Blank with a bit of a CS lead. I mean, building up to something really, really nice.
Alright, at least Brixton stabilizing now, not bleeding further advantage. Synapse, once again, this is a great thing to do, by the way, in solo queue, if you're really confident. This is the way you generate meaningful advantages in top lane. Build up slow pushes, push them towards your opponent's tower, make them sit there and roam base, get what you need to do done, as you put your opponent on a bit of a timer, even if it's just to equalize there. Take a moment, check the rest of the map, and time everyone's summoner spells.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, now this Akali Azir matchup that we kind of touched into, they are level 9. I mean, this Akali is completely just fine in here in lane, so the farm is going well. I mean, 1 kill for Hokage already, so just feeling good in that sense for DMG.
I'd like it if Synapse was pushing these waves all the way into tower. He'd be able to have further control in the future and start to put
okay,
it.
Here we go into Yang. Yang has to use the flash just to get away from Jarvan's ultimate, but in the end, escapes just fine. Steven there to help him out, no problem.
Yeah, nice trade before this dragon. I wanted to say, you know, we're going to put it to Nada in this top lane, but Arcadia putting all their eggs in the bottom lane basket. The dragon is the priority. Obliviate Steven coming forward, Shreddy Rowdy over the wall.
Okay, we have it here. We have 4 members versus 4. Dragon is up, but Yang doesn't have flash or the ultimate, so Yang has to be particularly careful here. This is the second game we're seeing today, or I mean, the second game that I've been casting where, you know, the Xayah is in a bit of a peculiar position over here where you know, they need to be careful. Dragon has started. They are going into Brixton. Hokage and Shrouded Rod trying to get as much damage as they can. Brixton dives in. The Magnet Storm comes out from Steven. Oh my god, they're just diving into everybody now. The amount of damage coming out from this ninja is absolutely insane. Hokage, you can't do this to these people. They have families.
A split fight with no hope for a teleport from the top lane, while Blank will get one back onto Steven. That is a wipe. DMG able to strike over this dragon, and in the chaotic fight, their assassin finds the backline, takes down the control mage, and the rest of Arcadia topples.
I mean, this is kind of the thing that our desk was talking about too, where they touched upon like how this DMG comp could like potentially like upset the front to back strong team comp that Arcadia has. If they can just dive all the way into the backline, I mean, Blank, there's not a lot of things that you know they can do to like protect Black at that point.
Unstoppable will allow sign-ups forwards, and if we look across, there's 2 dragons for DMG, 3,000 gold lead. They've got to be pretty confident right now. Normally you trade a gold lead for objective scaling. They've got both right now. And while Synapse has stood up relatively strong on this top side, we're looking at hopes for Arcadia. It's this Jinx getting chaotic in fights, it's everyone else coming in front of her and blocking the advances of DMG. The chaotic moves forwards. We look to this top crab. Brixton trying to hold on. Has gone the crown, so he's even stickier, even tougher to kill. DMG in a commanding position.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really nice lead so far. We do have key time here in bot lane trying to set something up. They're trying to get this dive working, and I don't think Yang and Steven really know about this, so now they are going in. Yang has to use the ultimate again. Oh wait, not a lot of damage is coming through. Yang, oh, I thought he could survive, but then comes the ultimate, so that's completely fine. Blank is getting chased down by Nada, and my god, here comes the Aatrox, the raid bot Aatrox that everybody's so fearful of. Gets that kill. Meanwhile, on everywhere else in the map, once again, we have this Akali coming in, just shredding everybody down to pieces, assassinating their hopes and dreams. Arcadia, they are struggling right now.
Yeah, Nada sort of providing the antithesis of Synapse. Synapse has had Nada's way the entire game in this top side, I'd argue. And while there was a return kill over that, that's a small thing. Able to get out on the map and make the influence. Brixton here has no ult into this tower.
Oh my god! My
Makes
god, that
a
was an
little too
absolute
hard.
assassination! Oh wow, yo, Tempor, you know he ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3.
No, he's out of the sequel.
Yeah. My god, I mean, Hokage is absolutely putting on a show. I mean, this is kind of like, you know, regardless of how the results go, I feel like if you're DMG, you're super happy with how the game is going already. Because
So much. Doesn't matter that the gold is... Go on, you first.
No, yeah, I'm so sorry. All I want to say was that with such a good performance coming out of the Akali, this could potentially, going into playoffs, be like one of those bans that, you know, like, you know, or this pick that, you know, teams are afraid of, and potentially another ban that goes towards the Akali, and they're like, no way we want to go against, you know, Hokage's Akali, you know?
Yeah, it adds that sort of extra X factor in a best of series. It's so important as Nada as the angle here onto Blank. And just being those agents of chaos, DMG have done so much work. Gold, it doesn't matter that it's not on their Xayah. She's evasive. She will still offer that huge pullback. She will still be valuable in these fights. It's the difficult pieces of DMG that have got the money. The Akali will find the assassinations at this amount of advantage. DMG, they're not even going to go contested. As Arcadia just push forwards in the bottom lane. It's all they can do right now.
Yep, I mean, they're also up 2 dragons. I mean, things are going really well currently for DMG. Arcadia has a little bit of that caveat with that bot lane taken out, of course, but that's all they're going to be able to gain from that. They have to back off now. We have the Herald that spawns in mid lane, so this is going to be the mid tower going down as well for DMG. I mean, DMG is just playing super well. I'm so impressed.
Until that Herald coming in. Arcadia, if they're going to come back in, sorry, I had a bit of a moment there. It's going to be difficult. If you ask me a question, go for it again.
No, it's completely fine. I mean, I totally get it. You know, when you see like an actual ninja in the rift, you know.
Yeah. I'm
does,
just, I'm just keeping my eyes over my back, just like, maybe they've snuck up behind me.
Oh no, not ninjas in my rooms, not again.
Yeah, it's like, in the shadows. What is that?
But speaking of shadows, in the shadow there in the dragon pit is going to spawn the third dragon. It is an infernal soul. So this is going to be a high priority dragon at DMG for sure. I mean, you got the Akali. Like for sure you want this.
Oh,
100%.
You don't just want this. You definitely don't need it. You're so far ahead. But you are definitely getting it.
Yeah, Brixton. It's already. Whoa, oh my god, an absolutely crazy Mobble Jobble combo coming in with the Magnet Storm. Everybody's so low, and Hokage here is just playing cleanup. He's an absolute janitor, the best janitor I've ever seen. But we do have Blank just trying to hold on to his team as much as he can, trying to hold on, trying to deal as much damage, but it's not going to be enough. He has to run away. We have Tea Time trying to run away from Hokage, and weirdly enough, because of Jarvan's cooldown, I mean, he might be able to run away just fine here, but it's still going to be an execute. No way he gets out of this situation alive. Execution, yes, but also the dragon will be executed, going to DMG, the third Drake.
We continue this objective scaling, and the gold lead growing slowly as well at 3,500, 20 minutes into this game. Blank, even though we got the resets there, not strong enough on just the Kraken Slayer, does leave you unable to plow through fights, especially looking across at a Kraken plus Navori for Yang. 6-0-4 this Akali. The threat. The mid laner hidden in the leaves. DMG just with such a chaotic team fight at the back of that dragon pit. It's something we're going to see time and time again. And I think if Arcadia are going to get around it, it's going to take some serious movements as a unit, as a team, to overcome that advantage.
I mean, Hokage is so ahead. He's 6-0-4. Look at this, man. He even has the stackable magic item thing. I forgot the name of that, but still, that item. And, like, he's absolutely incredibly ahead. He can one-shot anybody in the team.
Yeah. At least,
oh yeah, Mage
if you've no, it's the same thing. Let's be honest. With Brixton and Galaxy able to be defensive, throw their ultimates at people's feet, there's a bit of hope. But the Akali is so evasive. It's really hard just to actually sequence those together, not blow everything at the same time. A criticism I've had of some teams so far, even tonight, is throwing their defensive cooldowns all on top of each other, and then only having one chance for escape. Tea Time, just out over the wall, He's doing alright.
I mean, that was a nice escape. That was a nice escape for sure. I mean, in the same time, one thing to notice at DMG playing this high, execution team comp, right? If they do mis-execute a little bit here and there, then Arcadia with their much more nicer, simpler front to back, I feel like they would be able to completely turn around that fight.
There's always hope. Especially if the K'Sante can drag the Akali away, he seems to still be able to go toe to toe with it. And the ability that ultimate gives you to plow even through the smokescreen Akali loves to hide inside cannot be that difference. Just haven't seen those big macro moves from Arcadia. I think you could argue across the entire season. They've been a little bit lacking in that department of just all being on the same page, having a game plan in advance, executing, respecting your opponents. We always get one or two out of 3 or 4, but we don't get everything all at once. We don't have the complete package. DMG thriving in that chaos, thriving in those openings they see to attack. Brixton here, alone on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, Brixton needs to be super careful, but, you know, being an Azir, maybe it's going to be okay. Ooh, just nice little rocket belt there, activation, just to make sure that the crown of the Shattered Queen passive is no more. They're backing off, noticing that 5 members in Arcadia wants to go into this. They're actually going quite aggressively, trying to see if they can get a pick, but you know, DMG being quite mobile are going to get out of this no problem. They do have a bit of priority over
They're
Baron,
still
but
pushing
in the
3
meantime,
lanes.
mid and bot is being pushed in, so they have to be very careful. But they're committing into the Baron. We're going to have a bit of a Baron flip, burger flip.
Bit of an overreaction to finding Brixton alone in the top side. 3 lanes still being pushed. Not as teleporting in.
Oh, the incredible! Oh my god, the incredible Magnus Storm comes in to absolutely get everybody into the fold, and now we have the Aatrox absolutely going hammer slam over here into Arcadia, and they are getting absolutely wiped out. That's just the clean ace coming out, and Arcadia completely falls apart to DMG. They're taking the Baron, they're having the TP to continue this push.
You can tell Nada is an AD carry main as he absolutely wombo combos Blank. The Jinx unable to move, unable to respond. And with Akali as well, able to mop up this teamfight. DMG have thrived in that teamfight this game. They'll even teleport out to extend their advantage by damaging this bottom lane T3 tower. With Dragon coming up in 45, they're going to meet Arcadia there. They're going to have most of their cooldowns back. They didn't even have to blow a flash or a real flash. We know, Steven, we know. It's still a real summoner spell, okay? Hex Flash is real. What ease, what advantage at this stage. 10,000 gold, no longer a 3,000 to 4,000 growing lead as they arrive on time for the objective. And Arcadia are not here. Blank is at Wolves.
Oh yeah, Arcadia just kind of falling apart. And speaking of gold, I mean, you know, usually you think ninjas are supposed to be very, like, you know, modest and not having a lot of gold, but this is the most blingest ninja I have ever seen in Hokage. Just 7, 0, and 8. All of these items, this man has like his own car at this point, and the car is probably completely black just to be engulfed in the shadow as well. The dragon has now started. Infernal Soul this would be. And look at Hokage just going into 3 people. He has absolutely no fear. He is absolutely legendary right now. What a man. What a legend. Oh my god, look at that double kill. For sure he's not going to be in Rush Hour 3. He's not even going to be in Rush Hour 4 at this rate.
A 2-tap from the Hokage, enough to take down the jungler. T-time so squishy. Brixton follows quickly. Synapse, he's just got to buy time. He's already out of this fight.
My god, DMG playing so scary, so accurate right now. Oh my god, Blank just cannot breathe for an absolute single second.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it. They're just gonna win the game now.
A Slub Baron, empowered minion wave, 1 more minute on that buff. Members of Arcadia will try and charge forwards. Nada, such a presence here, should be able to get into that tower, but they're going to respect it. They're going to take the T3 in the bottom side with a bullet. Steven finds the angle.
Comes the Magnus Storm, the Wombo combo coming out again, and Hokage is just shredding everybody to pieces, just waiting for everybody to just get low enough, and he comes and snatches in the kills. He snatches the victory for DMG, and DMG, what a scary team. Sometimes they look weak, but sometimes they look absolutely freaking unstoppable. What is this team? You can't evaluate these players because they're playing like crazy. Just look at this fight just going in. They're playing just in tangent. 5 individual players united as one and just coming in and absolutely blowing out Arcadia. And unfortunately, I think this means that for Arcadia, with this loss, they're like, I don't know if they're out, but they might be very close to being out.
I believe that will be a 7th place finish for them. We'll have the desk confirm that. And yeah, huge congratulations to DMG. Some new players. Nada, your top lane debut, I believe. I guess that went okay. If you fix the lane up a little bit, you do fantastic. And a huge W for Coach Tarek as well. Welcome back to the UK and Irish scene. It's been a long time since you were in the UK yourself. And yeah, maybe a part of why DMG looked so together and Arcadia, after the pressure started to become applied, looked a little bit lost. Ejun, it's been a fantastic evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Temporal. And we will be back after a game because, of course, the matches have ended, but we still have post-game analysis that are going to be amazing to watch. So we'll be back after a short break.
Sound out of room of la la. Sound out.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. You are a new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worried about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
And we are back once again. The final breakdown of the day, and we only have one day left. We only have week 7, day 2 on Thursday left, and the teams that will be decided, the playoffs will be sorted, and all hell will potentially break loose if Arcadia win and Verzik lose next game day. But we aren't going to get into that just yet. We're going to break down this game. Let's start it off. Let's kick it off with the first replay. Let's go straight into this game because it was quite one-sided. We'll call it what it is. It was very soda to the DMG lot, and this is where it all began.
Yeah, so you see Brixton gets caught into a beautiful engage from Steven, and then somehow, I'm not entirely sure how, but 4 people just line up for Yang to go through. We were saying at the start of the game, there's no way that Yang gets to play this game, right? Because the entire team won't away from him. You're not
It does if the enemy walk into him.
It doesn't matter if you're playing against a bloody wall, so there you go. That was the start of the snowball that DMG started to roll down the hill.
Indeed it was, and let's go to the end of it. Let's go to the end, which wasn't, to be honest, that long later. It was only 24 minutes, I think, in the whole game total. So 21 minutes in, we had this Baron fight, and yeah, it just doesn't look good, right? It's just a really tough one for Arcadia. They're trying to get a little bit frantic, and then the team fight just falls in the hands of DMG.
It's a huge Magnet Storm out of Steven. Had just a pop-off performance on this rel. Is managing to knock people up at all times. The Magnet Storms were on point, and you really see it in this team fight. And at this point, Arcadia were already so far behind on gold. You can't see it because the replay doesn't show off the map, but also the Jinx is just bot lane. There's nowhere nearby. Isn't involved in a lot of these fights. Was top lane for some of the bot lane fights. Was bot lane for some of the... It just wasn't there. And it just never lined up for Arcadia. They couldn't find a way to get into this game. And like you said, they were fighting against walls in choke points, never actually having a spread out team fight like the composition wanted. And it meant that the Xayah was just able to free hit the whole time with those perfect engages out of Steven as well. It was a very clean game. And if DMG can keep that up, I feel very good about them.
Yeah, I think Steven had a great game. I think he's had a pretty good split, in all honesty. I think we haven't really talked about him enough, but the player we need to talk about from this game was Air. It was the Akali. It was just so good. They were able to make things happen. I asked you, without the Xayah, can they get it done? Well, the answer was yes.
It absolutely was. And you've heard of Nunu trying to roll the biggest snowball ever. Well, Air trying to roll the quickest, fastest snowball ever, and doing so relatively successfully. 32,000 damage, 12, 0, and 10. This Akali was largely unchecked throughout the entire game, and it was perfect execution after perfect execution. And that's before talking about ability names. Left, right, and center, these fights were going exactly the way Air wanted them to. Was able to find these backline access, was able to kill 1, 2, 3 people at a time, and then use perfect execution to finish off the last couple. It was a beautifully played game from Akali, and I'm terrified to see what more this player can.
Yeah, 12-0-10 left. Nothing to be desired. Absolutely destructive in that game at all stages. And that is going to bring DMG to another win, which takes them into 4th spot, 1 ahead of Belfast Storm. Can they hold on? Can they keep themselves in that upper bracket? We'll have to find out on Thursday. Things you'll also need to look forward to. Where are Belfast Storm going to sit? Are they going to be 5th? Are they going to be 6th? Is there a world where they could even drop down to 7th? Arcadia looking for that extra win. Actually, I don't think they can drop to 7th to scratch that. Could they be? They're probably going to be 5th. But Verzik need to look for that win, because if they don't pick up a win and Arcadia do, we potentially have a tiebreaker. So with that being said, make sure you tune in. I'm going to give you a quick rundown, though, of what happened today, and then we'll have a little breakdown after that. So essentially, if you missed any of it, it all kicked off with Venom Crest versus Lions Creed. And as expected, Venom Crest were just the better team. Lions Creed put up a strong start to the game, but it wasn't to be enough. Second game, Ruddy versus Belfast Storm. There's not much to say. It's just a lot of fighting. Go watch the replay. It was a good game, but Ruddy came out on top. Verzik versus Tempest, a slow game. Tempest not looking as strong as previously before, but managed to close it out as reliably as they do as always. And the last game of the day, DMG versus Arcadia. DMG just on a tear up. That is how it is. Now, with that being said, any final thoughts from you guys on the desk? Jika, do you want to kick it off?
I mean, today has been a day of games, and Thursday is going to be nothing to miss. I'm looking forward to being there, and don't you worry, I will be there. I'm excited to see how this split rounds out and just what we're looking at going into playoffs, because this has been an explosive split, top to bottom, left to right.
Anything from you, Bloxer?
You can't miss it. I mean, we were talking about the number of scenarios in which people can actually still make it through. There's still a chance for everybody but Lions Creed, so despite the fact that, it could have been a little bit closer, a little bit more in the hands of some of the teams today if Arcadia had have won, it's all good. There is still a possibility for absolute chaos, and I think some of our top teams have been flirting with losses recently. Some of our bottom teams are still showing flashes of brilliance, so I'm going to be tuning in, and I hope everybody else does too.
Thursday, be there. Last day of the UKEL. Obviously, shout out to the UKEL and the Four Nations. Shout out to Project Gap as well for helping us put on the stream. And shout out to our production, Lou, and also Casual Cutie there, putting in for the replay work. And everyone in our team, everyone that's been on the cast, all shout out to all of them, all love. But with that being said, we're going to see you on Thursday, and I know you're not going to miss it.
We got it.